welcome back to Cadwell Park for round 4 of the SMRC Car Racing Championship. It is the away round, and we've had 2 races so far this morning, and they've been excellent races. Just before lunch, we had the classic Sports and Saloon class, and during our short lunch break, we managed to catch a word with the top 3 drivers. So let's have a look.
Well, Russell, it's always an absolute pleasure to see these cars driven to within an inch of their lives. How was that around Cadwell for you?
Yeah, I love Cadwell Park. It's just one of the best circuits on the planet that I've raced on, and any chance I can get to come here, I do. And yeah, that car is just superb round there. Yeah. Fantastic.
There's a reason why it's called the Mini Nürburgring. It's just something else, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You've got that sort of fast sweeping where you've just been smooth all the way through the back end, and then you grab it and sort of
you hold it on for life, are you?
Pretty well through the mountain, down round by the hairpin. Yeah, that's and they're heavy. You know, they're kind of hard work. Yeah. But never mind, had the air conditioning on today.
You mean you had the roof down?
Oh, that's the one.
So same again for race 2?
One would hope so. Yes, just a nice gentle start and tease myself away if I can. But yeah, we'll just see. Never know.
Well, go and enjoy this one, and good luck for race 2.
Thank you very much.
Well, John, it's always great to see the Rover out, and it didn't disappoint around Cadwell. Second place overall and first in class. Well done.
Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. I knew it would be off the line would be important, and a reasonable start considering there was a bit of a kerfuffle at the beginning. And then just tried to not mess about too much. It's quite tempting to drift it through these mountainous sections here, but.
Yeah, I did see the back end. Yeah, the back end did come out a few times through the forest.
It just wants to, and I think it could be the most efficient line through the corners if timed correctly. But it's a fine line, isn't it?
If you get one wheel on the grass here, it's all over.
I even found I was crossing my hands so quickly for opposite lock that I caught my glove under the other hand. You know, so I sort of locked my hands together on the wheel for a moment to fight the gloves. But yeah, so I'll maybe need to relax a little bit into that for the next one.
So race 2, the start's all important to get ahead of Russell.
Yeah, it's unlikely I will get ahead or stay ahead, but that could be the only opportunity.
Well, for now, go and enjoy the second place and the class win.
Excellent, and some cold beverages, I think. It's roasting. You know.
No beer?
No, not at all.
Well done. Well, Elliot, first in class, leaves you still third overall in the championship. Beautiful seeing that Morgan go around Cadwell.
Yeah, I really do love this circuit, and it's great that the SMRC can come down here for our way round once a year and hopefully get to keep doing it because it's pretty special, and although we all love Knockhill, it is nice to get a break. So
many different sections around Cadwell, the tight twisty stuff going through the forest, and then you've got a lovely sweeping back end corner around Charlie's, and then the gooseneck. Which is your favourite part?
My favourite part is probably the first 2 or 3 corners where you can just carry huge speed up the hill. Just to dab with the brakes and just settle it all the way through. There's not many tracks that have corners as fast as that in the UK, so it's fun.
Good. Same again for race 2?
That's the plan. Just most important things: finish, win your class, get the points, keep it going, try and win the championship. So yeah, just keep it up really.
Right, well, for now, go and enjoy your class win, and we'll look forward to race 2.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Cadwell Park. We've got the C1 contingency about to head out on track. Now let me just remind you what happened last time out at Knockhill on a reverse track. We had a 90-minute race. First time they had an endurance race for the C1s, and it was something epic. One man I wanted to talk to is Sam Corson. We might not be able to get to speak to him right now because we're about to go out. He had a great recovery drive, even though he got a 30-second penalty, which pumped him all the way down to 8th. It was fantastic to watch. Finlay Brunson just behind him on the grid is only a 10th behind him, and he is leading the championship. Sam Corson is actually second, then it's Ross Dunn in third. Ross Dunn is all the way down to his 7th place, so it's going to be interesting to see how he does. But the cars are going out on track, as you can see, so I'll hand you back over to Lewis, who will talk you through all the action.
And we are back for the action. Race 1 of the Citroen C1 Cup and race 3 for today's action. We've had 2 races so far, and they've just great action. And now it is time for these small 1 litre Citroen C1s to head out on track. And these cars are so narrow compared to, for example, the Mini Coopers. So it's something different, and it's something that around this tight and twisted circuit, it can produce some great racing. As they have the opportunity to overtake in the last sector with these C1 cars, as the track is narrow, but so are the cars, so it leaves the door open and it leads to opportunities. So it's quite a big field. 16 cars will be competing in the Citroen C1 Cup. So we just wait for these cars to head out onto the grid. We just wait for them to head out before we have one warm-up lap before we can get underway with today's action with race 1 of the C1 Cup. Quite a short lunch break. It was about 45 minutes, so the drivers have all been fed, most of them. Some of them may be a bit too nervous to eat before the race, so definitely grabbing the bite afterwards. So now we're just waiting. The tension will be building on the grid and the nerves will be rising, as of course they've had quite a lot of time to think about this race and this race start and almost create a plan inside their head. But this is racing and plans never go the way you want, so really it's going to be aim of just getting to that first corner first. But this C1 Cup always produces great action. We did a 90-minute race last round at Knockhill, and it was something that was completely different for all these drivers and something that produced some great drama for the championship. And it produced something new into the mix that Finlay Brunton eventually did win the 90-minute endurance race, and it really, really changed up the championship, because now Finlay Brunton leads by 13 points from Sam Corson, who, well, his race went pretty good. He did recover back after the incident that he had in the C1 endurance race. He did recover, but he was hit with a penalty, which resulted in him dropping back to 8th place. So, yeah, the C1 Cup always produces great racing, and now we just wait for the action to get underway and wait for what is hot track conditions. These tyres will be feeling it, and these drivers will be feeling it in these cars. The tension will be rising, and the temperatures will be rising inside the car. The glass and these cars have, it will just be attracting the sun, and their aim right now on this one warm-up lap is just to get as much heat into their tyres, as much heat into their brakes, and just as much, well, having speed actually on this warm-up lap. It might just keep you a bit cool, but it's not going to do your car any favours. You really need the temperature for this first corner, because you really just have to almost send it for this first corner. But Sam Corson will start in pole position from Finlay Brunton, and James Hitchin will be starting off the second row with Andrew Davidson alongside. Kyle Nesbitt will be starting in 5th place, with Callum Conway will be starting alongside him in 6th. Ross Dunn running number 1 plate will be starting in 7th, with Thomas Comber alongside. Aidan Wilson will be starting 9th, with Mark Nesbitt in 10th, with Paul Winfield in 11th, Max Watt in 12th, Katrin Gray in 13th, Rich Flett in 14th, Gordon Dundee in 15th, and rounding off the grid in what is a 16-car grid is John Proctor. So we just wait for these cars to head round. You can see the pole position man, the number 60 of Sam Corson. Of course, it's quite easy to spot in his grey and bright blue car, and he has 2 different colours of wheels, so it's very easy to see on track, and he's very, very fast. But this class is so close. Although Sam Corson is in pole position, it's a 1/10 of a second gap back to Finlay Brunton. It's another 0.05 of a second back to James Hitchin. So the top 3 separated by 1.5 tenths of a second, with Andrew Davidson just 0.2 from pole position, and just behind him is Callum Conway. So it's really, really tight race, and it's really something that we're going to have to look forward to in this 20-minute race. So plenty of time for these drivers really just get their teeth into the race, just try and make their way up the field, and we could see the championship rivals battle it out for the win in race 1 in the C1 Cup, as we see the cars still on their warm-up lap coming over the mountain, and see some of the fans that are watching, some choosing to go into the shade because it is very, very hot at this Cadwell Park circuit. Conditions are rising across the day, and currently it is 23 degrees at Cadwell Park, so it's pretty warm for these drivers and pretty warm for everyone involved, including the marshals and the medics, which are doing a great job over the course of the weekend. Some of these cars obviously wear out yesterday in the practice sessions that they had available, but obviously some cars couldn't make it. So this morning in qualifying was their first time on the circuit for this year. And in this class, there's quite a lot of cars with a yellow and black cross on their back windscreen. That's just to signify that they are a newcomer to racing and to this class. And it's really just a way to identify who is new to racing. So maybe if you're coming to lap them, you can understand, you know, they may still be learning, and you don't want to really barge out the way because they're still learning and still developing, as this class is such a great class to learn, and it produces some great racing. It's only a 1 litre engine that's inside these cars, but because of that, slipstream is so important. Of course, this is backed by the Scottish Motor Trade Association, producing some cheap and affordable racing back in Scotland, and so we can come down here to Cadwell Park to do some great racing. We just wait for the final couple of cars to line up on the grid slots before we can get underway in what is going to be a great race one. And it's great to be here at Cadwell Park with great conditions. And of course, these drivers last round were in reverse direction at Knockhill. Now they're at Cadwell Park, so they're thrown with a new challenge every single weekend that they are racing. But the final 2 cars making themselves on the grid slot before we can get the 5-second board and then get underway for what will be race 1 for the Scottish C1. So we just wait for the board to be put out there. As the board up in the air, 5 seconds until lights will come on, and all drivers will have to look to the lights. The lights are on and lights are off. A pretty quick switch off. As you see the lights get away, I believe a car stalled there, and yeah, a car stalled in the background, but it is going to be Finlay Brunton and Sam Corson who leads the way going down turn 1. They're side by side heading into the first corner of Coppice, but who will get the better of them? It looks like Sam Corson will lead the way, but it will be Finlay Brunton who will have the inside going to turn 2 as we wait for the cars to head round turn 2 and make their way through to what will be Charlie's turn 3. And actually, it's Finlay Brunton who's took the lead this race. Sam Corson has been pushed back down to second. So Sam Corson, he's going to have to go in the slipstream and just try and catch up. But there's the car that is stalled on the grid, and that is not started wide. That's Martin Nesbitt getting pushed back into the pit lane. But all cars are set off, and slipstream, as I said, is so important. And already Sam Corson's under attack straight away, and he's trying everything he can, but with these speeds it's so hard to try and defend and get the gap closed. But there we have it, the race leaders coming for our picture, the number 70 of Andrew Davison battling with Kyle Nesbitt, while then they're both trying to push on to try and get Sam Corson. But Sam Corson, he looks like he's dropped back slightly from Finlay Brunton, as Finlay Brunton, of course, in that blue car. As we see a car on the grass, it's the number 23 Will. He's staying, he's grass tracking it. He's fully committed to it. He's rallying it through. He's going to rejoin on the track, and what a save that was from Thomas Combar. Back on almost a Lightning McQueen style car, but there we have it, the number 73 our picture right now. Andrew Davidson dropped back a couple of places as we head over the mountain. It's still Finlay Brunton who leads the way. Sam Corson, though, trying to bridge that gap. He's trying absolutely everything. He will not want his championship rival just to steam off in the distance. He'll want to keep there and have a good fight and just try not get caught up in too many battles. But it's the number 13 of Finlay Brunton who leads the way, and you can just see it, almost all the cars going right onto the grass in between the hairpin and barn. The final 2 corners of the circuit, and the car was on the grass there, coming out of barn, going on to start finish straight. As we see now, Sam Corson's just trying to get any ounce of slipstream that he possibly can as we go into turn 1, as we head into Coppice. We get the car turn in, we get it right over to the left-hand side, to the inside line, almost on the curb on the inside, and then you have to almost get to the centre of the circuit before we head to turn 2. But it's Paul Winfield who sets the fastest lap of the race as he gets pushed up to 7th place. But right now, it's still Finlay Brunton who leads the way. Last time round, it was a 0.9 of a second gap, and actually, Max Watt has set the fastest lap of the race, so a 2-minute flat. So Max Watt setting the best lap time, but he's quite a distance back from these front boys. So now it's time for just Sam Corson just to get his head down. It looks like that's exactly what he's done. He's already caught up right onto the back of Finlay Brunton as the car in the background, James Hitchin, goes onto the grass, and we're just seeing these drivers using every ounce of track, because the sooner you can get on this throttle and these front wheel drive 1 litres, the more speed you'll have, the more corner speed you'll have. But you can just see them now making their way through what is Charlie's curve, Chris curve, and it's great track as we head down Mansfield, trying not to lock up the brakes. But once again, it looks like these top 3 are actually bunching. And it looks like Kyle Nesbitt is going to join the party and just try and go out for this win as well, and maybe interrupt the championship fight. But it is Finlay Brunton who leads the way from Sam Corson as they make their way up the mountain and then through the rise, over the rise, and then we head down to what is Hall Bends. Hall Bends, of course, being 4 corners in probably the space of 2 seconds. It's such a technical point of the track, and one where you really, really have to rely on your car and rely on your ability and your tyres. You can just hear the tyres actually screeching their way through as it's Finlay Brunton. It still leads the way, but what will the gap be this time around? Number 17, of course, of Nesbitt, Kyle Nesbitt, still on the absolute back of them. In 3rd place right now. He's just trying to find any way past, but now it's a 4-car battle for the lead. This race is really going to bunch up. It looks like actually it's about to be a 5-car battle for the lead. As Kyle Nesbitt, it's the fastest lap of race with the first driver down into the 59, so a 59.489 in 3rd place right now. So Kyle Nesbitt clearly has some pace that he doesn't think that Finlay Brunton and Sam Corson has. But James Hitchin, of course, also in that gap, and Andrew Davison just trying to clinch on to make it a 5-way scrap for the win. This is really, really great racing for these Citroen C1 Cups. You can just see them making their way down what is Park Straight. It's barely even a straight. You do not get a rest at this Cadwell Park circuit, especially in these C1 cars, as it looks like Corson is actually trying to make way for 1st place, and he dives down the inside at Park. And will he make it work? It looks like Finlay Brunton's trying to stick around the outside as we head through Chris Curves, but then Nesbitt is wanting also to follow him through. But now it comes to the point where we go to Gooseneck. They're side by side, they're almost in the grass, and now Nesbitt's just sitting there waiting for something to happen to clench onto it. Nesbitt's almost pushing Sam Corson through. Sam Corson now leads this race, and it looks like the real loser of that is going to be Finlay Brunton, who's been pushed all the way down to 4th place right now. So in the space of 2 corners, he's went from 1st to 4th. So now it's Sam Corson who leads the way with Kyle Nesbitt. Set the fast lap of the race last time round, is now in 2nd place. He's looking for that victory. He wants that victory. All these drivers want to win. It's such tough conditions for these drivers. It's just a 13-point gap in the championship right now between the top 2, which of course Finlay Brunton and Sam Corson. So every single position matters, because we are at round 4. We're over halfway in the season. So now is really when you have to use your head and just try and get the valuable points. It looks like Kyle Nesbitt is just pushing Sam Corson round this circuit. He's just almost trying to make him hurry up and get away past, as it looks like cars then went off at the final couple of corners there, but it's rejoined. But I believe that was Thomas Colomber there in the grass, but he's rejoined it side by side between Kyle Nesbitt and Sam Corson as we come across the line. It looks like Kyle Nesbitt's in front, but Sam Corson will have the inside line going into Coppice, but he cannot make it work. But now Sam Corson's now trying to dive up the inside and not lose 2nd place after just losing the lead from Kyle Nesbitt, who once again sits fastest lap of race with 59.4. So Kyle Nesbitt right on the pace, and Sam Corson now battling for 3rd place. So Sam Corson, once again, he's been the real loser of this one, but now you can see Finlay Brunton in his mirrors. Finlay Brunton will be having a field day. He will be loving this as they head almost 3 wide going to Park Corner. They're 3 wide. Yes, they are 3 wide. It's Finlay Brunton, the championship rivals, side by side, as it looks like Sam Corson was the bravest on the brakes. He managed to get away, but now Finlay Brunton is pushing his way past Andrew Davidson and James Hitchin, and now it looks like, the 2 championship leaders are now 2nd and 3rd, but now once again it is James Hitchin who dives down the inside of Finlay Brunton. He's given them no easy time here as Kyle Nesbitt still leads the way. Going onto the grass, he's really, really pushing. He's using every single ounce of track and some. It's what we love about C1 class, is just how brave they are and just how hard they push each other. And you can actually see, as I spoke about at the start of the race, with the newcomers having a yellow and black cross on their back windshield. James Hitchin is the newcomer to this class and is newcomer to racing, so it's great seeing a newcomer up front in 3rd place right now, and he could potentially win, because every single lap we're seeing 3 wides, we're seeing 5-car battles for the lead. It's what we love to see, and it's what we love to see around this Cadwell Park circuit. It's such a tight track, and it really, really suits these cars. You can just see they're getting sideways as they come round the hairpin, as they then come into barn. It's really just trying to get a good drive and not trying to drift the car too much, but drifting it enough just so you get around. It's such a hard thing to do. It's a thing that takes so much time to get right, but it's Kyle Nesbitt who's got it right, and it's Kyle Nesbitt who leads the way 8 minutes done in this race and just 12 to go. Kel Nesbitt leads by just 0.3 of a second over Sam Corson. Of course, Sam Corson is on a mission. You can just see it right now. Second in the championship. He knows that he needs to push on and he needs to try and reclaim this championship lead. But Kel Nesbitt is not making it easy. Kel Nesbitt almost was in the rear as he heads round the third corner. Charlie's. As then we go into Park Straight and there's battles all the way down the field in this class. You can just see every single car. I believe that is the 1-1-10 of Callum Conway also in a battle, trying to defend for 8th place right now as 9th place car number 24, Aidan Wilson, just trying to go around the outside. But there is your leaders. There is Kel Nesbitt still in the lead. Sam Corson, though, is just trying to find any way past. You can just see how much he catches up using that slipstream down Park Straight, and now it's the time where he really needs to try to find a way past. Mansfield is a great overtaking opportunity as it's downhill. You can, if you pile enough pressure, Kel Nesbitt could potentially lock up the brakes and run wide. We've seen it earlier on in the race, a car just running miles off and way into the grass, so you can make mistakes. It's so easy to make mistakes. But now it's James Hitchin who's wanting to take that second place from Sam Corson. Sam Corson now getting pushed back down to third as we head to the mountain. But Sam Corson trying to go round the outside at the mountain, but he runs wide. And now he's too tight of line going into mountain. So now that is just handing the position to James Hitchin for second place right now. But Sam Corson now has been overtaken by his championship rival back down to 4th place. And now it's the number 70 of Andrew Davidson on his rear tail. Just that tighter line into the hairpin has really cost Sam Corson a lot of time, and he could get potentially pushed down to 5th as we head round with just halfway point in the race. 10 minutes done, 10 minutes left to go in this race. We're just halfway, and we've had plenty of good racing. As there's Comber on the grass once again. We've seen it many, many times this race. I mean, second time we've actually seen it at the final corner there, just for the final corner, head onto grass. So interesting line from him. But we head round. It's such hot conditions, but now it's Sam Corson who's trying to get back into that podium position. He's almost pushing the rear end of Finlay Brunton's championship rival, heading into Coppice as now they head round to turn 2, then turn 3. It's such a long double right-hander, and it's one that is so important that opens up to the straight. But once again, Kel Nesbitt just undetected in the lead. It's 0.8 of a second gap last time round, but slipstream will help James Hitchin try and catch up. James Hitchin, of course, running that rookie plate on his card, signifying that he is new to racing. But Kel Nesbitt, he's still just defending so well. He's just making sure he can find no way past. But it's still Sam Corson who battles with his championship rival Finlay Brunton. He's trying to find any way past. He's trying to find round the outside, round the inside. He can find no way past. And just behind him, Andrew Davidson is waiting there. He's lurking. He's waiting for the door to open, and he's going to try and get both of them, because that is what C1 racing is all about. As C1 racing is all about using the track handsome, as Kel Nesbitt gets sideways before he heads into Mansfield, almost on the grass, as now we power out of Mansfield towards the mountain, and it's such a close battle, almost a 6-car battle for the lead of this race. But now up front, it's a slight gap between Kel Nesbitt and James Hitchin. What will the cars behind be able to close the gap? We just have to wait and see, because it looks like Finlay Brunton has broke away from Sam Corson, so he can start taking his normal line and then just almost tag them along and bring them with him. So then we can have a finale to what has been a great race so far. This is only race 1. They have another race later on. It's such hot conditions, maybe even hotter later on as we head round the hairpin. Kel Nesbitt runs slightly wide there in the exit, but he shouldn't lose too much time there, as it's just a slight drive towards Barn before we head on to the main straight, where it really matters, where your drive really matters and your line really matters. Yeah, and it looks like Finlay Brunton has bridged up that gap between the car of James Hitchin. So James Hitchin lost some time, but Kel Nesbitt in the lead, still having that fastest lap of the race that he set earlier on, and he's looking strong. 7/10 of a second gap so far. Will he be able to take this race win? I think it's going to be down to the last lap, because you can just see no one is letting them pass. 8 minutes left in this race, just a couple of laps left, and it'll all be decided. The championship rivals battling it out, duking it out on track. It's what we love to see. It's door-to-door stuff. As there we have it, diving down the inside, it's Katrina Gray trying to defend from Max Watt, but Max Watt looking to get the better of her heading into turn 1, as Kel Nesbitt still leads the way of the race. And we see once again getting onto the grass was James Hitchin, using all the track and some. He's just trying to get as much drive as possible, because these cars are only 1 litre, so every single advantage that you can get, the better it's going to be for you, because now you can see he's properly bridged up that gap as we head round gooseneck and down to Mansfield, and you can just see the gap now is practically nothing. He seems squirming on the brakes, James Hitchin. You can visibly see how hard he's trying, and it gets to the point where you have to be careful not to overdrive the car, because on a circuit like this, it's really just doing the laps and getting your lines right, because one corner leads into another. It's just get your line pitch point perfect. We seen it earlier on with Sam Corson. He ran slightly wide right here at his left-hander before the mountain, and he was back down to 4th. But there is Hitchin trying to dive down the inside as Kyle Nesbitt. He makes contact going in to the Hall bends, but it looks like Kyle Nesbitt will keep hold of that. It's so hard to make a move for there, almost side by side, which is so impressive to see from these drivers. It's such an affordable class, which shows such great talent. It really lets the talent speak for itself, as we're seeing right now. It's hard but fair racing, but now, right now, we see them powering it through the hairpin towards Barn, and now we can see 2 by 2 on the main straight. Will he make it 3 wide? Will Sam Corson be able to make it 3 wide with Finlay Brunton and Hitchin? As Cal Nesbitt will be looking at his rear mirrors, enjoying this. All of them will be enjoying this. This is so close. Sam Corson round the outside at the first corner. Will he be able to hold on to that 3rd place? We're just going to have to wait and see. But James Hitchin, he's wanting to try not lose too many positions. It looks like James Hitchin is going to be pushed all the way down to 4th now. So from 2nd all the way down to 4th within just a couple of corners. And now Davidson's wanting to pounce, but Sam Corson is not letting this up. Sam Corson now really has to defend, because now he almost has Davidson pushing him. Hitchin almost has Davidson pushing him through as Sam Corson makes contact with Davidson heading into Parks, and now it's really bunching up for his final podium position battle. And Hitchin there slightly wide, and Finlay Brunton properly wide. Finlay Brunton on the grass. He was in 2nd place, and now he's properly dropped it down. Has he got some kind of issue? Because it looks like he's pulling off to the side of the track, so maybe something's broke inside of his car. But the race for the lead is still on. Kyle Nesbitt still leads this race, and Hitchin is still there in 2nd. Sam Corson will have seen that, and will have seen that his championship rival is on the grass, and he will not know he's out just yet, but next time round he will be able to see his car if it's still sitting there at the side of the track. So Sam Corson may just take a bit more laps and just get these valuable championship points as we head into the mountain. One person who is pushing on though is Davidson. Davidson is not going to give Corson this at any time soon, as the battle for the lead now is bunched up once again. Cal Nesbitt and Finlay Brunton, Cal Nesbitt and James Hitchin battling it out. They are fully duking it out with just 5 minutes to go in this race, about to make it 4 minutes to go in this race. Just a couple of laps left to decide this, and it's not enough time to decide that. These boys want to go on for the whole race. You can see why, because it's such fun and close racing. Paul Winfield's having a great drive right now in 6th place, but Kyle Nesbitt controlling it. But maybe, just maybe, it might be James Hitchin, who right now has all the information, right, and we'll be able to see where he's faster, where he can potentially make a lunge on Kyle Nesbitt as we head round. 8 laps done this race, 60 minutes done this race, and it's race 1 for the C1. We still have another race to go later on. And it's still, and he's made a move for the lead. James Hitchin now leads the race from Kyle Nesbitt. So James Hitchin managed to find a way past for the 1st and 2nd corner. And now the real question is going to be, can Kyle Nesbitt fight back? Can he find any way past, as Sam Corson is lurking there in 3rd place and Davidson just behind? And it looks like as well Paul Winfield just tagging on to the back of them now. So now, can Paul Winfield do anything for this race win? Because of course they've not raced with him for the whole race, so they will not know where he's strong and where he's fast. So he could be the biggest surprise going on to this last lap of the race. But it's Hitchin who leads from Nesbitt, and then Corson 3rd. But 17 minutes done in this race as we head through the gooseneck. He's sideways, and on the grass goes Nesbitt. So Nesbitt now taking a much tighter line actually going into Mansfield as we power out. So how will that affect his drive? And it looks like Hitchin has the better drive this time around as we head to the mountain. So Hitchin right now in control of the race with the one of the championship rivals, Corson, in 3rd, and the other championship rival out of the race, Finlay Brunton out of the race. And even if he did come across line, he would finish 15th position. But it's Corson who now is right on the back of Nesbitt as we head round Hall Bends. It's such a technical part of the circuit. You really just have to stamp on the power on these lower powered cars just to try and get a turn. Of course, he's a front wheel drive, and it's Nesbitt who is now trying to find any way past. You can just see them losing the rear consistently, but it's such hot conditions. It is 18 minutes, and in this race, and it is probably going to be the last lap now. So what is going to happen on the last lap? Kyle Nesbitt has dropped all the way down to second place as James Hitchin leads the way. James Hitchin, though, will want to keep this race victory. Right now, it looks like he's got a pretty big lead, 7/10 of a second gap. It's bigger than what we've seen usually at this point in the race, but Sam Corson's still in that podium position, in that all-important point-scoring position, something that his championship rival cannot say. So getting some valuable points in the bag, which is what you want to do, is Nesbitt is right onto the curb and sideways heading down Park Straight, but he's managed to get lined up again. And now, will this help Corson? Will this give Corson the run heading into Park? We're just going to have to wait and find out. As we head into Park, Corson looks to try and find a way past, but he can find no way past. Maybe he's just trying to line up a move, as it looks like the race leader there was touching the grass once again. It's a place where Park and Chris Curve is a place where we see them always touch the grass. They really try and just use all the track and some. They just really have to get stamped down on that power and head through. As we head through Gooseneck now, you can just see completely sideways. He is loving this. James Hitchin, he's showing how it's done. He's showing Kyle Nesbitt how to race a C1, but now that has affected his drive massively, as of course drifting is not always the fastest way around the racetrack, and it's Kyle Nesbitt who is now caught up to him. But now we're coming to the part of the track where it's so difficult to overtake, so Kyle Nesbitt is going to have to make a lunge here. He's going to have to try and find any way past. It's the last lap. It's last lap time. We head over the mountain. It's James Hitchin who leads the way. There's nothing between it now. Sam Corson, though, still in third. But it's Davidson who's piling on the pressure as we head through Hall Bends and we head through towards the hairpin. 2 corners left in this race, and James Hitchin still leads the way from Kyle Nesbitt. Kyle Nesbitt there runs slightly wide. Will this help Sam Corson? Will Sam Corson be able to get a drive to the line? But it looks like it's going to be James Hitchin who wins the race. We're going to see a checker flag flying out for him. James Hitchin is putting a dominant form. Checker flag flies. James Hitchin wins the race from Kyle Nesbitt, coming home in second. Sam Corson getting valuable championship points in third. Andrew Davison fourth, and Paul Winfield rounding out the top 5. Ross Dunn coming home in sixth, running, of course, the number 1 plate with Thomas Comber seventh. Aidan Wilson in 8th as we wait for Callum Conway just across the line there in 9th, as Max Watt should round out the top 10. So what a superb race we just had there from the C1 class. And all throughout the race, we've just seen close racing, and there is Max Watt coming across the line to take 10th place. But there is your race winner, the 5.29, James Hitchin. And wow, what a drive it was. And he would have loved that, and he would have loved that just as much as everyone at home. And it is one thing that we love to see, although these are quite underpowered vehicles, 1 litres, as we said at the start of the race. These cars were just such great racing, and it's such close racing because there's nothing between them. The way the rules are for this SMRC Championship, it means that these cars are almost identical, and there is your showing for it. It was a superb race, all from lap 1 to the final lap. It felt like the first lap every single lap. 2.7 seconds separating the top 5 in the end, less than 2 seconds separating the top 4. So such close racing from these C1 cars, and it's showing that they really, really like the Cadwell Park circuit. They just suit perfectly. They're perfect size. They're not too powerful for the circuit because it is quite a tight circuit. But waving to the crowd is James Hitchin as he comes round for his cool down lap, where he'll just mainly get himself cooled down because he will be absolutely exhausted, to be honest. It is 23 degrees at Cadwell Park right now, and that car has to be hot. Although these cars are the most physical demanding that we have here at Cadwell and at the SMRC, it is one that in a 20-minute race, you're going to get warm and you're going to struggle with the lateral part of the races. But the cars now head up and through the slip roads and through towards the podium. They should go, but the cars, a great race from battles all the way down the field, and the top 10, really, it was such an impressive drive. And the top 9, actually, was separated by 9.9 seconds. So it was such an impressive and close victory as we come across the line. But what a drive that was, and what a smart drive that was from Sam Corson. Because as I said, he got some valuable championship points, which when you see your championship rival Finlay Brunton retiring from the race, which must have been the mechanical, otherwise he would have just tried to get back on track and just try to get valuable championship points, because that's all which actually matters at this stage right now. It's just using your head. So it's Finlay Brunton, some kind of mechanical, I'm guessing, because he just pulled off to the side. But that was a great race, and now we're waiting for the cars to line up for what will be the next race of the day, the Scottish Fiesta ST Cup.
Thank you very much, Lewis. And what a race that was. The C1s only have 68 brake horsepower and a 0 to 60 time of 16 seconds. So when you say there's going to be a race competition or race championship based on that, I don't think it's going to be very good. But my God, they perform every time. But next up, as you said, is the Fiesta ST Championship. Liam McGill on pole position, beating his championship rival to pole, which is Stephen Gray. Stephen Gray leads the championship, Liam McGill second. Let's see if we can have a quick word before they go out. It's a bit warm. Liam, put it on pole, winning already.
What was that? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Sorry, you put it on pole, you're winning already.
Yeah, well, we don't know because we were having problems with the head gasket. So it was overheating in qualifying. We've really just put in a bottle of steel seal to see if it'll work, but we're not too hopeful, so we just have to keep our eye on the temperature.
So it all could go pear-shaped at any point?
Yeah, it could do.
That's not what you want to hear just before the race, is it?
Keep the fingers crossed.
Yeah. Well, good luck. It's going to be beautiful out there.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers. And let's see if we can grab Stephen Gray, who's actually the leader of the championship. So, Stephen, your mind focused there. It's going to be a tough one.
It will be, yeah. Obviously, you probably saw the times, an incredible lap from Liam going out there, so it's going to be hard keeping up with him and also managing the heat as well. It's so hot here today.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. The tyres are going to come into play.
I think so. We raced here last year and a lot of us really struggled with the tyres through the whole race distance, so I think it might be a deciding factor, to be honest.
And you've got a 30-point lead over Liam at the minute, so you need to be there or thereabouts, don't you, to keep that lead?
Yeah, that's the plan. Liam's very fast, so it's points for me today just to kind of try and maintain that gap as best I can.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So let's go and speak to a few other people, shall we? Is this in third place on... Mr. Orr, how are you?
I'm alright, thanks.
Good, decent qualifying time?
Yeah, it was better than I was expecting, to be honest. First time at the track, so take anything I can get, really.
What's the Fiesta like around CADWELL?
Yeah, it's good. It's good through the twisties, but fast enough in the straight, so yeah, it's really good.
Good, and what's the plan?
Just survive. It's really hot out here today. So.
Yeah. Do you have aircon in here?
No.
Alright, well, good luck.
Thank you.
We've got a bit of time because of recovery going on, so let's go and speak to a few other people. Fourth on the grid is Mr. Preedy. How you doing? You warm enough?
Yeah, pretty hot in here.
Yeah. What have you got to do to manage the car? You've got to manage yourself as well and the tyres.
Yeah, I guess just drive a lot smoother than we usually do. Yeah, not be as aggressive on the corners. Yeah, just going to try and take a smooth line. And
is that easy to do?
It can be. It's easy to overdrive the car as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just going to try and keep it nice and smooth and try and maintain fourth position today, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
Yeah. Cheers, man. Thank you very much.
Very much. And we've got Mr. Murray. He looks really, really relaxed. You relaxed enough?
Yeah, good. This is my first race this season, so I'm just out to have fun. So no expectations, just trying to survive the heat.
First time out racing, it's quite a place to do it.
Oh, this is a fantastic track. I was here last year, so I was just keen to get back and do it this round. So yeah, looking forward to it.
As it's named the Mini Nürburgring, several little sections. There's a twisty bit through the forest. You've got the long bends, right-handers up at Charlie's, and then you've got a gooseneck, a lot of undulation. G-force goes everywhere, doesn't it? So what's your favourite part?
Probably Coppice. It's having the cojones to keep it nailed through there. But my weakest area is probably into the gooseneck. I know Mr. Preedy seems to have that dialed in, so that's probably my weakest area. But yeah, but it's a great track, and it's just kind of trying to keep the flow from corner to corner. So.
Yeah, with the heat as well, you've got to keep an eye. Well, you've got to manage not only yourself, the car, the tyres. What are you going to be keeping an eye on? Obviously, the racing.
Yeah, I suppose just probably the tyres. The tyres will probably go off quite quickly, so it'll be just trying to manage the grip levels, I guess. So obviously, this is race one, so it's an unknown quantity. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Go and enjoy yourself.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers. And it is very warm down here. I'll tell you that right now. So we might as well go through the whole field, have we? Let's see what we've got now. I was opening the door. Yeah. So recovery is still going on. Mr. Buckley.
Yes, hello.
You're looking very warm. You look composed as well.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to this one. Actually, it should be really good. Temperatures are hot, obviously, but I'm really looking forward to it. It should be a good one. Yep.
Yeah, well, we got treated last time with the reverse track at Knockhill. Now we're here at the Mini Nürburgring. You got to be smiling.
Yeah, indeed, absolutely. I got my first podium up at reverse track as well, so looking forward to this one. Push some.
So another podium for you.
Hopefully, you never know.
Good luck.
Excellent. Cheers.
Cheers. Right, well, we've got our podium guys from the C1, so let's go and see if we can have a quick chat with them. So they all look very, very warm, look very happy. Is Rory just taking a few photos? Can we dive in? Are we all done? Yeah, cool. We have you down there?
Absolutely.
Oh, well, what a race that was.
Absolutely. Really full on. Bit hot in the car, but good racing, so I'm happy.
And were you eyeing that move up for a while, were you, around Charlie's?
Yes. Couldn't quite get it done the first few times, but got there in the end. It was a bit tight, but made it. Just.
Well, smile says it all.
Yes.
Go and enjoy it.
Thank you. I'm sure I will.
Cheers. Let's have Kyle. Well, I told you before, it's going to be one up on your dad, but a podium, were you expecting that?
Well, considering last year's results, I was hoping for another double win here, but given the circumstances of today with the heat and everything like that and the amazing driving by all, it was really tough to get up there. But from starting fifth to manage to get to second, I'm really happy with that. He just had the run on me coming through the corner and he just managed to get the toe up the straight, so I couldn't hold him off or anything like that. I just let him go and hope that I would get him back, but sadly I didn't have enough time to make that happen. But we're here, we're in second, it's all good.
Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers. And let's move on to third place. Sam, how was that?
That was very, very sweaty, so warm inside the car. I was so happy to see the last lap board. I think it's the first time I've ever been happy to see it. Just kind of sweating buckets in the car there. Oh, yeah, warm. We need AC.
I'll slow it down though, wouldn't it?
True, yeah. I suppose we can't really afford that, but I suppose we have to finish the race first instead of just ending up in a puddle of water, really. So, it was hot out there.
What was going through your mind when you saw Finlay go off?
I was quite gutted for him because we're having quite a close kind of battle in the championship and it's part of the fun. Never like to see a teammate and a competitor go out like that, so gutted for him. Not sure what's happened, but hopefully he's out for the next race. And I know he'll climb back up through the race, the grid on the next race. So
same again from you for race 2?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Well, for now, go and enjoy that, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you. Enjoy your day.
Cheers. Right, okay, and the the Fiesta STs are out on track, so I'll hand you back over to Lewis for all the action.
And now next up we have the race 1 of the Scottish ST Cup. It is going to be a close race. We've seen some great racing already today, and now we're expecting to see even more as the day goes on. The 1 minute board is up before we head out on what is going to be an exciting race. It's not a massive grid, but it's time to have race 1 of the ST Cup. But in race 1, it will be Liam McGill who will line up on pole position with Stephen Gray in second alongside him. Brody R will be starting in third with Kieran Preedy in fourth, Lorne Murray in fifth, and Ian Blakely will be starting in sixth, with Peter Cruikshank will be starting seventh, with Andrew Mackey will be starting in eighth. So the green flag waves. It's quite a short grid here, only an 8-car field, but it is going to produce some great racing. We've seen in that C1 Cup that it was about a 5 or 6 battle for the win, so it's a high possibility that we could see that something very, very similar for this ST Championship. But the real question is going to be is how will these drivers cope with these conditions, because this is the UK and this is the Scottish Championship. We are not used to these types of conditions. We're used to wet and pretty miserable conditions, but now we are here in the sunshine, in the English sunshine, and we are loving it. We are, all the drivers and all the officials and just everyone involved is really just soaking up the atmosphere and enjoying and appreciating that we can make the trip down here to Cadwell Park. It's been a tough couple of years for everyone, so it's great to be here, and it's great to have such an excellent championship with such excellent racing for us to watch and for us just to enjoy. But all the drivers in this field, all 8 drivers will be looking to win this race, because even if you're starting in 6th position or 7th, you can still have a chance of getting a podium and getting a good result and just getting valuable championship points, because it's something that at this point in the season you really just want to aim for, because these cars, they're pretty fast. These are 2-litre powered cars with a Duratec power, which is actually the same engine that you use in the road cars. And of course, these cars use the Yokohama tyres as well. So it's great to see such good involvement and such good racing that we're going to have from these. Although the numbers not that great, we're going to have some great racing as they head round on this formation lap before we head out and before we have lights out. These cars, of course, will have another race later on, and we will definitely get a picture in this race to see what the second race is going to be like. But there is the number 31 on your screen right now, Brody R, just coming up the mountain, coming over the rise, and just getting ready with the fans, sitting in such a great place to watch racing. That is at the back side of the mountain. You just get to see the cars rise up through the mountain, and if you're not high enough on that sitting area, you can sometimes just completely lose them as they head over the crest. But obviously, we just wait. This is, of course, green flag lap. Before then, we head to the grid to go for lights out and tension now. And the nerves will be properly building inside these drivers. They'll really, really be almost scared, I guess, is the best word to use, of butterflies in their stomach as they head towards the grid. It's one of the most amazing feelings in the world, is waiting on this grid and waiting for lights going out, and just that rush that all these drivers are going to get as they head down to Coppice. And what is such a great corner, it's such a great racetrack. All these drivers enjoying this track. They're really, really enjoying being here and enjoying a new experience for them, because some of these drivers, it's only their second time at the circuit, and some of them even the first time at the circuit, because of course the SMRC did come here last year for the away leg of the season, but we're back again, and we're back with the Scottish ST Cup as we wait for the 5-second board to get shown up in the air. There it is. There it's gone. We wait for the lights to come on, and lights are on, and lights are out, and we are racing, and it's been a pretty good start from number 24 of Stephen Gray. Stephen Gray, though, is going to have a drag race of Liam McGill going towards Coppice. Liam McGill is the inside line, but Stephen Gray is going to try and stick it round the outside. But now it's third place Kieran Pride, who's wanting and to try and make a move, but he can find, looks like he's not going to be able to find any way past. No, he cannot. Stephen Gray is still in second place right now with Liam McGill, and in first place right now. There's nothing between them, and it's something that we're just going to have to wait and see. This is race 1 of the ST Cup, and waiting to see if Liam McGill can get away with this lead and just stay there, because if he can command this race lead, he'll be able to almost get a full plan in place for race 2, as we see the cars just tapping the grass. We've seen it in the C1 class quite a lot, and that is just touching the grass, getting some dust kicked up. It almost blinds your rivals if they're close enough behind you. But it's, of course, none of them doing it intentionally, because it will lose you a slight bit of time. It's just trying to get on that power as soon as you can with these Yokohama tyres as we head down Mansfield, out of Mansfield towards the twisty part of the track, the mountain section, and then it's really, really challenging. These cars are pretty wide for this racetrack. These are almost the widest class that we have here at the SMRC Car Racing Championship, and we head over the mountain. You can see the cars just slightly jumping up and down as they head over the rise, over the crest, and then towards what is Hall Bends. And these cars are so good to watch around Hall Bends. It surprised me yesterday just seeing how loose that rear end gets going around Hall Bends, just stamping on the power just to get the car turned, and having pure faith in your Yokohama tyres just to keep it stuck on the road and just to keep it up. And it looks like Lee McGill has kept this race lead up, and right now he comes across the line with what is a 2-second lead from Stephen Gray. So Stephen Gray, he's really got to stick his finger out and get his elbows out to really try and catch up, because although he'll be happy with a second place, if he can just have a battle for that lead, just try and disrupt Liam McGill's rhythm, that is whenever we're really going to see this race bunch up. Only an 8-car field, but this is only the start of the race. It's quite a long race, 18 minutes left. It's a 20-minute race once again. So these drivers have a long, long race to stay in these cars and keep up their power for the end of the race. It's really just trying to preserve yourself and stay focused is such a difficult thing, because when you're sweating, which all these drivers will be in a couple minutes time if they're not already sweating in these hot cars, sometimes your sweat can drip onto your eyes and it makes your eyes sting, and it's so hard to be able to drive, and it's really, really difficult to still put in the lap times with that little bit of pain. But there we see him coming through Mansfield, and then straight out of Mansfield, straight onto the power, almost touching the white line on the way out there. Some of them even driving along the white line as we come round to the mountain section once again for what is lap 2 of this ST Cup race. So far, Liam Miguel leads the way. Will he extend his gap this time around? We're just going to have to wait and find out. Midfield, though, it looks like it's all starting to bunch up with Kieran Prede and Ian, but it looks like right now it is Miguel who is in control. He heads through the hairpin towards Barn, and out of Barn they will come and power it through. You can just hear how loud these cars actually are. They're the loudest class that we have here at the SMRC Car Racing Championship. And there's a car on the grass on the exit there. I believe that's Ian Blackley, and it was, yes, on that blue Ford. So now he just powered it through. Now it looks like it's the number 5, Lord Murray, diving down the inside of Peter Cruikshank, and it looks like she made it way, she got past, and now Peter Cruikshank has been demoted down to 7th position right now. So midfield, the battle is raging on, but up front, it's now a 3.4 second lead to Liam Miguel. So Liam Miguel on the number 62 Ford. As a car goes in the grass, I believe actually that was Lauren Murray who was in the grass there. So it's not what you'll be wanting, but there's the 61 now. Peter Cruikshank in a battle with Andrew Mackay. So it's really difficult conditions out here. You can just see now drivers once again hitting the grass, kicking up the dust. And there is the 21 on your screen, Kieran Prede in 4th position right now. He wants that podium position, but can he catch up to Brody Orr? Because Brody Orr is last lap, 7 tenths up the road, so it's really going to have to be a real test as we go into this race. 15 minutes left in this race, so plenty of time. Maybe, just maybe, Kieran Prede's just using his head, just trying to get in a sensible position, which 4th place is, and be in a good position for the final lap of the race. So on the final lap, he can then pounce and just slowly bridge up that gap without doing anything stupid. Because in these conditions, although it's so hot, it's still so easy to lock up your brakes around this track, especially Mansfield. Just because it's downhill, it's putting a lot of pressure on your front end, a lot of pressure on your tyres. So as you go tip in, too much pressure on that front brake and you lock up, and there's number 24 on your screen coming through your picture, just powering it out, and that was Stephen Gray just trying to catch up to Liam Miguel, but Liam Miguel, dominant performance so far as Liam Miguel comes towards the line as Stephen Gray closely follows, but Stephen Gray is now 5 seconds back, so Liam Miguel right now just putting in the laps, the only person that was in the 46.5 this race. Everyone else is in the 48. So Liam Miguel putting in the laps, putting in the times, and right now the result is showing for it. I mean, it's such a dominant performance that he's got, and it's one as we head out of Charlie's towards Park Straight, which actually Charlie's and Chris Curve were named after members of the Mansfield family, which built this circuit back in the early 1900s. So it's great to see that the circuit has so much legacy behind it, mainly with bikes, but cars have also came here. Formula 3 has raced here back in the day, so it's a great circuit, and it's a challenging one for all these drivers, and because it's a challenging circuit, all the drivers love it. But there is Murray just trying to catch up, Lauren Murray just trying to find any way past Blackley, and so now we come towards Mansfield, we come down the dip, we come onto the brakes. Murray, though, is lurking. They're really just trying to push on. You can see actually heading onto the grass, going over the curb, using some of the curb, and then some. So it just shows how hard they're pushing. They're on lap 4 right now. There's Murray in your shot, going towards the mountain, clipping over the curb. No, they will not. They'll not touch the curb. But over the rise, triple free in front, you know, Ian Blackley, and now Blackley is just trying to get Murray out of the rear mirrors. They would not want to see a car in a Ford Fiesta there right now. They would love to see a clear track behind them where they can just sit there and do their own lines, and that is when you get fast lap times. So that might just be why, for example, they're in the 48s, because Miguel up front has managed just to break free and straight away put in their own laps with their own times and consistent lines, which gives you your time at Cadwell Park. Well, for example, Blackley and Murray have had this to worry about, have had other cars to worry about, have had battles midway through the race, sending them slightly wide. So now we just have to wait and see the cars coming through now. So far, actually, no incidents, not trying to jinx anything, but the top 8 and the 8 cars in this race all making it through cleanly so far as we head with 8 minutes into the race so far. Murray just trying to find enemy past Blackley, and yes, Murray dives down the inside at Park Corner, gets past Will. Murray runs slightly wide. No, they will not, as we head towards turn 5. Chris Curve, he's just trying to keep the car on the road, get the line perfect. We then go to Gooseneck. Gooseneck's so tricky. You can see actually some smoke coming out of the car for Blackley, just coming out there. Maybe it's just a bit too low, bottoming out slightly, or a bit of tyre rubbing against a bit of body work, just causing a bit of blue smoke. But we watch on and we see the cars now heading to the technical part of the track. This is the part that matters, and there is Murray doing what matters in 5th place right now, the top 5. It's where you want to be. If you're not on the podium, you want to at least be in that top 5, heading over the mountain, doing what they love, and that is car racing. That is beautiful condition outside. You can just see how lovely this track looks. You can just see the greenery as well all around the circuit. It's covered in tree lines, so plenty of shade for all the marshals out here and all the photographers and cameramen. So it's great to be here today, and it's great for this class, because this class right now, it's producing what is a great battle for 5th place. So now we come across the line. You can see car off in the background right now. Andrew Mackey just slightly touching the grass in the exit there as we come across the line, and we come round to go into lap 6 of this race. Liam McGill leading still, and now it's at 8.2 seconds, just to update you on Liam McGill's lead. And now Brodie Orr is 1.2 back from Stephen Gray, so the battle for 2nd place is not over yet, but it's Murray who now leads the way down Park Straight, who really, down Park Straight, you're just trying to catch your breath, if that's even possible in this class. And these cars, of course, have produced some great drivers, and actually drivers such as 3-time British Touring Car Champion, and we see Murray actually off, but back on once again, touching the grass in between turn 4 and 5. So really just using every single inch, and there you can see once again Blackley just run there, maybe just a bit of tyre touching the bodywork. But this class has produced some great drivers, such as 3-time British Touring Car Champion Gordon Shedden has started his career in the Fiesta ST Cup in the Scottish Championship. So great drivers have came from here, and it's a great drive so far from Liam McGill. Just needs to bring it home in what will be a commanding race victory. 6 laps in, 10 minutes in this race. We're at the halfway point now, and now it's at the point where you just need to bring it home. And there we see still pushing on though, right over the curb, bouncing over the curb actually I should say, as we see there's a change once again for that 5th place. Murray is still in that 5th place, just managed to keep that position now. So the real question is, can Blackley just try and catch back up, as we see Liam McGill still leading. But there is Stephen Gray, there is the chasing man, but he has to start thinking about defending from Brodie Orr, because Brodie Orr is putting in consistent times now, and Brodie Orr is keeping the gap about the same. So maybe, just maybe, with all the information that he has learned in the past 11 minutes, can he make a move on Stephen Gray? As now we head round of what is lap 7 for these guys, and Liam McGill just trying to push on. These cars in the 148, everyone now back into the 148. So it looks like McGill has just settled a little bit and just kept focus, and it's really shown, because McGill back into the 48-second marker, but still faster than anyone else, still 4 tenths faster than anyone else. And he's still quite a bit off his fastest lap, which is about 1.5 seconds off. But there is Gray on your screen, just still pushing on. It's so hot. These drivers now will be completely sweating in the car. They'll be basically sitting in a bucket of sweat in their bucket seats in these Ford Fiesta STs. So now we head through Mansfield. We break down and we head, and we just try and not lock up the brakes, because it's so easy, as I said earlier, just to lock up the brakes at Mansfield. And it's really just Stephen Gray now realising that maybe Liam McGill is too far in front, and it's almost at a point where if he does try and catch up with just 8 minutes left, he may overdrive the car. And that is where if you start running wide, you start almost pushing harder, but your lap times get slower, which just causes a cycle of pushing harder and harder, and then your lap times never come. So it's just about relaxing yourself at this point and just keeping focus. And there is Gray for your picture of Brodie Orr closely behind. And Lurking once again as Kieran Preedy. Kieran Preedy just been staying in that 4th position quite cleanly and just watching the 2 white Ford Fiesta STs up front. And it's at the point now where 7 minutes to go in this race. We're at the closing stages of this race. Liam McGill gap is now up to 9.4 seconds. So he's almost making it up to 10 seconds. He almost drops his wheel onto the grass as we head down to what will be Park Corner, turn 4. And it's such a great overtaking opportunity. We've seen it in the C1 Cup, 3 wide at this corner, and it's a corner which you don't see because of the crest that happens on the Park Straight. So it's really just about trusting the track and having knowledge of the track, knowing that the corner is there. But there is Miguel. You can see that with the bright green car. It's so easy to tell, and you can see it with the massive Miguel that is on the side of the cars to head down Mansfield. Just get the car turned in, hit the apex, get back on the power, and leave the rest behind them. As now Brodior is Brodior is still in that 3rd place, as now the top from 3rd to 3rd, 4th and 2nd place are starting to bunch up now. You can just see it here in your picture. It's starting just to close up slightly, ever so slightly, but there's 6 minutes left in this race, so it's going to be a real question of, is there enough time? Because right now, Brodior looks very, very racy for Stephen Gray. It looks like he's trying absolutely everything. As now we head round, they're going to flick it to the right and then to the left, get the rear end stepping out as they flick it to the left. It's just having that faith in your Yokohama tyres, which all these drivers do. They had all of yesterday to practice, and it really, really shows. But now you can just hear how loud these cars are. And now the number 21 of Preedy, as we come round the final corner, we come round Barn and power all the way down the straight, using all of this 2-litre Duratec engine that we have inside this car. And we see a car going onto the grass there, actually, as we head onto the main straight. I believe that was Andrew Mackey just dipping the wheel onto the grass. That would affect his drive onto the straight as well, and it's affected his run to Peter Cruikshank, and it's now 0.8 of a second gap between 7th and 8th place. But now the gap between Stephen Gray and Brodior is 1.1 seconds, so the gap has came down by 0.3. So now Brodior really pushing on. He knows 5 minutes left. He'll have a pit board out telling them how long is left in this race, how many laps, give or take, is left, and he'll know how long he has and how hard he needs to push the car, because Stephen Gray right now, he's just putting in consistent lap times as Liam McGill dips into the 47s again. So Liam McGill still faster than absolutely everyone on track, still the average lap time about 48 seconds. So all throughout the race, all the drivers have stayed at a consistent lap time. Obviously, Liam McGill got a couple of very quick laps straight away, but now it's at the point where eased off a little bit, and this gap has definitely came down for 2nd place. Stephen Gray is under some pressure now from Brodior. Brodior has bridged that gap for 2nd place. He wants that. He wants another step on that podium position, which if they start battling now, it could even let Kieran Preedy into play. But yeah, you can see visibly now, Brodior, that gap has came down, and he wants a way past both of them, of course, in that white Ford Fiesta ST. The only way you can tell them really apart is Brodior's bright pink wheels. As we head around the hairpin, we power out, we come to the braking point to Barn, power down the straight. Will Brodior be able to get into the slipstream as we come across the line? We're just going to have to wait and see what will the gap be now. Last time round, keep in mind it was 1.1 seconds, and now the gap as we come hit the timing beam is now just 0.3 of a second. So Brodior is looking very, very strong. A slow lap from Stephen Gray back into the 49s actually, as we just have about 3.5 minutes left in this race. So it's at the point now where we're in the lateral stages. So if Brodior wants to make a pass, he needs to make it soon. He only has a couple laps left to line up a move, find where he wants to make that move, and then make it stick. It may even be the last lap that he may try it on, but that's what we love about the SMRC Championship. It's close racing all the way throughout the field, and the battle is still raging on for 6th place right now with Cruikshank and Mackey. So right now, the gap is closed for 2nd place, and Liam McGill, though, still out front. It's now a 12.2 second lead that he has over Stephen Gray, so it's a dominant performance so far. But anything can change. Less than 3 minutes to go in this race, and now it is Gray who has to start thinking about defending, has to start thinking about taking a slightly tighter line, just to make sure that Brody Orr cannot get past, but Brody Orr will want to try and change that. Brody Orr will want to try and find a way past, but he's not going to do it here, because as we've seen in the Cooper Cup race, the move here doesn't work yet. You almost send your rival into the grass, but these guys, they love hard racing, as does everyone here at the SMRC. We love clean but hard racing. It's what racing's all about as we head round Hall Bends and we head towards the hairpin. And we see them just about to appear towards the hairpin. Stephen Gray drifting out the rear end, but now it's Brody Orr on the grass. Two wheels still on the track, and now he's on his rear bumper. He's in the slipstream, and now he's looking to dive down the inside and what is going to be a move into turn one, into Coppice. Will he line up? It doesn't look like. It looks like he's a bit too far back for Coppice. So now he just has to use his head. 18 minutes in this race. So now he just has to use his head, keep calm, because Liam McGill, 13.8 seconds in front in what has been a great race with just 2.5 minutes left in this race. The driver should get about 2 laps left of this race. So another 2 laps for Stephen Gray just to keep defending and keep Brody Orr behind. But Brody Orr, of course, will have completely different plans as we head down what is Park Straight into Park Corner, turn 4, before we head into Chris Curve. So right now it's all about Stephen Gray and Brody Orr, this battle for second place in the second position, and who is actually going to be alongside what is going to be a dominant win from Liam McGill, because Liam McGill looks to be winning this race if he can just bring it home. But of course, this is racing, anything can happen, because Kieran Preedy is lurking behind there in 4th place, but there is the race leader making way for a shot, and there's the man in 2nd place having to defend now from Brody Orr. Brody Orr, though, looking just to slip a little bit further back from what we previously have seen him, but he looks good for his final sector. It looks like he should bunch up. Usually coming through the hairpin and barn, he's on his tail end and he's almost touching his bumper all the way through there. But Stephen Gray, he is not cracking. He's not showing any ounce of backing out of this. It looks like he's going right to the end of this, but now it's real test to see, will Brody Orr be able to catch up in this final sector? We'll see it whenever they come through the hairpin towards barn, just to see if this gap is about the same as we head on to the last lap. The last lap board is out, and Liam McGill comes on to that last lap. He will have a pit board out, and he will see he has over 10 seconds lead as we wait for the drivers to come round the line, wait for second place to come across the line as Liam McGill comes round what is turn 3 onto Park Straight for the final time. And now Liam McGill, he's just keeping it focused, keeping it calm. 14.7 seconds he has in the bag as that gap between Stephen Gray and Brody Orr has opened up. It's now 0.8 of a second. But there's Kieran Preedy still in 4th place, and it's the battle actually for Peter Cruikshank and Andrew Mackey for the final position for the 8th place, which that battle is all about. But all eyes right now well beyond Liam McGill, as Liam McGill from lap 1 has looked so confident. He's looked like he knows the track like the back of his hand. He touched the grass slightly there, going into Mansfield, heading out of Mansfield now, though, as we see the 2nd place and 3rd place car slightly wider, slightly more space gap now, but Liam McGill going into the final sector now. Final time over the mountain it will be for him. Heading over the mountain, he will be loving this now. There'll be a big smile on his face. The spectators all watching him come through after what has been a very, very dominant performance, coming through Hall Bends and then towards the hairpin for the final time. 2 more corners left. Will Liam McGill just be able to hold on to this? It looks like he will. He bounces over the curb onto the exit curb using every single inch of track, which is why he has such a dominant performance. He waits. The checker flag flies. He waiting for him. Liam McGill wins the first race of the Scottish ST Cup and wins in such a dominant fashion. And now we wait. Who will get that 2nd position? It looks like it's going to be Stephen Gray. If Stephen Gray can just get the drive out this final corner, the checker flag is flying. Stephen Gray comes across the line to take 2nd place, and he's 15 seconds back from Liam McGill, with Brody Orr to 0.8 back once again. So Brody Orr just couldn't make up that time on the final couple of laps. Kieran Preedy coming home in 4th with Lauren Murray getting that 5th place. So dominant drive once again from Liam McGill, and it was one that was fought. Well, it was one that was done by the first lap. I mean, it was straight from the word get-go. He just went for it, and he disappeared off into the distance. But Peter Cruikshank and Andrew Mackey finished off their battle for the final position for 7th place on that final lap there, and Peter Cruikshank coming home in 7th, getting the better of Andrew Mackay in the end. But there is your race winner, and there is Liam McGill, and such a nice looking Ford Fiesta ST. It's nice and bright. It's what we love here in the commentary box. A nice and bright car, nice and visible for us as he has the hand out the window, waving to the fans, waving to the cameras, waving to the marshals as he celebrates on what has been a great win. And already he'll be thinking towards race 2 and just trying to almost replicate that, because it was almost at the point where he couldn't have done anything better. The only person in the 46s. So Warren Murray, though, the only person, well, the second fastest person on track with a 47. So the only other person that set at 47 was Liam McGill. So Warren Murray in race 2 is definitely one to look out for. So now we just wait for the cars to head into the holes there and back to the paddock and up this top escape road that we use here at Cadwell Park. Of course, there are 2 pit lanes, and we use the top one for the SMRC Kart Racing Championship as it directly links on to the pit lane. But it's been what a great race that was, and what great conditions that we have once again as the final couple of cars head into the paddock and head into the holding area after race 1 of the Scottish ST Cup. So what a dominant performance that was once again from Liam McGill, and what great conditions we have still. And of course there's still race 2 later on.
Very much, Lewis. I'm down here waiting for the minis to go out. Ollie Mortimer took the win. He made a mistake early on in the race, and then I think it was Andrew Lamont who made the mistake, and he gained first place again. So a quick chat with him actually, just before we get going. Ollie, congratulations on the win. We didn't get a chance to talk to you before. It wasn't easy, was it?
No, it wasn't. It's roasting hot, and it's even hotter now. But Craig was flying. Obviously, I never did any testing. I went straight into the race weekend race, and you know, I made some uncharacteristic mistakes because of that, and also feeling the best. So hopefully I'll be a bit smoother and more consistent in this race, and hopefully get another win. But you never know. We'll see.
Yeah, any issues with the car and the heat?
Yeah, just the tyres and brakes going off. But we've made a few changes. Hopefully try and manage it a bit better this time.
Good luck.
Thanks very much.
Cheers. Okay, let's. Somebody want to talk to. Had a bit of an off in the reverse Knock Hill meeting last round out. Is David Taylor Piggott. Every single panel on his car has been replaced, and it looks absolutely beautiful. So he's gone through quite a lot of work to get a car out this weekend. David, how you doing? Not too bad. Car's looking beautiful after that bit of a scrap at Knock Hill.
Yeah, it was quite an off, but the team at Central Scotland Mini Spares and Jelly Customs have done a fantastic job. Can't thank them enough, and my mum for having the scare of her life. But I managed to get back in the car and get it back for race 3 at Knockhill. We're here at Cadwell now. This is my second race around here. I didn't do any testing yesterday, so yeah, baptism of fire.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on it?
Oh, it's awesome, but scary at the same time. Yeah. I'm not caring where I finish today. I'm just going to relax, enjoy myself, and bring the car home in one piece.
And you've also got the all-comers as well later on, haven't you?
Yeah, I've got the all-comers race, qualified. I knocked 10 seconds off my qualifying coming into the Cooper, so yeah, I was looking forward to that.
Yeah, so you're getting money's worth out of 4 races today.
Definitely, but thank you very much to my sponsors, Central Scotland Mini Spares and Jelly Customs, and Martin, Andy and Laura, and my mum Margaret Piggott.
Brilliant. All right, well, you're about to go out. Good luck.
Take it easy. Bye.
Okay, I'm waiting for the podium for the Fiesta ST Cup. They're not down here yet, so for now, the minis are out on track for their second race. I'll hand you back to Lewis in the commentary box.
So now the Mini Cooper Cup heads out onto the circuit in what is going to be a great race too. Of course, the Mini's getting 3 races for the Mini Cooper Cup class, but the R53 class will only get 2. This will be their final race of the weekend, but stick around for race 3 because it is a reverse grid, so it'll be great. But talking about grids, it's going to be a great race, and it's a grid just finally lining up, and we're seeing the marshals on the grid getting the final few checks, and showing the cars where to stop, because of course 2 classes in this race, so they have to leave a slight gap between the R53 and the normal Mini Cooper Cup cars. So it's going to be a great race, and it's going to be exactly like what we've seen in race 1. But in race 1, it was a close race, and it was a race which was really, really hard to overtake. But just because, although we had quite close racing, and it's quite hard to overtake these cars, it caused quite a lot of drama. Because whenever you try to make a move, especially for the back section, it caused contact. And we've seen that with Michael Weddell towards the bottom of the mountain. He tried to go round the outside and then down the inside at the right-hander before it rises up towards the mountain. And whenever he did that, he made contact with Chad Little, and then Chad Little was in the grass going all the way up the mountain. So Michael Weddell, though, of course, last year winning the championship, so he's a highly experienced man, and it should be a great race, and it should be a very close race. And the green flag waves at the back, and we wait for the board to come out to signify to the drivers how long you'll have. I believe that'll be the 1 minute board first, and yes, the 1 minute board is out, so they'll just be waiting for this and just be keeping calm for what will be a great result and what will be a great race. And race 2, it's great conditions for them once again, so they've been very, very lucky. So thanks for tuning in, and thanks for joining us. Let us know down below who you're commenting, who you're supporting, and what race you're looking forward to. Of course, we still have every class that you've seen so far today. They have race 2, and for the Mini Cooper Cup cars, they will have a race 3, which will be a reverse grid, but we'll get into that later whenever it comes time. But now, green flags wave, and they head out on their warm-up lap, and now pressure is starting to rise for these cars, and it's really time where they'll want just to keep calm and just to use their head. But race 1, dramatic race, and it was conditioned very similar to this, so they will know what it feels like to drive 20 minutes around CADWELL Park in these sunny conditions. But you can see already weaving around, getting them brakes hot, getting them tires hot, and just keeping calm in this warm-up lap, using their head and just trying to get it round in one piece by the end of this race, because that's all which matters now. It's championship time, so it's really now time for them just to use their head and just use every ounce of skill that they have. But of course, we just have to wait and see what is going to happen. There is Ian Rowe on your screen, battling right to the last lap there with Neil Hose, but it's going to be Oliver Mortimer that starts on pole position with what is Jamie Blake in second, and Andrew Lamont will be starting in third. Craig Blake will be starting in fourth, with the last year's champion Michael Weddell will be starting in fifth, with Chad Little sixth, Neil Hose seventh, Eamon Rowe eighth, and in ninth position we will have Gordon Long and Ryan Smith round out what is the top 10. So it's going to be an interesting race. We're just going to have to wait and see what is going to happen. The cars are out, sun is out, spectators have a smile on their face because they are watching some superb racing that we have here at the SMRC with some great and superb weather conditions. So now we just head around the final half of the warm-up lap now. Quite a slow warm-up lap for these cars, but it's quite a long lap. It's a 2.19 mile circuit, and it's one that is about double the length of Knockhill, just slightly less than double the length of Knockhill. And it's one that just provides as much of a challenge as Knockhill, because this circuit is actually known as the Mini Nürburgring. So it's quite famous, and it's most famous actually for this corner right here, the mountain. And it's a corner that is respected for all across the UK and even all across the world. There's some high up racers that just love the circuit and love this corner in general and love this rise. It provides a new challenge, and it's something that you don't see every day. It's something that really is the only one in the world. It's such a steep incline, and it's one that if you're a powerful enough car, you can even lift off the ground. So we just wait for the drivers to head around the final couple of corners before we head out for what will be race 2 for the Mini Cooper Cup. So drivers now just keeping calm, and of course the Mini Cooper S Cup cars will be on that front row with a small gap so then we don't get the class confused. But there's a car going into pit lane, actually, and I believe that is one of the Blakes, and it looks like that's Craig Blake that has went into pit lane. So maybe he has some sort of issue with his car, and he's pulling into pit lane. Maybe, though, if he can just speak to his mechanics, maybe his mechanics might say, just go out and try it. He can head to the end of pit lane, get started for the start of the race, and just start from pit lane. But no matter what happens, it's going to be a recovery drive for him. So we just wait for these cars to get going and head off for the first corner, and what will be Coppice and what will be race 2. And our first race 2, actually, of the weekend. So we just wait for the final couple of cars to line up onto the grid. Obviously, front row been waiting quite a while now, but green flag is about to wave at the back, and then we can get going as the marshal just points to the driver in the right direction, tells him what grid slot he belongs in, and then waves the green flag. And he's signified by start marshal, who gives them 5 seconds before we get going, before the first race 2 of the weekend of the Mini Cooper Cup class. And now the real question will be, will Jamie Blake be able to get that jump? And it's Jamie Blake who looks like he's been able to get that jump. It's a terrible start from Oliver Mortimer, and it looks like he's dropping all the way down to 3rd place. So right now, Jamie Blake should take the lead going into turn 1. Before then, we come up to turn 2. Before going into Charlie's, and then coming out of Charlie's will be the straight, and it will be really where we get to see where everyone has ended up. So now they can see the 4 Mini Cooper S Cup cars in their positions right now. You can just see pushing on number 32, Jock Borthwick, just trying to get onto the back of Andrew Lamont and just trying just to catch up and keeping that slipstream and just stay in that slipstream, because if you can stay in the slipstream, you can get dragged along with them. It's quite a weird effect, but your braking marker also has to completely change from them. But now you can just see the gap that's already been made, and Angela Lamont is into 2nd place, actually, so it's a great drive. And it looks like Michael Weddell has been pushed down the order quite a bit to about 7th place right now, as we see Lamont getting sideways heading into Mansfield now. So will Blake go down the outside? It looks like he will. He's right onto the curb, but will he make it stick? It looks like he's going to make it stick. Jamie Blake looks like now he's also trying around the outside at the mountain. But of course now he'll be down the inside. Will they make contact though? Because we've seen it last race. No, they will not. They both make it out alive. And now both cars still going, still pushing on. This is only lap 1 of the Mini Cooper Cup race 2. So now you can just see the other cars of the standard Mini Cooper Cup race just behind them with a slight gap. But now it's the number 32 of Jock Borthwick, who's on the grass heading into Barn, and now we head round the start-finish straight for what will be lap 2 now. So now it's really where we get to see who has got the lap time so far, and it looks like straight out the gate Oliver Mortimer has got about a 3-second gap to 2nd position, Angela Lamont, straight away, so straight on the pace, which is what we love to see. So Angela Lamont in 2nd place right now in the number 5 car of Jamie Blake, still in 3rd place. So Jamie Blake, we've seen him trying that move down into Mansfield, but he just couldn't make it stick. And Jock Borthwick still in 4th position, still working behind him. Chad Little seems to be leading the way in the Mini Cooper Cup class, as Oliver is, of course, in the Mini Cooper Cup S class. So as we see now, actually, Lamont getting into the grass, just tapping the grass, putting the dirt into the air and into his rival's face. But now it is time where we look at the lap times. It actually looks like, it looks like Craig Blake is definitely retired. He's not starting this race. Of course, we see him go into pit lane right at the start and pulling off, but it looks like he's not starting. There he is. Of course, we're speaking to him on the grid, David Taylor, and we just see the amount of dedication that goes into this sport and the amount of dedication that goes into these teams and getting cars fixed after accidents. And it's great to see, and it's great to see Chad Little up at the front in 5th place overall, but 1st place in the class right now. Neil Hose, though, just behind, and just behind them is Michael Weddell, last year's champion. We've seen actually contact from Neil Hose and Michael Weddell last round at Knockhill coming out the hairpin, and it gave Michael Weddell some more work to do. So now, right now, in 3rd place in his class, what can he do? Can he make up time? It looks like a slight gap back to Neil Hose, but if anyone can do it, it is Michael Weddell. Michael Weddell just coming round the final corner now, and just behind them is another battle going on with Ian Monroe and Gordon Long. So battles all the way down the field in the Mini Cooper Cup Mini Cooper Cup class, and it's something that we love to see. We've seen it in race 1, just how close the racing is, all the way down and all the way throughout the field. So you can just see spectators there. It's getting some shade because it is so warm, and it's so warm for these cars and these drivers trying absolutely everything to keep cool. But there is the race leader once again, and number 78 of Oliver Mortimer, and just trying to stay consistent, which is exactly what he's doing. But Angelo Mont setting the fastest lap last time around with a 42.7. So now it's a 2.9 second gap. He's brought the gap down by half a second last lap. So the real question is, can he keep up his momentum? Can he keep doing what he's doing, just keep bridging that gap? But there's Ian Monroe in that yellow Mini Cooper, just trying and just lurking behind Gordon Long right now, just trying to find any way past, because Ian Monroe, he does like a dive bomb. So does everyone else in this class, as Ryan Smith has actually made his way up to 9th place. But there is the number 20. There's number 28 on your screen, and he's made up 1 place and into 14th place. David Taylor into 14th place. So there is last year's champion Michael Weddell making his way through the mountain section and through towards Neil Hose. And Neil Hose, though, will have to multitask almost. He has to somehow defend from Michael Weddell, but then try and catch up and pass Chad Little, because if he can get in front of Chad Little, he can almost push and back off Chad Little into the hands of Michael Weddell. Once that happens and he starts scrapping, that's his chance to get away. So it's really just trying to be strategic here, as there's still 15 minutes left in this race. There's still so much time left in this race. Of course, all races this weekend, except from, of course, the last 2 being 20 minutes long. So these drivers, they've already experienced a 20-minute race. Conditions, though, are even hotter than the race 1. So conditions rising all the way throughout the day. Everyone is loving it, but right now these drivers, they'll be so warm in the car. I don't know if they'll be loving it necessarily, but afterwards they'll love it. They'll get a tan, they'll be able to watch the mates race. But of course, the Mini Cooper Cup cars do have a race 3 later on. It will be a reverse grid race, and it adds something completely different. It's almost similar to what the British Touring Car Championship do. It always adds new people into the mix and provides completely different and close racing from what we're usually seeing. What we're seeing right now, these guys might, for example, be fighting for 9th place next race, and it's their job to make their way through the order. And the thing is, with this class, with racing being so close and lap times being so close, it's so hard to be able to do that. But all these cars are pretty much identical, all of them using identical Yokohama tires and having the same ECU, which basically means it's the driver that makes the difference in this class. It's a driver who finds all the time, as it looks like Ian Monroe and Gordon Long are going at Gordon Long around the outside here, but it looks like Ian Monroe has finally got the better of Gordon Long and in to that position for 7th place right now. He'll be buzzing with that, but of course 7th place overall, which will then put him 4th place in class. So great drive from him so far. You can already see the gap that he's pulled out on Gordon Long, so it really looks like Ian Monroe has some pace, and Ian Monroe can put in some good laps and potentially even catch this leading 3 in the Mini Cooper Cup class. So now we head round Barn, we get cracking on the throttle, and we head through the Cadwell Park sign and through to make it 5 laps on the 5th lap of the race. 4 laps done so far, 7 minutes done this race, and so far it's still a dominant performance up front. Oliver Mortimer leading by what is 4.3 seconds from Angelo Mont. So Angelo Mont a bit further back, but this is racing, anything can happen. We've seen it in the C1 class actually, and that was Finlay Brunton, the championship leader, having to retire from the race and having some kind of mechanical issue. So anything can happen. With conditions being this hot, it really tests not only the driver but the cars, and it really tests mechanics' ability as well, just to stay focused while they're prepping the cars and making sure they haven't missed anything. So it's a real test to everyone around this circuit. As now actually it was like Michael Weddell has made his way through Hose, so it looks like Neil Hose has just dropped back, and now it looks like Chad Little has been let on notice. It's exactly what Chad Little would have wanted, and now it's the question is, can Michael Weddell, now that he's finally in front of Neil Hose, bridge that gap again? Can he do it? But if anyone can do it, it will be Michael Weddell, of course, last year's champion, and now he's really pushing on. You can visibly see whenever he is driving, running that number 1 plate, that he is pushing on. You can see how hard he has to turn that car and just get it where he wants to go. The car is completely listening to him, because these drivers have been spent all weekend just getting comfortable with the track and with the car. because one thing they're not prepared for is these types of conditions, because we're used to being at Knockhill, which is usually slightly cooler than this and slightly more wet, but we're 9 minutes in the race, 11 to go, we're almost at the halfway point. So now it's the time where drivers need to almost start thinking about the points, because this is round 4 of the championship. We're over halfway through the season, and now we really just need to stay focused and stay on it and just get valuable championship points. As Neil Hose, though, looks like he has dropped back from Michael Weddle, so Neil Hose potentially even dropping into the arms of Ian Munro, because Ian Munro will be seeing this, and Ian Munro will be seeing Neil Hose just dropping back slightly, which is going to make him push even harder and have a marker just to go for. And basically whenever Hose will break, Ian Munro will then break half a tenth later. So it's really cool stuff that we have, and it's really a race that is going to develop as we're at the halfway point now in the race, 10 minutes done. And once again, it's still this battle that we've seen, both cars touching the grass. It's something that we've seen all weekend so far, is the cars really enjoying just tapping the grass, just using all of the track and some. It's because also they crack open the throttle in between the two corners and slightly tap on the brakes, maybe even get the rear end coming around slightly just to get the car turned in. It's just getting that initial bite from the car just to get the car turned in. Once they have that bite, they can just get the line they want and go for it, because these cars, they're so great to drive. And a great thing about this class is that in it we have quite a few newcomers, such as Jack Irvin, Jamie Brown, Ewan Robertson and Finn Mack, all newcomers to this series and to racing. So it's great to see newcomers coming to the class and newcomers enjoying the class and enjoying such great venues that we have here. The SMRC have really treated us the past 3 rounds, because we've had Knockhill normal direction for round 2, Knockhill reverse direction for round 3, and now we're here at Cadwell Park for the away round. So 3 rounds in a row, the drivers have had completely different conditions and completely different circuits to learn, because Knockhill and reverse is of course very different to the normal direction, and it's nothing like this right now. I mean, Cadwell Park, it's great being here. You can see for his first turn just how wide it is, just how fast it is. They practically just shift down 1 or 2 gears and just turn it in and just hope it sticks. And that's really what they've been doing all of yesterday, is just having that confidence to be able just to tip it in, get the car turn the wheel, and just hope that the tires just stay there and tires stick to the track, which with the Yokohama tires, they're great, and all these drivers are loving it, because of course right now it's producing some pretty fast lap times, with the best lap being a 1:42.3 from Oliver Mortimer. So Oliver Mortimer now leading by 5.8 seconds from Andrew Lamont. So Andrew Lamont just dropping back slightly further, and Jamie Blake, the only Blake left in the race in that final podium position. So Craig Blake not be able to get that car going again. Maybe he just felt like something wasn't right and retiring it, which sometimes can be the better choice, because if something's wrong with your car, then you can cause more damage and more money if you try to drive it. But it's Michael Weddle who's took all the time off Chad Little. So now Chad Little, will he be feeling the pressure? Will Chad Little crack? He will see the #1 plate. He will see the blue and orange of Michael Weddle behind him, and he will see him lurking and getting closer and closer as each corner goes past, as we head through Hall Bend, then towards the hairpin. The hairpin getting this close to the curb. It's quite a high curb in the inside corner there, so if you go over it, you can bounce the car. So none of these drivers wanting to damage the bottom and the floors of their car. So we come round Barn, we come out of Barn, and then we head down the start-finish straight, and wow, what a lap it is. I mean, you come through here, Coppice, and you just have to get a car turned. In turn 2, you're unable to see, but it's just a long right-hander, and you really have to have faith in your car. You just have to almost center the car going into the corner, and then you come round what is Charlie's, and Charlie's is such a great corner. Charlie's almost links on to turn 2, and you have to get the drive perfectly out of Charlie's to head down what is Park Straight, and here we have the cars waiting for them just to come round what is going to be the Charlie's before. Actually, no, that is Park Corner that we're heading around now towards Chris Curve. And Chris Curve, such a hard corner, because you have to get the car perfectly lined up for Gooseneck, and Gooseneck just have to get the car turned in. You have to be so nimble with the car, and anyone is behind you. That is the place where you're going to crack, because you have to almost brake on the inside curb on the right hand side and then get the car turned in over to the left and then power it out without getting it sideways, which we see quite a lot, and we see this lead-in battle right now. This is for the lead in the Mini Cooper Cup class and not the R53 class, which of course is winning the race overall. But it is Chad Little who leads this group with Michael Weddle in second position and Neil Hose just behind. Eamon Rowe, though, has caught up. Can Eamon Rowe get on that podium position? Eamon Rowe clearly had pace. It just took him some time to get past Gordon Long, which is what we've been saying all weekend. It's so difficult to make passes. It's so difficult to make moves. But there is your 4 cars, and there is Eamon Rowe in that bright yellow Mini Cooper, and it's so easy to tell for us here in the commentary box, and you can just see him now coming through the start-finish line before they hit the timing beam. And what is 15 minutes gone in this race, so just 5 minutes left in this race, and it is still going to be this 4-way battle, I think, right to the end, unless there's some dramatic happens. So right now, Oliver Mortimer still leads away from Angela Mont and Jamie Blake, rounding off that podium position that we have. Chad Little will be leading the Mini Cooper Cup class with Michael Weddle in 5th, Neil Hose 6th, Eamon Rowe 7th, ending up that group battle that we're seeing right now. Gordon Long 8th, Jack Irvin 9th, and Ryan Smith, who we've seen had quite a big issue in qualifying and having to stop the car. He's currently in 10th. So it looks like where he's been all weekend, 9th, 10th, so now it's great that Ryan Smith managed to get the car fixed. It just shows the commitment. Some of these drivers, some of these teams will be working on the car till late yesterday, and now they've managed to get them all ready for the racing today for these 2 races, and some of them even 3 races. Of course, the Mini Cooper Cup class being the only class that gets 3 races, but we'll get into that when we come to it, because it's going to be an exciting one. It's going to be somehow even more exciting than this battle going on right here. Chad Little in 4th place overall, still leading Michael Weddle. Michael Weddle, though, just learning. He's just seeing where he can try and make that move off Chad Little, but Chad Little, there's no giving up in that number 25, that white car. But now, Neil Hose, you've seen it once, and we've seen it again. 6th place right now. He's there, and he's there pretty close. He's just sitting there doing what he needs to do. Trying nothing too insane. He's just putting in the lap times because it's quite a long race. Still 4 minutes left in this race, and it's something that we need to look out for is going to be Neil Hose, because Neil Hose, he can put in lap times, but it is all going to depend on the man behind him, Eamon Rowe. Eamon Rowe is just lurking there. We've seen once he manages to get past the driver, he can just fly away. His pace is incredible whenever he's by himself and has that clear track and a car or two to chase. But getting past this Cadwell Park circuit is showing to be very, very tricky. I see a triple free car there of Robertson, Ewan Robertson, in 12th position right now with a best lap of a 152.6. So Ewan Robertson right now in 12th and having quite a good drive, of course, but now we see side by side is Little and Weddle, and it looks like Weddle's going to try and go round the outside here as we head for Park Corner 2 Chris Curve. Will he stay around the outside? No, he will. Yes, he will, and this will leave the door open for Neil Hose, and now Neil Hose is through. Will Eamon Rowe want to try to find a way past as well and put last year's champion all the way down to 4th in class, and then overall, even further down, overall it will go down to 7th position. So right now, Neil Hose managing to find a way past as Michael Weddle. We've seen it last race as well, just trying to go around the outside at that corner, and once again, a tiny bit too optimistic, and it's resulted in dropping back positions and losing a lot of time. So now what will Michael Weddle do? Will he just stay cool, put in the laps as we head over the rise and head over towards what is just 2 minutes left in this race? They just have to stay calm. They just have to keep it clean. We should get about 2 laps left in this race, I would say, and Oliver Mortimer still leads up front, but it is Neil Hose who goes wide and lets Weddle through and lets Weddle pass as we head into the final corner. It looks like Eamon Rowe as well was looking to go down the inside, and yes he was, and yes he is trying to make it, but now he'll be going down the outside going into Coppets for turn 1. So will he brave it out? Will he send it down the outside, and will he try and just make the move stick? And yes, he is trying, but will it work? We're just going to have to wait and see what's going to happen. Eamon Rowe, of course, in the bright yellow car, but this is lit. The number 25 of Chad Little off the loose. And now Mike Weddle has, of course, found the way through, and so has Eamon Rowe. Eamon Rowe just find a way past Neil Hose. going through that first corner. Round the outside, very, very brave, but of course, turn 2 is a right-hander, so it switches back. So all he had to do was stick around the outside, and then he had the advantage with just 1 minute left in this race. We are watching the battle for the Mini Cooper Cup class, and the battle for the lead in that class, and the battle for what is 4th overall. And once again, we've seen it last lap that they're producing some great racing, and it's something that they have to be proud of as we wait for these drivers just to come round. As the leader, Oliver Mortimer, number 70 on the track right now. Such bright colours. You know, he's got some black, he's got some pink, and he really makes him stand out from the crowd. So the 333 now on your screen, Robertson, as the number 17 goes through your picture. Chris Cockburn in 11th place. So Chris Cockburn having quite a good drive and having quite a good battle with Ewan Robertson. So now we just see the battle through. You see a battle coming through the mountain course as we wait for the leaders. As there is Ian Monroe having the battle with Neil Hose as the leader is coming through what has been about half a lap now. So that all the drivers now is heading on to their last lap as what has been a great race so far, especially in this Mini Cooper Cup class, as the R53 class is kind of widened out throughout the race. And now Oliver Mortimer has put on a dominant show, and he's just getting ready, going to get ready to come through the mountain section and come round the final couple of corners. And there he is there, coming through the final corner now towards what is Barn, towards the line and towards the race victory. Race 2 win will go to Oliver Mortimer, and what a victory it has been. He's dominated it from lap 1, and last time round 6.1 second lead he had, and over Andrew Lamont, and now it's 4.6 second lead. Maybe just take it a bit tentative on that last lap as Jamie Blake comes home to round out that podium. But all eyes are on this battle for the Mini Cooper Cup class win and their podium. So now what will happen? Chad Little was leading on going on to the last lap, so now will he hold on to it? We wait and see, and Chad Little looks like he should be coming home in what should be 4th position. So Chad Little having a great drive, 4th overall and 1st in his class, which is really all he needs. So yeah, there is Chad Little heading through Hall Bend, such a technical part of the circuit. So now it's just time for him to come round and for them to come through. And there they are there, Chad Little coming through the final couple of corners. And right behind him is Michael Weddell. So Michael Weddell really pushing on for that position, for that win in his class, but he cannot make it work. It's Chad Little who wins his class and becomes home 4th place overall. Michael Weddell coming home in 5th, with Neil Hose should be getting that 6th place. Yep, Ian Monroe dropping down to 7th, with Gordon Long, who was battling with Ian Monroe earlier on in that grey car, will become home in 8th, with Jack Irvin 9th. And just closely behind Jack Irvin, we will have Ryan Smith's actually jumped up to 9th, with Jack Irvin dropping down to 10th. So Jack Irvin rounds out your top 10 in what has been a great race for him in the Cooper Cup. And your race winner, Oliver Mortimer, once again putting on a great show, and just once again showing off his talent and showing off what he can actually do. And it's such hot conditions for these drivers. So Oliver Mortimer not giving in and trying as hard as he can and just putting in consistent laps, which is all he needed to do. Last time round was a 44.5, which was about 2 seconds slower than his fastest lap, but the top 2 actually both setting 42s that race. So Andrew Lamont putting in the pace and showing off what he can do. So great drive once again from Oliver Mortimer, and exactly what he would have wanted. But once again, it's the battle for the Mini Cooper Cup class and for that 4th place position overall between Chad Little, Michael Weddell, Neil Hose, and even Ian Monroe. So it was a 4-car battle, and what a 4-car battle it was. It was a battle that we expected to see, and that I do expect to see in this next race, in race 3, which will be a reverse grid, of course, and we'll get into that whenever we come to it. But now, what a great race that was. We're just waiting for the cars to make their way through the final cooldown lap. Before then, we come in and we can hear from the podium position and before we get ready for our next race. So the conditions, you can see blue skies, barely a cloud in the sky, over 24 degrees right now at Cadwell Park. It's the best weekend we could have chose. All Scotsmen right now getting burnt in the sun. It's what we love though. The SMRC couldn't have chose a better weekend, but for these drivers it's so tough to race. And then you can just see now the track not live at the moment. We're just waiting for the final cars to head in to the holding area and head into the pit lane. So we're just waiting for these cars to make their way through, and there is what has been quite a good corner to watch them through, especially in this next race that's coming up, and that is the hairpin corner, because you can really get the rear end just stepping out of the car, and you can really just dance the car about and enjoy it, really, which is what we love to see. It's just people enjoying themselves in race cars as we wait for drivers just to come into the paddock, come into the holding area before we can get underway with our next race. But there is that pit lane that the drivers have just headed up, and it's obviously in a different area from what we're used to seeing it at most racetracks. It will be on the start-finish straight, but here at Cadwell Park we use the top pit lane to give us a bit more room and access to the paddock. So it's great to see us here at Cadwell Park. It's quite a long drive for us here from Scotland and from people living near Knockhill. It's about a 7-hour drive down here to Cadwell Park from Knockhill, so it's great. It's great for these. You can see the final safety vehicle coming in and the 32 following behind. And now, as we wait to go on to the next race of the day, let's hear from some of the drivers.
Oh, I'm on channel 2. Well, we've got the second race about to come up for the Scottish Classic Saloon Championship, and again, over the moon with the sight of these cars. Russell Patterson won the first race. John Kimmond in the lovely Rover Vitesse V8. But we're going to have a quick chat with Mr. Reynolds in this absolutely fantastic looking Escort Mark II. He was racing out in Thruxton last week, and here he is at Cadwell Park. How are you, sir?
Yeah, very good. Bit warm, but fine.
Oh, you've got a fan in there. That's not for the race, is it?
Yeah, no, unfortunately, you've got to take that out.
Built before the days of air conditioning this.
Sure, well, we need it, don't we? Really do. Never mind, mustn't moan.
No, so you're out in Thruxton last week. You're here at Cadwell Park. You having a good time in the Escort at the moment?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I'm enjoying it, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? And meeting new people and seeing some old friends. Good fun.
Yeah, I know. Where have you been so far this year, then?
Well, really, I've been around most of the circuits already, I think. I've done about 5 or 6 circuits this year. Brands and Lyddon. Yeah. Well, you know, Lyddon next week again.
How's the car been coping?
Struggling with the heat.
Really?
Yeah, really is.
Yeah, was it down on power, or was it just not sticking to the road?
Yeah, and what happens then is when it does get hot, then you lose a bit of BHP. So, but anyway, I'm hoping not to get tucked up behind Andy this time.
You've got to get past him off the line, haven't you?
Yeah, I can get in front of him so I can get some clean air.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Let's go and have a quick chat with this man here in the TR8. He looks rather warm. No air conditioning in there?
No conditioning whatsoever. But it is very, very hot.
Yeah, it is. These old cars, they don't like the heat, really, do they?
No, not at all. I'm just hoping this is going to survive, because it is starting to get a little bit hotter again. So I'm just hoping, with everything going well, it'll survive. I'll just try and keep this Escort behind me and stuff like that.
He was just saying he's after you on the line.
We'll see about that. I've got V8, so hopefully I'll get him off the line.
Yeah, perfect. Well, we can't wait to see what happens. Good luck.
Thanks very much.
I think we've got a few minutes, so let's have a bit of a wander around. Let's go and speak to Russell Patterson, winner of race 1. Russell, you've got to get it right off the line here, haven't you?
Well, I've got to make a better effort, yes. That was pathetic last time, but never mind.
Yeah, and that big Rover breathing down your neck, do you reckon he'll take you?
Yeah, he's very quick. It's hard to see at this track just what car is going to be quicker for the first few hundred yards. We shall see.
What's the track temperature's risen? It's very hot now. What difference is that going to make with the tyres? You've got to be a bit more careful.
Haven't a clue.
We'll wait and see, shall we?
First time at Cadwell with we're running Yokohamas.
Yeah.
Today, never used them at Cadwell before. It's usually Dunlops. We'll soon find out when we're on track.
Yeah, we certainly will. Well, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. And let's. Oh, the camera behind me. Let's go over here, and there's a lovely Lotus XL I want to have a look at. If the cameraman can follow me. Oh, actually, let's go and get the podium for the previous race as they're here. Beaming down the Rory Butcher from the SMRC, giving out the awards. We've got this lovely MGB here and another Golf. Lovely stuff. And first, Chad Little. There's Chad Little taking the win. Second in the championship coming into this round. Yeah, we'll dive in, shall we? Rory's giving me the nod. Can we, Chad, let's get you down.
Well done, Chad.
Well done, Chad.
Aye.
Long race. Talk us through that.
Well, I got a flying start. Managed to get a bit of a gap, but I couldn't really maintain it. Under pressure for the last half of the race. But kept it together and managed to get the win.
Yeah, there was sixth final for the overall top spot in the end. So to keep him behind you, especially around it, well, it's pretty easy to keep him behind you around this course. It's very easy to defend, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to overtake, but when you're under pressure, it's easy to make a mistake, and that'll be the difference. But I kept it.
So you got one more race this afternoon, same again?
I hope so. It depends what I draw at the ballot. Hopefully not number 8.
All right, well, congratulations. Go and enjoy this for now.
Thank you very much.
Well, the classics are just going out on track, so I'll hand you over to Lewis to take you through all the action.
So we are back, and it's time for race 2 of the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship. And for the first time this weekend in the commentary box, I'm joined by a special guest. So why don't you introduce yourself to everyone at home?
Hi, Malcolm Smith, occasional summariser at Knockhill Classics events.
And well, of course, we have this Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon. It's a championship that you love yourself, and why don't you tell everyone at home what it is that you're attracted to for this championship?
Yeah, great variety of cars, competitiveness throughout, and enthusiastic drivers who are all supportive of each other and make the event not just an on-track spectacle, but off-track and socially they have a great camaraderie, and the great atmosphere that goes with it is what makes it so enjoyable.
Yeah, it certainly is. And one thing that I love myself is just seeing these older cars pushed to their limits and pushed to where we used to see them back in the day. And obviously, you've watched these cars growing up yourself, and I'm sure it's quite a spectacle seeing them back on track, finally pushed to the limit again.
Yeah, it is, and they are, as you describe them, pushed to the limit. They're enthusiastically driven by predominantly people who build them and maintain them themselves, and have been enthusiastic about them for many years. We have a combination today of predominantly cars that race in the Scottish Championship and several local competitors who've come as guests to support the event as well, which is very encouraging to see their enthusiasm for it. And the drivers and the club are delighted that once again, as we saw last year here, several local drivers have come along and are all part of the spectacle.
Yeah, it certainly is. And in race 1, we seen Russell Patterson storming off of the victory, and even in qualifying 4 seconds faster than everyone else in his Morgan. What do you think it is that sets him out from everyone else?
Well, he's a particularly experienced driver. He won already this year at this circuit. He won the Morgan Challenge here back in May. His car is in the invitation class of the championship, so it isn't the championship as such, it's invitation, so his car is particularly more powerful and developed than, say, the Blue Morgan we saw in the first race driven by his son, Elliot, which sadly isn't in this race because it's had problems with the steering box, and it's not something that could be repaired at a track, so great disappointment for Elliot, who was going well in race 1. But yeah, there's quite a difference in specifications of these 2 Morgan cars.
Yeah, it certainly is. And as you mentioned, with that mechanical issue from Elliot Patterson, it just it shows once again with these old classic cars, with them getting pushed just as hard as they should be, mechanical issues do start to appear again, and they can be somewhat unreliable.
Yeah, you could have a problem. It's something that may occur anywhere without warning, and in the particular instance there was perhaps not something that would have been a regular or foreseen breakdown, and it's sad that having come all this way, only one race was completed. But from race 1, another driver, Alistair Coates, he's not starting this one either. That was the green Ford Escort that in the immaculate Walkinshaw period colours that we saw in the first event, number 2. So sadly he's not here, but we still have 18 and a competitive race ahead with, I'm sure, in the increasing heat, some testing times for tyres and brakes that some drivers found already in race 1 earlier on.
Yeah, the conditions over 20 degrees right now at Cadwell Park, and the drivers just on the warm-up lap right now, just trying to get as much heat and temperature into their tyres without overheating them. And it's really at the point now where everyone, especially Andrew Graham, is just going to have to just try and find any way past Russell Patterson, because we've seen it in race 1. The start was not good, and somehow he still managed, after making a bad initial launch, to head up to that first corner first. So it's all going to be on start. Can Andrew Graham break Patterson's lead?
Well, the first 3 cars certainly are all going to be quick off the line with the power they've got. But yeah, you do get situations now with components being at the height of their temperature that we may find they may not all get the best start. There's cars coming down the hill now there. We can see the Lotus of Craig Houston there, number 91. He had a minor clutch problem in race 1, but he managed to fight his way back up and finished very strongly. Charlie Cope's Golf there, just going through the picture, the white Golf. He had brake and tyre problems in race 1, but now hopefully fully resolved. And another good run from him, as this is a circuit that he's driven well at before.
Yeah, and obviously, as we mentioned earlier, there's so many different styles of cars in this class. It's such an open class, and it's a great race because of that. Even though they're completely different cars, they still produce some great racing. But with it being such a hot day, do you think, for example, Russell Patterson in that pole position will be helped with the car having far more airflow coming to him in these hot conditions?
Well, he's in a very, very well developed car. It should be well suited to this. It's in a state of development that you would find it hard to bet against him at this stage. But still, it's a competitive time on track, and in the hot conditions, who knows about reliability? It might vary. A couple of our guest drivers there, the Escort and the Mini Marcos, going through. Another one here, the Triumph GT6, and just in camera now there, the 247. That was the Clan Crusader of Peter Richards, who's been a campaigner of imp-powered Clan cars for over 30 years, and a stalwart of club racing.
Yeah, we've seen him race 1, Pete Richards, just getting that car squirrely. It's great seeing these cars getting pushed to the limit once again, but we wait for the cars to line up on what is going to be an exciting race, what is going to be race 2 of the Classic Sports and Saloon. We're going to wait for the board to raise in the air to signify to the drivers that there's 5 seconds until the race starts and until we get underway, and the tension will start to rise on the grid, and Russell Patterson will be hoping for a better start and be able just to get that car off the line, because next to him, of course, he does have John Kinmond, who got a pretty good start last time round, and he'll be wanting to try and recreate that and try and lead the way into the first corner. But the green flag waves at the back. The 5-second board is up in the air. We wait for the lights to appear on. The lights are on. And the lights are off, and we are racing for race 2 of the Classic Sports and Saloon. And once again, Russell Patterson did not get a great start. And it's going to be John Kinmond who leads the way heading into Coppets for the first turn. But Russell Patterson down the inside, just trying not to drop back to third place, staying in second. There's a car in the grass there. And once again, we've seen it all clean through this first corner. But it's not Russell Patterson in first place right now. It's John Kinmond. John Kinmond leads the way.
Yeah, and Martin Reynolds did well there to get ahead of Andy Graham. Graham also under Pressure here from Alistair Bapty in the MGB V8, followed by the two Golfs of Moll and Cope.
Yeah, we see just these cars, just how clean they look and just how well they've been looked after. And Martin Reynolds is one that sticks out to me, the Ford Escort. It just looks so good. And watching them come over the mountain, it's just great to see. It can put a smile on absolutely anyone's face. But John Kimmon still leads the way, and we see that in race 1. Just John Kimmon's driving style is something else.
Yeah, it can be quite spectacular at times. I watched him as he approached the hairpin in race 1, and yeah, it was a little lurid as the race developed, but yeah, always under control and taking advantage there of the slightly slower start by Patterson as we see them climbing up. Nice.
Yeah, now we know that CADWELL Park is so difficult to overtake, especially this back section and towards the hairpin and barn. But so the real question is going to be, can maybe John Kimmon just keep Russell Patterson behind for these 20 minutes and just defend for his life?
Yeah, this very long, wide car will be coming wider because he's centrally placed there. Patterson's getting closer, but not close enough. And we see then Reynolds keeping ahead of Graham, and a little gap there to Bapty, and a similar gap between the two Golfs.
Yeah, and John Kimmon obviously sits fastest lap of the race as he's in the lead of the race, but it was 0.4 of a second that time round at the line between first and second. So Russell Patterson right now, will he start to get a bit concerned with this lead, or will he just sit back and learn from Kimmon?
Well, he's maybe biding his time. The bigger, heavier car's going to take more of a toll on brakes as the race continues. Russell's being lighter and probably with even bigger brakes than the Rover under the size of wheels that the Morgan has. That will be to his advantage as the race continues.
Yeah, and Andrew Graham, of course, in 4th place right now, and just behind him, Alistair Bapty, just smoke coming from his rear. So maybe just a bit of bodywork hitting against his wheel.
Yeah, I wondered about that earlier. I saw him in qualifying, or I wondered if there was some oil surge, if I can call it that, just at that one point as he started to come down from the top. He did show that earlier, and yeah, Patterson slightly closer as they come past our commentary position this time, and the next three similarly close. Cope not making inroads into the Golf of Berg as I thought he might, and after them, yeah, Bapty's definitely closer this time.
Yeah,
in the MG.
Yeah, he certainly is. And
Russell Patterson is pulling off.
Yeah, he's got some kind of issue.
Or slowing up anyway.
Yeah, he's slowing down. He's getting overtaken by every single car. The dream of winning the 2 races is over. It looks like Russell Patterson has some sort of issue. We don't know just yet. He's still going round, so he might just limp it back to the pit lane.
Yeah, that's very disappointing for him. And the thought of his late charge in the race, as we mentioned, we've obviously been the kiss of disappointment for him there. Yeah, he's directing Moll to pass him, and yeah, really disappointing for him.
So, yeah, so do you think maybe that may have been down to these hot conditions that we could have had, just taking a toll on the car?
Potentially could be, yeah. There's nothing outwardly. We're not seeing signs of smoke. We're not seeing something that caused them to pull over immediately as if there'd been a catastrophic failure. So the car still runs, but whether it's got to the stage it's running particularly hot, although I would have thought he might have come in sooner than have that problem. But as we see, Craig Houston having got past the green Lotus 7 that he was behind on the last lap, so Houston progressing well, and still Reynolds perhaps slightly closer to Kinman this time.
Yeah, all eyes are now going to be on this top 3. This is the top 3 for the podium now. John Kinman leads the way, and we're about to see John Kinman come through the hairpin, and that time it was pretty steady there. It's probably the cleanest I've ever seen him around there. But Andrew Graham right now in 3rd place. He's just defending from Alistair Bapty, which once again we've seen that smoke coming out of his car, and it's something that I don't think is too much to worry about, as it happens almost at the same place every single lap.
Yeah, it must be something that's similarly happening each time over the top of the hill there. But yeah, nothing that's concerning him so far. And Kinman perhaps slightly ahead now in the Rover, further ahead in the Rover of second place. Reynolds Escort, Graham third in the TR7 V8, and similarly Rover powered V8 of Alistair Bapty in fourth place.
Yeah, and talking about Graham, he's just set the fastest lap of the race, so a 1:42.6. The top three actually in the 1:42.6s with their best lap. So all the drivers right now pushing on, and they're pushing each other on, which is something that we see quite a lot in racing. Is whenever you get in a group, you just see them start to bunch up. But now we see it. Back markers are starting to get into play.
Yep, it's going to be something that maybe to the advantage of some and the disadvantage of others. Nice shot of them there. Reynolds again able to close up under braking. He's potentially in a lighter car, and yeah, his technique there is excellent.
Yeah, it certainly is. You see him coming over the mountain now, and what a shot that is. I mean, you just see John Kinman just putting it through Hall Bend now before we go into the hairpin, and will he keep it clean this time round, or will he have the rear end sticking out at an angle, and we wait to see. And he's once again, he's taking a far more conservative approach this time out now that he's in first place and has some pressure from Martin Reynolds.
Yeah, he's maybe just decided that little bit of consolidation there, and then he can open up when he comes out on the start-finish line. And Graham closer to Reynolds this time, but as you mentioned earlier, not an easy place to pass, so any thought of that has to be worked out well in advance, and have a really clean lap in order to get the best advantage.
Yeah, it certainly is, and certainly with John Kinman's car, it's such a wide and long car that you really have to be committed and be able to make a move and have to line up. So maybe right now Martin Reynolds just trying to decide where he can make this move, as it's a 9/10 of a second gap, so it's a pretty decent sized gap right now. It's a comfortable gap, but all it takes is one corner to run wide.
Yeah, it's manageable at the moment, and we saw a clip a few seconds ago there of further down the order, Adam Kinman and his Rover Vitesse being pursued by Jimmy Crow in the white Escort. Meanwhile, back to the leaders again, and yeah, Graham continues closer to the 27 car of Reynolds, and Bapty a couple of feet behind.
Yeah, I mean, in this class, of course, in this race, we have multiple classes. It's great to see that although there's completely different classes in this, they can all fight up front for the victory.
Yeah, very much so, yeah. The overall champion in the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloons has come from virtually all classes over the last 15 years or so. So the lowest powered Class A cars, which unfortunately we don't have any of here today, have been the winner overall in the past, and right up to the most powerful cars have been the overall winner.
Yeah, and they come across the start-finish line now, and once again it's Graham just trying to defend from Bapty, and we come across the line to go in the sixth lap of this race. 9 minutes completed throughout this 20-minute lap race, and at this point, putting about these heavier, older cars, do you think in this 20-minute race with these conditions that by the end of the race it's going to start getting to a bit of fitness might come into play?
Well, it may do to a point. Interestingly, for the cars, normally at Knockhill they run for 15-minute races, so this is a little bonus. If you're at the front and winning and your car's going well, another 5 minutes might not be a bonus if you're putting a strain on your vehicle. But as we see, Alistair Bapty closest. He's been all race to the 78 TO, and he's got past Graham. Bapty's got past there.
Yeah, and throwing smoke in Graham's face as he heads round what is Gooseneck and down to Mansfield. And out of Mansfield we go, and it's still Kinman who leads away from Martin Reynolds, but Martin Reynolds is not going anywhere. He may just be sitting there just trying to learn on where he can make this move later on in the race, as we're halfway through, 10 minutes through in this race as we head up the mountain.
Yeah, he's got that surely to the front of his mind, and interestingly, Graham said at the start of the interview that he felt that the temperature was getting a little bit on the high side, so maybe his car's not running at its peak of efficiency in heat. Here we see Donald Dewar in golf about to be lapped by the leader. Oh, in fact, Dewar is passed by the leading four cars.
Yeah, just trying to get out of the way there.
doing his best. Yeah, he didn't have the best of times in qualifying early on in the race. And here as we come along the straight again, Graham's gone past Bapti. Oh, very close as they climb.
Yeah, blue flags waving out, just trying to tell back markers that faster cars are, of course, approaching.
Yeah.
And back markers doing a great job of getting out of the way and not interfering with this great race that we have at the front.
Yeah, they're aware of what's going on around them so far, and that's encouraging that they can keep the flow of the event going as we would like to see it. Still Kinman again making his way from Reynolds. At some points he seems further ahead, and others Reynolds able to make up quite a bit of ground under braking.
Certainly does, but once again it's this battle for third place that seems to be raging on, and it looks like Bapti is not giving in. You can just see every single time for that corner, every single time for Gooseneck, it's just smoke pouring out his rear end, but whatever it is, it's not affecting his speed because he's closing up, and he's closing up fast once again on Andrew Graham.
Yeah, he's well up each time, and it maybe slightly further behind that time.
As we head round to see some more back markers appearing, and 11 minutes and 50 seconds into this race, only 8 minutes left now for this race, and now they come through the hairpin. We can see a couple of cars just trying to find their way with blue flags waving, of course, for John Kinman, race leader, but with him getting slightly held up there, now we can see once again they're starting to bunch up.
Yeah, they come up on the rear of Charles College in the blue Mini Marcos number 50, and the red clan of Peter Richards, and one of the XR2 class cars as well.
Yeah, of course, the XR2 cars being Class H in this classic Sports and Saloon Championship. But once again, you can see it's Graham that is in third place, but lurking behind him it is Alistair Bapti, and he's just trying to find any way past. But once again, it just depends on what corner it is, because Alistair Bapti looks like he's lost a lot of time on the straight there, as it looked like almost Graham was trying to find a way past Martin Reynolds.
Yeah, it was a slightly different look there, but then again Reynolds moves away. Meanwhile, 78 of Graham and Bapti. Oh, and we've seen one of the rear bike markers, that's the Triumph GT6, pull off there, and on screen Graham is close to Reynolds. Oh, Reynolds slightly wide there, given another opportunity to Graham, and meanwhile as they fight with each other, this has allowed Kinman to increase his lead slightly. So noticeable increase in lead there as Reynolds was slightly sideways, and Bapti incredibly close here, but not a place he's ever going to be able to overtake.
Yeah, so was trying to overtake, especially at this part of the lap. But yeah, it was Clive Gibson who went into the grass there. We've seen actually in race one that Clive had some sort of issue. We've seen the hood up of the car at the end of the race, and they had to retire, which obviously is not what he was wanting.
Yeah, some lunchtime repairs have got him back out there again, which is great for one of our local competitors coming along to join in and really make it an interesting field, because there aren't too many Triumph GT6s on the go. And this is Ronnie Haynes in the yellow Escort Mexico, being lapped by John Kinman, and the following three cars about to do the same.
Yeah, you can just see him powering up the hill, powering through Park Straight, heading to Park Corner and getting the car turned in. And with these older cars, obviously they're much heavier, so you have to properly line up the corners. You can actually see it was like Martin Reynolds just getting slightly held up there, so maybe this might play into Graham's hands. As you see, almost contact there while he tries to lap him, while Andrew Graham tries to get past him. Bapti just being as aggressive with the back markers, so clearly back markers getting no sympathy.
Maybe not quite as much as they might have it at other times, but yeah, it is quite a tight track, and the cars that are on the lead lap are trying to maintain their advantage and keep up with each other. So yeah, the back marker effect there has seemed to spread them out a little, but the biggest spreading of all is Kinman's ability to increase his lead.
Yes, certainly. As last time round, it was a 3-second lead that Kinman had, so he's just keeping it up and he's keeping it steady. So it's going to be interesting as we come around this time with, of course, back markers coming into play that time round on what is going to happen. Will the gap increase? It looks like it probably will, because I believe Martin Reynolds did get held up by a back marker, and that gap does look pretty significant right now. So it looks like John Kinman right now just has to bring this home. I mean, anything can happen, obviously, in racing, but we come across line 0.8 of a second. It's risen by that time round, so Martin Reynolds dropping back slightly because of back markers, but of course, this is racing. It's just all about luck from whenever you get to them.
Yeah, and you can see that there's quite a substantial gap, not only between Kinman and the yellow and white and blue escort there of Reynolds in second place, but this group of 4 cars have pulled away considerably from next up, which is the 2 Golfs, the 5th place of Tim Moll, then Charlie Cope, and then it's the Lotus battle between Gary Thomas and Craig Houston.
Yeah, so battles all the way down the field, which is great to see. It's great to see such a mixed field, but yet all the way down through the order we have these battles, and we have these battles raging on for the whole race. 60 minutes in the race, just 4 minutes left, and once again you can see the smoke from Alistair Baptine. You can see just how smooth Martin Reynolds is trying to be right now, using every single inch of the track. He's being pinpoint perfect.
Yeah, a good approach from him that time, no wide running, and yeah, I think in the conditions here being as hot as they are, the cars are maybe not quite performing at the levels they might otherwise have done in cooler conditions. They're sort of running in the 1 minute 42 is the best laps that they've done so far. Sometimes now dipping into 1 minute 43, so they're not quite as fast as they would have been in slightly milder conditions.
Yeah, certainly not, but maybe now there's getting to the point where their brakes are starting to fade a little bit and running wide into corners, and it's really now where every single lap at every single corner you may just have to change your braking marker, which is where experience really comes into play.
Yeah, the brake issue is a very good point. Yeah, in these conditions, in the quite tight confines where there's a lot of braking to be done, it's look for it, and there's got a back marker again with the first 4 cruising by. You're passing the Golf of Donald Dewar.
Yeah, so just trying to get past them right now, around the outside of the back markers. Now it's at the point in the race where blue flags are flying absolutely everywhere. Martin Reynolds that time round set the fastest lap of the race, actually, with a 1:41.729. So the only person in this race in the 41s.
Brilliant. Yeah, that's especially good considering it's at this point where we might have thought his optimum performance wouldn't have been available. So yeah, perhaps it got to a stage where he had a little less pressure behind him and it allowed him to charge ahead. And yeah, he certainly has reduced the gap to John Kinman, both with his increasing performance and perhaps Kinman's car suffering a bit from brake issues. Yeah, notably quicker. And meanwhile, the 2 cars of 78 of Graham, the TVR 7V8 and Alistair Baptiste's MG there, number 13, very close together again.
Yeah, as we head around the final couple of corners around the circuit, which I believe will be the final lap of the race. So now if Martin Reynolds wants to make anything out of this race, any victory, he needs to do it now, as the gap is now just 1.3 seconds that time round, and another lap in the 41 seconds. So that time round, actually, I believe that was another fastest lap. Yes, it was a 1:41.635. So once again, the only person in the 1:41. So Martin Reynolds on this final lap is still pushing on.
Very much so. Yeah, he's making a great effort.
Yeah, you could just see in the final couple of laps, you could just see he's starting to keep his driving far more smooth, and that's clearly coming to him as this track takes consistency. You just have to be smooth. You can't attack this track too much at some of these corners.
Yeah, it's proved to be effective, and he's maybe hoping that they'd added on a couple of laps. It would have given him a bit more time to catch the mighty Rover there, number 63 of John Kinman.
Yeah, you can just see visibly that gap has came down significantly over the past couple of laps. You don't even need a timing screen in front of you to know that, but now it's on the final laps. It doesn't look like John Kinman is going to get attacked for this first place.
No, it would seem not, but no. Yeah, he's maybe a little smoother there than he might otherwise have done, just to be certain of not doing anything that would compromise his position.
Yeah, now we're just waiting for John Kimmin just to come around the final couple of corners before he powers it down for the straight for the final time. There he is in your picture, just behind Martin Reynolds. But it's John Kimmin who wins race 2 of the Classic Sports and Saloon Championship, with Martin Reynolds in second and Andrew Graham coming home in third, with Alistair Baptiste just getting 4th place. A great battle between the top 4 there all throughout the race, and Tim Mull should come home in 5th.
Yeah, superb. A great track, great weather, great competition, and a superb spectacle of classic car racing. We see coming over the line now, that Mull and now Jimmy Crow in the Escort RS 2000. And we now await the next of the field to come through.
So obviously Russell Patterson DNFing from that race after having some kind of mechanical issue. But I don't think he can't be too disappointed from this weekend. He's shown some amazing pace, qualifying 4 seconds faster than everyone and over a 10-second lead for race 1. So although he got a DNF, he clearly shown everyone exactly what he can do here at SMRC.
Yeah, it was a great performance in the first race, and hopefully we'll see him out again soon at Knockhill and joining in at the front, where he certainly seems to be on a regular basis.
Yeah, he certainly does, and you can just see punch in the air there is John Kimmin, and John Kimmin will be absolutely delighted with that. A 1:41.7 on his last lap, actually, so he managed just to match the pace of Martin Reynolds on that final lap. So it's just proven once again that even though these cars are older and it was late on in the race, these drivers clearly still pushing, and what a spectacle it is to see.
Yeah, very enjoyable, and thanks for the opportunity to join in the commentary again, and I may well be back on air at Knockhill before long.
Yep, thanks for joining us, and thanks. It was great having you, and great having your insight and knowledge. So yeah, thanks for having us, and
my pleasure.
Cheers.
Until next time.
Yeah, until next time.
Thank you.
Hopefully you'll hear him at Knockhill Racing Circuit, where it will be round 5 of the SMRC Car Racing Championship, and we will be back in Scotland for that round. So now it is time where they'll head into the holding areas. After a pretty commanding victory from John Kim in the final couple of laps, he did allow Martin Reynolds just to catch up, but he kept his cool, he kept it clean, and on the final lap he set his personal best lap of the race, and not far off the fastest lap, about a 10th of a second off the fastest lap of the race. That's on the final time round from John Kimmin, so he wouldn't allow Martin Reynolds to catch up. So John Kimmin taking the race victory, coming in to Parc Fermé and back to the paddock after what was race 2 of the Classic Sports and Saloon, and what a race it was, as the top 4 throughout the whole race just battled right to the end, and that's what is great to see in this class. Although they're older cars, and although these cars probably shouldn't be racing, as I guess you could say, they are, and it's great to see, and it's producing great racing, which is exactly why we're here, is just for great racing. It's run by people who love motorsport and love car racing, which is exactly why they're still doing it. So great to see, and great to have a guest in the commentary box as always. My name is Lewis Ray, taking you through today's action, and of course that was the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship, which is sponsored by Edinburgh Watch Company. So it's great having sponsors along in this series. It's great having so many people supporting the SMRC Championship, and of course the SMRC Championship is sponsored by Reese Motorsport Insurance. So it's great having more sponsors involved, more money in sport, making the sport safer, and we can hopefully expand the SMRC in the future. So yeah, it's great having you along, and hello if you're just joining us. It's great you're just joining us in the middle of race 2s. So coming up next, we will have the C1 Cup, which last round it was a great battle in the C1 Cup, and yeah, so it's time to pass over down to Parc Fermé to hear from some of the drivers before we head into race 2 of the C1 Cup.
That's right, so race 2 is about to get underway. At the front of the field we have Thomas Kuma Thomas. Bit of damage to your car. What's going on there?
Oh, it's depends. That was from going off-road. I mean, it's been cracked for a while now, but it got slightly larger this afternoon. As for the rest of the damage, it's just sort of
Part and parcel of being a C1.
Yeah, battle wounds that have been accumulated over a long time now.
Have you found it here at CADWELL? It's the first race was absolutely outstanding. I mean, it's momentum-based, these races, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. It's all about sort of staying with the right pack, I guess. As long as you're sort of near the front and you're sticking there, kind of, it's all to play.
There's no room for mistakes, is it?
Not really, no. Just grass and then tyre wall. If you screw up, it's bad.
Yeah, so what's the plan off the line?
Try not to miss second, I suppose, and take it from there.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, let's go to Mr. Dunn, who's I'll close that for you. Who's needs the points for the championship. Started second this race. Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, not looking forward to the heat right enough, but yeah, not a good race. Starting from second, be good to try and get a jump in Thomas into the first corner and see what goes from there. But get a few fast guys around me, so just hope for another clean race. Hopefully the tyres and the brakes hold up again.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, it's really hot. Right, they've called you, so Ross, I'll let you go. Cheers. So the cars are on their way onto track. I'm just seeing if the podium is coming for the classics. They're not here yet. So for now, there goes Sam Corson. He's going to be one to watch for this race. I've not seen, is Finlay Brunson back out? I'm not too sure. Surely Lewis will get a grip on that, but I'll hand you back to Lewis in the commentary box and he'll talk you through all the action.
And it is time now for the C1 Cup. It is race 2 of the C1 Cup, and it's going to be a great race for the C1 Cup. We've seen race 1, it was a close race and it was tight. It was free wide going into Park Corner, so it's exactly what we expect, and it's exactly what we like to see from these cars, and it's young talent, and it's cheap racing as well. It's an affordable class here at the SMRC, and it's another aim just to make racing more affordable, to get more people involved, because the more people we get involved, the better, because it will give far more talent onto the grid. But now we're just waiting for the cars to line up onto the grid before we get on to our warm-up lap. So, of course, it was, even in qualifying, we knew that this class was going to be tight. I mean, the top 4 separated by just 0.2 of a second, and the top 5 even separated by 0.2 of a second. So in qualifying, we knew that almost the top 5 is completely equal, and now we're at the point where from race 1 we've seen that they're as equal during the races and with the race pace, and it produced some excellent racing. We've seen dive bombs that you just wouldn't expect to make it work, but these guys proved everyone wrong, and these guys make overtakes in places that we wouldn't have thought that they could make overtakes. So you can just see now marshals doing checks on the cars, checking all the cars are lining up in the right position. So whenever they go in the warm-up lap, line up on the grid for the race start. They'll know exactly where they need to go. So race 7 of the day, race 2 of the C1 Cup, and what a great day it's been so far, not only for weather but for the racing here at the SMRC Car Racing Championship. This is the 4th round of the championship, and this is the away round at CADWELL Park, so it's great being here, and these C1 Cups are enjoying CADWELL Park. Of course, last round at Knockhill, they had that 90-minute endurance race, which threw something completely different into the mix, and now this round, it's something completely different in the mix, and that is being at CADWELL Park. Down here in England, it's a scorcher of a weekend, so luckily we're not racing tomorrow because it's meant to be even hotter tomorrow for these cars and drivers. So of course today it's a one-day event, so it shall be great racing, and right now we're waiting. 30-second board is up in the air, and then we should get underway for what is going to be a cracker of a race. It's going to be a race that is not to be missed, and a race that we're just waiting now as they head out on the green flag lap for race 2 of the C1 Cup, and it will be Thomas Comber lining up on pole position from Ross Dunn, with Paul Winfield in 3rd, Andrew Davidson in 4th, Sam Corson in 5th, with Kyle Nesbitt 6th, James Hitchin 7th, Aidan Wilson 8th, Callum Conway 9th, Max Watt 10th, and Rich Flett in 11th, with Catherine Gray alongside them, and Gordon Dundee in 13th, with John Proctor starting in 14th position, made up some positions previously starting from 16th, and Finlay Brunton 15th, after having a race that he will want to be able to forget, and he'll want just get the pedal to the metal and just try and get some clean laps and finish the race to get points back onto the board. And of course, Mark Nesbitt will be starting 16th position. That rounds off the grid for what is a 16-car grid here in the C1 Championship and C1 Cup, sorry. And it rounds off with these cars, which are just 1 litre C1s. But although they're just 1 litre, you can see from race 1 the racing that they produce, and especially down this back straight, helped and assisted by the slipstream. It makes it even better because they're able to go alongside by the time they arrive at Park Corner. So now they're heading around Park Corner right now before they come round on what is just a great circuit heading to Chris Curve. And Chris Curve, it lasts for so long for these drivers, and you can just see it now, weaving the car side to side, pressing the brakes, getting the brakes nice and warm, getting the tyres nice and sticky, ready for the race start, because this is their final race of the weekend for the C1 Cup. A lot of these guys practicing yesterday for their Friday practice. Of course, it's an optional session, so you don't have to compete in it. Some drivers, of course, may have just arrived for the qualifying this morning and just went out and did the laps, and now they're here for race 2, and it adds to the grid sizes. They're just doing final couple of corners left. They're going into the final sector now before we can get the final race of the weekend for the C1s. And the C1s, as we said, on a 1 litre engine, so almost completely standard, which is why you see such great racing, because there's not really any difference in car performance. It's all with the driver. At the SMRC, we have so much talent. I mean, it is great to see the amount of talent that we have in the C1 Cup and the amount of talent that we have coming out of Scotland. Hopefully these will be the talents of the future, some of them, and hopefully we'll see quite a few of these drivers progress up the SMRC Championship, and we just see them coming through the mountain section now. Of course, last year's C1 champion was, of course, Ross Dunn, starting in 2nd position on the front row of the grid, running the #1 plate. So now the real question is going to be, can Ross Dunn start getting points back onto the board, try replicate last year's championship victory, as the C1 Cup is a championship that has grown in Scotland over the past couple of years and all throughout the UK, as it's a cheap way to go racing. No matter whether you're a newcomer or you're a championship contender, you're guaranteed to have a close battle in this championship, because there's 16 cars and there's about 16 battles going on at once. It is an amazing championship. 5 newcomers this round: Aidan Wilson, Mark Nesbitt, Max Watt, James Hitchin, and Paul Winfield are our newcomers. And Paul Winfield, we seen fight up the front last race, and now we see him starting 3rd this race. So Paul Winfield will be wanting an excellent race and will be wanting to try and replicate the pace that he had in race 1. Of course, last round we did have a 90-minute sprint race, 90-minute endurance race, which was won by Finlay Brunton. But Finlay Brunton, of course, had quite a disastrous race 1 here at Cadwell Park, retiring out of the race for whatever reason. It looked like some sort of mechanical, but he lines up on the grid this time round, 15th position though, so it's going to be it's going to take a lot of pace and a lot of bravery to make it up into some good point scoring positions as we wait for the final cars to line up on the grid for what will be race 2 of the C1 Cup, and we wait for the start marshals to confirm that we're all ready to go. Thumbs up on the pit wall, and we wait for the start marshal to put the board up into the air to say 5 seconds to go. So here we go. Board is in his hand. Board is in the air for the SMRC Scottish C1 Cup race 2 for these guys, and we wait for the lights to go on. Lights are on and lights are off, and we are racing for the Scottish C1 Cup for race 2. And what a start it has been from Ross Dunn. But Ross Dunn and Thomas Comber will be drag racing it to the first corner, and just behind them we will have the car of Paul Winfield. And now we head round to the first corner and Cloppis side by side almost all the way down the field there, and we wait for them to appear out of turn 2 to Charlie's, and here they are at Charlie's. You can just see how close it is, and it's last year's champion Ross Dunn who is in the lead of this race with the 822 of Paul Winfield in second position, and now side by side goes Sam Corson and Finn Comber. So now we just wait and see what's going to happen as we head round for race 2. They head round turn 4 Park before heading around Crest Curve and have to just go down to Gooseneck right now. We wait for the cars to appear to Gooseneck. You can see them now still side by side. You can see Corson just absolutely on it. He's trying to find his way through the field through this first lap. Sam Corson, of course, starting around 5th position. But now you can just see cars going absolutely everywhere. And what a dive. That's going to be a contact made from Paul Winfield. And he's just been hit to the side of by the 23 of Thomas Comber, who of course started on pole position but have since dropped down the order. And now you can see it. It is like the first corner right now, midfield. There's cars absolutely everywhere as we head into the mountain section. It's so difficult to go side by side. There's a car off. Can he keep it going? And that was the number 70 of Andrew Davidson off there. He's going to have to rejoin safely at the mountain, and he has done so with the number 13 going side by side. So that is a move that's trying to get made. That's Finlay Brunton, of course, making his way up the order. Where will he be coming across the line? But up front, once again, it's Sam Corson. No, well, it's not a shock to the system to see his name up there. But now you can see Kyle Nesbitt actually making a great start to this race. He's managed to pick his way through the field. Second place right now with Corson just behind. So now we come round the first lap of the race. It's Ross Dunn who leads away from Kyle Nesbitt, Sam Corson, James Hitchin having another great drive in 4th, Max Watt in 5th, Paul Winfield 6th, Finlay Brunton 7th, making about 7 positions that time round that lap. So showing some great pace already. Callum Conway in 8th. Rich Fletz in 9th, and Mark Nesbitt rounds out our top 10 after that first lap. It's a chaotic first lap, and it's one that's going to be remembered for a long time. Thomas Comber, the man who started on pole position, is down in 16th position right now. Thomas Comber, I don't think he's still going about the track because he is quite a long way down. So Thomas Comber, not the race that he would have wanted, especially starting from pole position, maybe just got caught out. It's so easy to do. I do not blame him. But now we can see the battle for the lead right now between Ross Dunn and Kyle Nesbitt. That time round, actually, Kyle Nesbitt had the fastest lap of the race. So Kyle Nesbitt straight away putting in the pace. But it is championship contender Sam Corson is just behind as Kyle Nesbitt tries to find a way around the outside but cannot make it work. But he did take a much wider line, which may let him just carry a bit more corner speed towards the mountain section of the course. And now they head around the mountain section towards the left and then flick it to the right. So they head to the left now, right on the curb, all cars right driving over the curb, over to the right, over the crest, and it's still Ross Dunn. Ross Dunn, though, being the champion, he knows what it feels like to have pressure. He knows what it feels like to have championship pressure on his back, and that means that now Kyle Nesbitt is going to have to push really, really hard for some sort of a mistake. Kyle Nesbitt, of course, being in the number 17 car, but Kyle Nesbitt is now under pressure from Sam Corson. Sam Corson having a great run so far this weekend, and one that he's going to have to just keep up and keep pushing on. He's currently in a podium position. He's using his head. He's thinking of points, and it's exactly what we love to see in this championship, and that is now James Hitchin, a rookie, in 4th place with the fastest lap. The only person so far that is in the 59 seconds. As I say that, Max Watt now dips down into 59 seconds, almost 200ths of a second off the fastest lap. So midfield, very, very close as Ross Dunn still leading the way now from Kyle Nesbitt, and Sam Corson working there in 3rd, just waiting for a slight mistake maybe and waiting just to dive down the inside to make a move. And you can just see now it's Kyle Nesbitt who's trying to make moves, but he cannot find any way past. So now Kyle Nesbitt is going to have to use his head, keep calm, keep collecting. There's a car off actually there, and that looks to be the number 4, 5, yeah, it was Max Watt that has came off there. So Max Watt, he's just made a mistake, but now it's the battle going on midfield. Max Watt's managed to rejoin, but he's on the grass once again So now you can see the leaders battling it out, and it's going to be Ross Dunn and Kyle Nesbitt, who's side by side going by Mansfield. So now he's trying just to keep calm, keep collected, so side by side going towards the mountain. This has to just stay calm. It's so difficult to go side by side during the mountain, no matter what car you're in. It's Kyle Nesbitt who's far braver on the brakes and ran slightly wide. So how will this affect his drive? Going through the mountain section now, over the mountain crest, and now it's Kyle Nesbitt who goes in to the Hall Bends, leading the way, and now it's a 4-car train for the race win. So now what's going to happen? We're just going to have to wait and find out, because this is only 5 minutes into the race. We've seen it in race 1. This class is so close, but Sam Corson, who's still in that 3rd place and still just lurking behind. So Sam Corson using his head as much as he can here and just getting championship points, because he knows that his championship rival Finlay Brunton is still quite a bit down. Finlay Brunton currently in 7th position, number 13. And, well, of course, he had some kind of mechanical issue. We just see him pull across to the side of the road the last time round. But Kyle Nesbitt is still just leading. Well, Kyle Nesbitt's leading the race now from Ross Dunn. But Ross Dunn is going to want to try and find any way past. But Ross Dunn, with his championship knowledge, he's going to be able to just get in that slipstream, keep calm, keep collecting, and then come out last minute and make a surprise dive bomb. Of course, this is the Scottish C1 Cup. That is sponsored by the Scottish Motor Trade Association. So it's great having companies involved in here to have cheap and affordable racing in Scotland, and here just to try and find the talents that we have here in Scotland to come up the classes. But it looks like Kyle Nesbitt was on the grass there. It's something that is no stranger to the C1 class. We see it many, many times today. Cars just coming on to the grass, dipping onto the grass, and then straight away coming off it again. And right now we have 13 minutes left in this race. Kyle Nesbitt still leads the way, but now he's bridged a slight gap from Ross Dunn, actually. But now it looks like Corson's down the inside of Ross Dunn. Will they make contact? Yes, they will. And now Corson is in the grass and took a big hit to his front bumper there. So now Corson dropping all the way back to 4th place. Has he got any substantial damages? Now it looks like it's going to be James Hitchin who's diving down the inside at the mountain sections. Now Ross Dunn has been demoted down to 3rd place in just a couple of corners, because that was quite a late move there from Sam Corson. So will Sam Corson pull into the pits, or will he continue? Just try and get that points. Yes, he will continue. Number 68, Sam Corson, must not have too much damage, just be able to continue. I wonder if we'll be able to see the damage on his car this time round. And no, yeah, it looks like his car is actually alright. So now you can just see Finlay Brunton, actually, number 13, making moves that time round. It looks like he's got ahead of Paul Winfield. So now the championship contenders is in 4th place and 5th place. So it's a great ride. It's a great drive from Finlay Brunton right now in 5th position right now. It started 14th and straight away just putting in the lap times and putting in what he needs to do. And it's James Hitchin who is the fastest man on track at the moment still with a 1:59.635. So each lap setting about 2-minute lap times for these C1s, which of course they just have a 1 litre sized engine inside of them. So all of them are practically identical, which creates such close racing. And it's championship which we've seen grow not only in Scotland but all across the world. We've seen 24-hour races now become a thing of the C1s. They're such reliable cars, which of course Finlay Brunton did get unlucky last time round, but this is racing. Anything can happen. You can just see dipping onto the grass once again. These drivers do take a lot of liberties and do push these cars to the absolute limits. You can understand occasionally if the car gives way, and if the driver, as you can see there, Kyle Nesbitt, almost making a mistake, riding on the curb and having the rear end just step out on them, but kept the foot flat to the floor and kept it pinned. But now it's Finlay Brunton who's really having to think about defending from Paul Winfield. But now he can see his championship rival Sam Corson up front and will want to try and catch him. But now it's just trying to keep calm. 10 minutes in this race, 10 minutes left of this race. They head over the mountain for what will be the halfway point in the race. And Finlay Brunton, he's managed to come from 14th to 5th place in 10 minutes. So now the real question is going to be, what can he do in the next 10 minutes? Will he have the pace? Or will, now that he's with the front runners, will he just have to stay in that 5th position? Because it's some valid championship points, because obviously it's only round 4. Anything can happen. Sam Corson can make a mistake. Sam Corson can have a mechanical failure later on in the season, or even in this race, because we're only 10 minutes through. So now we come across the line, come across the timing beam. What will the lap times be? All drivers about 2-minute mark right now, and mid 2-minute mark, yeah. So right now it looks like all drivers about the same pace, all the gaps staying about the same, but one gap that is not the same is with Kyle Nesbitt right now, and this battle of James Hitchin, because right now it looks like Kyle Nesbitt is getting caught up by him, and now it's going to have to be James Hitchin who's going to want to try and stay in that slipstream and try and find any way past him, because James Hitchin, we see them last race just have an excellent drive, and it's so great to see from a newcomer, which of course you can see that he is a newcomer due to the black and yellow cross that is in the back of his windscreen. So it's great to see that it's great to see newcomers up front with championship contenders, which is what all the C1 class is about. It's being about getting equal racing that just shows off your talent. As these cars, they're pretty forgivable cars, so you can just test the limits of them, test your racecraft, and it really helps you develop. For example, whenever you want to move up to a class, for example, into the Ford ST Cup or something along that lines, it gives you the perfect opportunity. So now they head round the mountain, they head over the rise. You can see some fans in the grandstand, see some fans on the hillside, all around the mountain, really, because the mountain is the key attraction here at CADWELL Park, and there's drivers, families, and supporters all aligned these circuits, just watching what is some excellent racing. And you can see now Marshall's watching now onto the grass goes Kyle Nesbitt. It's something that we're used to seeing, and used to see the rear end just come around there through Barn, the final corner of the track, turn 16, because of course we are here car racing, and because of that we don't use the chicane that would normally be after Mansfield. So because of that, it's a much shorter lap, it's a much faster lap, and it allows drivers to make those moves into the mountain that we've seen happen multiple times today. As we're on the grandstand right now, watching the cars come flying past us over and under the BMW bridge, and now we're seeing Kyle Nesbitt maybe trying to control the race and just not crack from his pressure, almost having to ignore the fact that James Hitchin is just behind him, because James Hitchin has set the fast lap of the race and he wants his victory. He wants his race win, and with the only man in the low 59s this time, well, this race, he is the only person that really looks to be able to challenge Kyle Nesbitt, as Ross Dunn is 2.9 seconds back from these two, so a slight gap. He really needs to start battling to really let the pack bunch up once again. Sam Corson sits comfortably right now in 4th place from his championship rival Finlay Brunton, which of course had that mechanical issue, as it looks like James Hitchin's just trying to find any way past at Mansfield there. So James Hitchin, he just maybe line up a move for a couple of laps time, because we're 30 minutes into this race, just 7 minutes left, and now it's really going to be the time where we have to think about maybe just trying to line up a move, an unexpected move, because this is part of the circuit which, if you can lead into here, it's so difficult to find a way past. But this is the Citroen C1 Cup, and Finlay Brunton is still in 5th place, but it looks like they're side by side there. James Hitchin just trying to prove me wrong in the Hall Bends, just trying to prove that he can make a move here, but he couldn't make it work. It's Kyle Nesbitt still leading the way with nothing separating him and James Hitchin. So now this time around, as they hit the timing beam, what will the gap be? We're just going to have to wait and see. It's a 0.2 of a second gap between Kyle Nesbitt and James Hitchin. So now coming across the line now, you see pit board out, informing the driver that right now 0.6 of a second gap that time round, so slightly wider gap, but anything can happen. This is racing. Still 6 minutes left in this race, so now Kyle Nesbitt really has to stay calm, he really has to stay focused and keep putting in these consistent lap times. As last time round he was 0.4 faster than James Hitchin. James Hitchin back into the mid 2-minute club, which is not where he would be expecting him to be, while Kyle Nesbitt did a 2-minute flat. And there is Sam Corson, and Sam Corson, number 68, in 4th position still, with Finlay Brunton just behind. You can see Finlay Brunton actually has closed in quite a lot, quite significantly, from Sam Corson. So right now we're just waiting for these drivers to make their way through what is Chris Curve, and right now just 5 minutes to go in this race, and Just 5 minutes left for Sam Corson to defend from Finlay Brunton. So this race really coming to the closing stages now, and it's still James Hitchin who sits there, and he sits behind Kyle Nesbitt, and I do have a feeling that now he's just lining up a move. He's just waiting for the perfect opportunity to get past, and it's Kyle Nesbitt, who is not cracking right now to any pressure as he takes a far wider line. You can just see he's not even defending right now. He's not phased at all by James Hitchin behind him, but you can just see him now coming through the mountain. It looks like Kyle Nesbitt lost some drivers head side by side through Hall Bends. Going into Hall Bends, it looks to be James Hitchin who takes the lead of the race. The rookie takes the lead of the race, and now Kyle Nesbitt, what will he do? Can he respond heading into the hairpin? And now we're just going to have to wait and see. No, he cannot. They come through the little part where they can open up the car before they head into the final corner before Barn. And turn 16, that is Barn, heading through the final corner, out of it now, heading through the straight to the timing line. What will it be now? Well, the order will be different. It will be James Hitchin who leads away, just half a second of a lead from Cal Nesbitt. And what is 4 minutes left in this race? The clock is ticking down. These drivers will get about 2 laps before the checker flag flies. And now James Hitchin just has to stay focused, just has to keep going. Half a second lead is absolutely nothing, as Max Watt sets the fastest lap of the race with 1:59.370. So Max Watt down in 7th place right now, clearly has the pace, but he's not in the right position to make the moves, as it looks like now Ross Dunn has been caught by Sam Corson. So now what can Sam Corson do? Can Sam Corson dive down the inside? He's in his slipstream, but he can find no way past that park corner, turn 4. But now one person who is there is Finlay Brunton, just there to pick up the pieces, and it looks like, actually, it looks very, very racy right now, trying to look this way, that way, to go past Corson. But now it's going to be James Hitchin who leads the way from Kyle Nesbitt, who is on the grass there. It looks like he's touching his bumper as he head through Mansfield. He looks like he's almost too close for a slipstream. But will he dive down the inside? This is all about bravery. Going into the mountain section, will he pull out, or will James Hitchin take a defensive line? No, he's just going to stick behind. It's so difficult to make a move, and now they ride along the curbs, up the mountain, over the rise, and now you can see James Hitchin lead the way by nothing at this point. 1 lap ago, he made that move stick, and he's made it work, and now you can just see now Kyle Nesbitt maybe thinking about how he can recreate that move, or maybe what he did wrong and where he can improve. But time is running out. We have 1 lap left of this race. We're just about to head on to the last lap for what will be James Hitchin leading the way. The rookie leads the way, head on to the final lap. As now Kyle Nesbitt is just trying to get in that slipstream, trying to keep his last lap board is out on the pit wall. And now James Hitchin just has to use all his very little experience that he has, but he has to use every single ounce of it to keep this race victory. It's 0.4 of a second lead at the line. It's nothing between it. It's a 2-way scrap for the lead, and now it's going to be, what will the drive be? Tell you what, it looks like Kyle Nesbitt has a great drive coming out of turn 3 here, Charlie's. It looks like he gets into the slipstream. Can he gain? It looks like slightly gaining. He's got a bit more speed heading onto this back straight now, going to park corner. Will he pull out and try and make a move? It looks like he's too far back, but he taps his rear end, actually. It was like it sends him slightly wide. So now Kyle Nesbitt is just trying to find any way past. Kyle Nesbitt, though, looking, taking almost identical line, just trying to stay in that slipstream wherever he can, because this part of the track is so fast. But now they head towards Gooseneck. It's such a tight and technical circuit, and now you can just see it looks like, oh, he's on the grass. James Hitchin's on the grass. Will he lose some drive? Will he run wide? It looks like actually Kyle Nesbitt's got a far better drive. He's on his rear wheel, is on his rear bumper. They're basically touching bumpers. It looks like Kyle Nesbitt's going to try and go round the outside here at the mountain section, but he cannot make it work. The door is closed on him, and now Kyle Nesbitt needs to invent something special as we head up the mountain. Now we head over the crest. It's James Hitchin who leads the way from Kyle Nesbitt. Last time around 4 times, this time around a lot less. As now we head through What is Hall Bend heading with just 2 corners left? The hairpin and then Barn. And it looks like, oh, Kel Nesbitt's gone into the grass. He almost lost it completely there. Second place, it will be for him if he can even keep enough speed up and get a good enough drive not to get demoted down to third. It looks like actually Corson is up into third place. It is. Corson has made it up to third place, Sam Corson. But it is this man right here, James Hitchin, who wins the race from Kyle Nesbitt in second. And Sam Corson takes third place in the end with Ross Dunn in fourth. And Finlay Brunton staying in fifth place. A very, very good drive from him, starting in 14th position and just using his head. But it will be Paul Winfield who makes it home in sixth place with Max Watt in seventh and Mark Nesbitt in eighth, with Callum Conway in ninth and Aidan Wilson rounding out our top 10 for race 2 of the C1 Cup. But now that is the race done. That is race 2 done. That's the C1's final race of the weekend and for the day done. So now it's their time to head into the holding area and head back to the paddock to celebrate. You can see the friendship that they have between each other. They're just maybe giving each other a little wave, saying that was a great race, because all these drivers, that's what they love. They're here to have fun, and having fun is this. It's close, great racing, and now you can see the 2 drivers once again side by side. It's great pictures that we're seeing right now. James Hitchin winning the race, 2.4 seconds at the line, but of course we know that a completely different story to that, and that is the fact that, and there's the car actually broken down. It's the number 70 broken down on that last lap of Andrew Davidson. So Andrew Davidson, not what he would have wanted on that final lap. It's very, very disappointing. It looks like actually the same place that we've seen Finlay Brunton go off last race and have his issues. So that car will obviously need recovered. So we're going to have to wait before we can get that car recovered. And then, yeah, you can see the cars now just heading their way up towards the paddock and up towards the holding area. You can hear the applause from some of the crowd watching after what was a superb show and a superb race for everyone watching. So great race for them, and great drive from the rookie, James Hitchin, as the cars finally head up into the paddock area, head up into the holding area, but it is the rookie, James Hitchin, who takes the race win.
T Cup is about to get underway. Liam McGill poised and ready for this race. It's temperatures still rising. You're looking forward to this?
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the end of the race once I can get out and cool down again. But no, we're looking forward to it. It managed to hold out in the last race there under the heat, so hopefully it should just be the same again.
Were you going full chat in the first race, or were you being a bit conservative?
Yeah, but I would say probably for the first 4 or 5 laps I was, and then after that I know I had to slow down because I seen the temperature coming up a little bit. So.
Yeah. And even though you were doing that, you're still 1.5 seconds quicker than anybody else.
Well, that's good. But I don't know. I think this one might be a little bit more tricky, but we'll see.
Yeah, just getting off the line is the key here, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
All right, thank you.
Cheers. And let's have a quick chat to Stephen Gray, who was leading the championship ahead of Liam by 30 points. He's closed the gap a bit on you, hasn't he?
He has. He was exceptionally fast in that last race. He was really struggling couldn't keep up with them, to be honest. So, yeah, hopefully they can find a bit more speed in this race out, but I have a funny feeling he's going to disappear into the distance again.
Yeah. 1.5 seconds quicker he was in that last race.
Yeah.
What can you do to close that?
Not 100% sure, to be honest. I did have a few issues with the gearbox, but I don't even think that would have made much of a difference, to be honest. He just had some pace. I mean, I was considerably slower than I was in qualifying as well, so I don't know whether it was just the heat or something or whatever, but we'll try again, I suppose.
Yeah. So in your mind, were you being conservative with the car, were you?
I'm not 100% sure. I didn't go out my way to be that way, but I know I'm protecting a lead in the championship, but I did expect myself to be closer to him. But, yeah, let's see how this one goes.
Yeah. Another 20 minutes ahead of you in the sun. Good luck.
I'll get cooked alive, yeah.
Thanks. Okay, so that is the championship leader, Stephen Gray, second on the grid, poised to jump Lee McGill on the start grid. But let's have a look at Brodie Ord. You enjoyed that first race?
Yeah, it was very hot though, so a lot of managing going on.
So what have you learned? Obviously the heat, you've got to control the car, you've got to manage the car. What's the game plan going into race 2?
again, it's just trying to keep the brakes throughout the race. The pedal goes very, very soft with the heat, so it's just trying to manage them and keep them sort of in a good little window to stop you, basically.
And what about the tyres?
The tyres, I didn't actually find that bad, but I think...
You're not driving hard enough then?
Yeah. No, the track wears them quite evenly, so yeah, but again, managing them, trying to keep them in the perfect window in the heat.
Another podium on the hands?
Hopefully.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers. We might as well do the whole grid, considering this. Well, let's have a look if the podium is here for the C1 race. No, nobody's here just yet, so let's continue with Mr. Preedy. How are you feeling?
Not too bad, yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, race 1 wasn't too bad.
No, it was a good start, yeah. Pretty good start. I got up into second at one point, but I wasn't really fighting the cup cars really, so just wanted to keep Lawn Murray behind me kind of thing. So.
Right, is that a game plan again?
Yeah, just try and stay the same, I guess.
Make the ST as wide as it can.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's hard to overtake here, so should be.
Yeah, it's very tight track. It's built for bikes, obviously, so it's not suited for cars when it's for overtaking. So, what's the plan then? So, have you got a trick up your sleeve around? A lot of people go for Charlie's.
Yeah, I'm just going to get a good start, I think, hopefully. Yeah, and just make my car as wide as possible if he's on the pace as well, kind of thing. So, which he was catching me towards the end of the race on the last one. So, yeah.
Good luck.
Cheers, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, let's speak to his rival then, Mr. Murray. Here we are again.
How are we doing?
Yeah, he's concerned about you getting past him.
He doesn't need to be, because I had a horrendous start, and it took me about half the race to try and remember how to drive again. But but yeah, it's quite tough out there. I mean, the heat really is playing havoc with the tyres, and it's just a case of trying to manage that. And there's a risk of over driving these things, and so rather than going faster, you end up going slower. So it's just kind of tried to keep it calm and try and be smooth, and yeah, that's the plan anyway for this race.
So the main thing is getting a clean start, isn't it?
Absolutely, it's my Achilles heel. It's either I get a great start or it's a terrible one. There's no in between. So hopefully we'll get it sussed this one.
All right, well, good luck.
Okay, thank you. Cheers.
Cheers. And who we got next to him? Mr. Backley again, Mr. Crookshank. So let's get into Mr. Blackley.
Hi there.
You're looking focused. You're looking keen.
Yeah, keen. Didn't work out quite the plan in race 1 right enough. A bit of power steering issue, so we'll hopefully get that fixed this time. So we'll see how we go this time, eh? So yep.
So your arms are like the Hulk now, are they?
Yeah, pretty much. That's it, indeed. So yeah, we'll see how we go. So hopefully all going well.
Yeah. What's the plan off the start?
I got a good start the last time, to be quite honest with you. I managed to get in front of Murray in the start, so hopefully we can do that again. If we get a good start, we'll be jamming. So brilliant.
Yeah, pretty be happy with that.
Yeah, indeed. That's it.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
Cheers. And let's speak to somebody we've not spoken to so far. Can we just dive in? Yeah. Bloody warm, isn't it?
Damn right it is. Yep.
No air conditioning.
No.
So
we're off.
We're off. Right, okay, well, the Fiestas are about to go on track. I think we've got a podium that we could go to. But for now, I'll hand you over to Lewis in the commentary box. He'll take you through the grid and all the action.
So the cars are just heading out for the Scottish ST Cup Race 2. So we're just waiting for the cars to head out and for their final race of the weekend, and what has been a scorching weekend for them. And even yesterday, whenever they were practicing out on track, it was boiling for them, but it was nothing compared to today. So the cars just heading out. Of course, since we use the top pit lane here at Cadwell Park, it's only a quarter of a lap that they actually have to go around before they head onto the grid, before the warm-up lap. So their out lap is very, very short. It's only a quarter of a lap. So these drivers only really getting one real opportunity to warm up their brakes and their tyres and their minds, because it's been quite a while since the ST guys were out on the circuit. So of course, a couple of races still after this, so stay with us. Thanks if you're just joining us. My name is Lewis Ray. I'll be taking you through today's action, and I'll have Ant down in the paddock and down in the pit lane getting all the latest news. But we're just seeing pictures of the cars waiting to go out on their warm-up lap. Of course, it's not that big of a grid here in the ST Championship, in the ST Cup, but it still produces some great racing. But we've seen in race 1 that Miguel just stormed off with the victory. So all eyes are going to be on Stephen Gray to see if Stephen Gray can try and catch up to Liam Miguel. And if not, will Brody Orr finally be able to battle Stephen Gray? Because we've seen it on the lateral stages of race 1 that Brody Orr was catching up and Brody Orr was gaining on Stephen Gray. So now it's just waiting to see what is going to happen. We wait for these guys to head out with the 30-second board about to get raised into the air. There's the 30-second board just by our SMRC logo, and it's up in the air. All drivers will have seen that, and they will know that it is almost time to head out in their warm-up lap before we go racing for the final time in the Scottish ST Cup. But of course, now the green flags wave. Cars are away on circuit to get their tyres and their brakes fully warm. You can see Miguel just already being aggressive with the car, just trying to get heat into the tyres as quickly as possible, and then just heat into the brakes as quickly as possible, and giving the moments a chance to breathe before you go out full attack on them for 20 minutes. Because we heard from some of the drivers there that the brake pedal does become slightly softer while they're waiting and while they're driving around. So these drivers, they're going to be pretty exhausted by the end of this race. It's been a long, long day for them. Even whenever they're not driving, they will be getting warm and they will be getting somewhat of heat exhaustion. And in this car, it's going to be probably an extra 10, 15 degrees from what it would be outside. So it's so warm, and not including the fire suit and the helmet that they're in. You see naturally, while we're interviewing some of the drivers, that their faces were actually red inside of the car. It's that warm, and it's time to go racing. You can see obviously the lovely greenery and the lovely wildlife that we have around the Cadwell Park circuit. Birds all around the circuit enjoying the racing, just as I hope you are at home. This is the SMRC Championship that's sponsored by Reese Motorsport Insurance, and this Scottish ST Cup is a championship that, of course, we look fondly upon in Scotland because it's produced some great drivers, including three-time BTCC driver and three-time BTCC champion Gordon Shedden from Scotland, racing in the Scottish Championship, also known as Flash, and spending quite a lot of time at Knockhill Racing Circuit, still working for them, of course, in the spare time that he has off from the British Touring Cars. So it's great to see, obviously, some involvement, and I'm sure he'll still be watching this series, especially whenever they come up to Knockhill. But, of course, we're not at Knockhill this weekend. We're here at Cadwell Park for the away round for round 4 of the SMRC Car Racing Championship. And what a round it's been so far. It's been great conditions all weekend, and, well, we couldn't really ask for better. I mean, straight from the get-go, it's just been on it, and it's been close racing, although it is so tricky for every single driver out there. They're all dealing with it, and they're all just getting on with it and realising, you know, sometimes this is what's happened in the UK. We do occasionally get a heat wave now and then, and luckily enough it's happened on a weekend like this, which is great for all the fans and spectators. But for these drivers, they will be struggling for these 20 minutes. But now we're waiting, and there's the marshals holding the flags, informing the drivers where the front row of the grid will be. The marshals, of course, doing a great job all weekend in these hot conditions, wearing overalls. Of course, they can't even get a tan themselves, so it's great for the marshals to be able to help out at the circuit. And now we wait for the cars to line up on the grid before we get underway for the race starts now. 5-second board is up in the air. All drivers will have seen that. It's going to be Louis Miguel starting from pole position. We wait for the lights to be on. Lights are on. And lights are off. There's quite a long hold there from the Scottish ST Cup. And now they're away and storming down to the first corner. It's going to be Liam Miguel. But Liam Miguel leads the way. But can Stephen Gray do anything? If Stephen Gray's going to do anything, he needs to do it fast. But it's Kieran Preedy already into third place. So now Brody Orr getting pushed down to fourth. That is not what Brody Orr would have wanted. He wanted straight away to get on the back of Stephen Gray because he knows that he goes good during late race pace. So now it's time. You can see at the back, actually, they're all bunched up, and that is Warren Murray just at the lead of that group, and in fourth place actually right now, but has a train of cars behind them. And just, you can see straight away it's Liam Miguel out front once again, but it's not going to be easy because it looks like Stephen Gray is trying to go with Liam Miguel. He's trying maybe something different. Maybe race 1 he was quite conservative, but with these hotter conditions, over 24 degrees right now at Cadwell Park, these hotter conditions, it's just able to push from lap 1 and have confidence in these tires and just in his car, because obviously mechanical grip is such a big thing, not just the car. But right now it's 26 degrees at Cadwell Park. It is very, very hot for these drivers. It's going to be about 35, maybe even closer to 40 degrees inside their car right now. That's why some of them racing with the windows open optionally. But there is some lovely shots of them coming over the mountain with people watching in the background with their camp chairs out, with a perfect view of the cars as they rise. Cadwell Park, such a great track for you to watch as a spectator, not just at the mountain, but all around the track. You get up close and personal with these cars and be able to get to see really how they tackle this circuit, because it's a circuit which has quite a lot of lines. And there is Kieran Preedy. That actually looks like he's dropped down the order there quite significantly, all the way to the back of the grid. So I do not know what's happened to Kieran Preedy, but whatever has happened, it's been an absolute disaster for him, as he's down from 3rd place all the way to 8th. So now you can just see spectators once again watching from a great vantage point. But currently the race stands as Liam Miguel leading the way with Stephen Gray just 1.6 seconds behind him. Brody Orr finally in that 3rd position, with Lauren Murray in 4th, as we see the triple free car of Ian Blackley in 5th place, going onto the grass and trying to defend his position from Andrew Mackey, as Andrew Mackey tries to dive down the inside and tries to make a move. They're side by side at Park Corner, and you can just see pushing onto the grass, and Ian Blackley has now dropped 2 positions due to the fact that Andrew Mackey just shown no sympathy, pushed him right out to the grass, and now he's pushed all the way back to what is going to be 7th place. So now Kieran Preedy will be smelling blood. Kieran Preedy will be wanting to get past Ian Blackley, but that right now, it's going to make the grid even closer and even bunched up at this battle right now. This battle of 4 cars all bunched up at the back of the fields right now, producing some great racing. So it's great to see. It's great for the spectators all around the circuit to have these classes and these cars here. 4 classes this weekend and the SMRC Championships. So it's great to have so many entries, considering we're quite far away from home. But Liam Miguel is at his home in 1st position right now from Stephen Gray. 1.7 seconds at the line last time round, but what will it be now? Stephen Gray, can he bridge the gap? Can he stay consistent? Last time round, it was actually, it's 2.7 seconds now, so he's just trying his hardest, Stephen Gray, but he just needs to find something new somewhere else, maybe even watching Liam Miguel, as I'm sure he is from the distance, and just trying to see maybe a braking market he's taken differently, or a line that he's taken differently, because Liam Miguel, his pace is phenomenal. He's in the lead, he controlled all last race, and it's looking like he's trying to do the same this time round, with Stephen Gray just behind. But Brody Orr, what a performance it's been so far, and Brody Orr, we've seen it last race. Although he's 2.2 seconds back from Stephen Gray, later on in the race we do see him bunch up to Stephen Gray, whether that be Stephen Gray not having the late race pace or Brody Orr just having excellent late race pace. We're just going to have to wait and see. And the car's almost looking identical, with the only way to tell them apart is Stephen Gray's car having bright pink wheels, but as you can see coming through your picture, the car that did get pushed onto the grass, Ian Blackley just trying to recover some positions and trying to recover some points, but Kieran Preedy is just on his tail. He's just trying to find any way past this way, that way, but he cannot find it, and it looks like actually coming out of Mansfield that Kieran Preedy did have a slightly better drive, but he's still too far back to make any kind of move as we head round to the mountain section of the course. At number 21, Kieran Preedy hot on Ian Blackley's tail. As we come up the rise, we come round to what is Hall Bend for turn 11, 12, 13 and 14. It's such a technical part of the track, and it's such a hard place of the track to make a move. Whether you're in a car or even a motorbike, it's a corner that is so difficult to make a move. But it's so easy to lose time and get past and make a mistake, which could potentially end your race. But it's Liam Miguel who leads the way still. Fastest lap of the race with a 1:46.597. is his fastest lap and the fastest lap of the race, and that time round he's still in the 46s, just 4 tenths slower, but still faster than anyone else out in the circuit. So right now, similar to race 1, Liam Miguel just in dominant fashion, just trying to control the race as best as he can. As now we see him coming through the back section of the circuit, through Park. You can see still the birds on the inside of the circuit. These Ford Scottish ST Cup cars are quite loud, so the brave birds sitting at the inside of the corner, but getting one of the best views of the circuit. But there he is, Stephen Gray, trying to still catch up. It's 3.2 seconds now, the gap, but he has managed to extend the gap between him and Brody Orr. Brody Orr now 4.1 seconds back, so it's all going to be late race, because 6 minutes into this race, 14 minutes left, so still plenty of action left and plenty of time for Brody Orr to make up that 10 minutes loss. And you've seen there Liam Miguel pushing on 2 wheels at the mountain section there, and you've seen the complete difference between him and Stephen Gray. Stephen Gray just taking a far more conservative line, 4 wheels still on the ground as it probably should be. But Liam Miguel, he doesn't care. He's getting the lap times. He's leading the race in such a dominant fashion. You can just see, although he's leading, he doesn't care. He's still pushing on. What will the gap be this time round? Last time round, it was 3.2 seconds. We await for them to cut the timing beam, and we wait to see what lap times they are doing. Liam Miguel, that time round in the 47s, but this time extending the lead by just 1/10 of a second over Stephen Gray. So maybe Liam Miguel might be getting a bit tired. Maybe the brake pedal might be a bit softer, but it should be the same for about all these drivers, as this class is so close, because these cars are so, like, pretty much identical race cars. These are 2-litre Duratec powers. As we see, it looks like there's an issue for Stephen Gray. He's pulling off the road. What a disaster for the man sitting in second place as he pulls off the road. He trudges along the grass to the tyre wall to retire his car and retire from the race. And that's going to put Brody Orr into second place right now. But Stephen Gray, that's not what we would have wanted. You can just see how slow he's going right now, taking the car to a stop at a safe position away from the racetrack. So it's great to see him using his head. But now this is a real battle now. Brody Orr is now into second place with Lauren Murray in third. So Lauren Murray right hot on the tails and in the podium positions, and now even Andrew Mackey can just smell a podium. He's in fourth place right now with Peter Cruikshank behind them. Still a bit of a gap between Peter Cruikshank, 2.8 seconds between Peter Cruikshank and Andrew Mackey. And Kieran Preday still in that 8th position, but will now be promoted to 7th place after that issue. And after that mistake that cost him to go all the way down to last position in 8th. But here we have number 35 of Andrew Mackey, just trying to bridge the gap. You can see sitting at the side of the road, Stephen Gray, very, very disappointed. You can see just how red his face is, just how sweaty he is after only doing 9 minutes inside the car. We're not even halfway yet, so these drivers will be struggling towards the lateral stages of the race as we come across towards the line to then go on to lap 6 of the race. You can see now he's just sitting trying to enjoy the race in his black overalls, so it's not going to help him, but best view in the house for him. But Liam Miguel once again leads the way by now 10 seconds over Brody Orr, because obviously that gap that he had over Stephen Gray is no longer there. So now Brody Orr is 10 seconds behind, but all eyes are on this battle right here. Lauren Murray just behind Brody Orr in third position. Andrew Mackey just behind them as well. So it's a second, third and fourth in your picture right now. Nothing between them. It looks like this battle is going to be staying on for the whole race as we are halfway through the race. We're 10 minutes in, 10 minutes left to go. It's really at a point now where the pedal starts getting a bit softer. Maybe tires might start to go off. They may have been using these tires all day, and maybe even some of yesterday, so the tires might be starting to go off. Obviously though, these Yokohama tires are all identical Yokohama tires, so it's great to see them still holding up and still able to put in these amazing lap times. But we see them come out of Mansfield towards the mountain section, and up the mountain they will go once again. Lap 6 in this race, it's Liam Miguel who still leads the way, 10.2 seconds last time round, and Lauren Murray though, there they are on your screen, number 5, making the way through Halls bends, and Halls bends, flicking the car from right to left, getting that rear end out, getting that rear end squirming about, and really just on the ninth edge of what should be of these Ford ST cars. And it really shows off their talent. It shows how committed and how much faith they have in their car, because the mechanical grip in these cars is great. And of course, in this class, they can also have freeway adjustable dampers, which means they can fully set up the car for their own liking and get fully suited, which yesterday the Fords out on track for yesterday's testing, that would be most of their track time would just be spent to get comfortable for these races, because a comfortable driver is a fast driver. And you can just see, especially for this section here, leaning on the side of the tyre for so long, leaning on one side of the tyres, on the left-hand side of the tyres, they turn right. Just having faith in the car, having faith that it's going to stick, having faith in your mechanics that have done everything right. It is what motorsport's about. It's a team sport. Although it's just the driver out there, the whole team will be watching on from pit lane right now, cheering them on with the pit boards out as we come round. Such a technical and fast part of the track. You can see, once again, dust up in the air from the drivers just tapping the grass, and it's such a close battle actually that we have going on for Peter Cruikshank and Kieran Preedy right now. And Kieran Preedy made up some time, obviously was down in 8th, but managed to get past Ian Blackley, which has significantly dropped back actually, so maybe some sort of issue or mistake from Ian Blackley. But now it is the battle for 5th place, so it's really going to be what is going to be of these two cars, who's going to get better of them. 12 minutes in the race, 8 minutes to go, still all to play for across the field, as Liam McGill leads the way by 9.8 seconds as they come across the line to go round for another time, and that gap will most likely be widened once again. But this is motorsport, anything can happen. This is the SMRC. If you're just joining us, thanks for joining us. My name is Lewis Ray. I'm taking you through today's action. And right now you're watching the Scottish ST Cup Race 2, and you're seeing an incredible battle between Peter Cruikshank and Kieran Preedy for 5th position, the top 5, the position that really matters. And Ian Blackley is still going around the circuit. You can just see him in the background of your picture, coming out the shadows, coming out the final corner as they come across the time beam. And once again, all the drivers now in the 48-second mark, even including the race leader, which is high 47s. So now the car's really taking toll with these hot conditions. Brake pedal coming slightly soft, and maybe tyres are starting to give way a little bit. But now, and maybe even drivers starting to get a bit tired, but now it's at the point where you want to bring it home. You're not far away, you're over the halfway point in the race, and we can see now it looks like Kieran Preedy's going to try to go around the outside at Park Corner. Will he make it work? It's going to be a big move he's going to try, or maybe now just try and get the undercut, but it doesn't look like he's going to make it work on Peter Cruikshank. Peter Cruikshank looking like he's just got the car put exactly where he wants it, showing no way past at all to Kieran Preedy. So now Kieran Preedy in that red Ford Focus ST, in that Ford Focus ST Cup car, just trying to find any way past. But it's one thing catching someone, it's another thing passing them, especially around this CADWELL Park. Although these Scottish ST Cup cars are not wide cars, not too wide cars, it's not our widest class that we have here at the SMRC, it's still a class that you need to properly be committed and make your move early and show your front wheels early, so then you're able just to pull off that move. Because if you can just run them wide, it can run them off and run them wide and mess up their drive for another 3 or 4 corners. But here you can see toe to toe are the two drivers for 5th place right now. Peter Cruikshank still in 5th place, number 61 car, the orange and blue livery, with just behind Kieran Preedy in that red colour car in the 21. But here we have up front the battle for 3rd position is still raging on with Lorne Murray and Andrew Mackey, but Brody R right now in 2nd position with just 5 minutes to go in this race. The race is really coming down now, and it's at the point where the drivers, they're going to be tired. They know this is the last race. They'll be almost counting down the laps. With these conditions, with it being so hot inside their car, they'll be looking forward to getting out of the car, having some nice cold water and enjoying themselves for the rest of the night before they all head home back up to Scotland. Or obviously we do have some guest drivers, some local drivers, which is great to see. Great to give them also the opportunity to show themselves on the SMRC front. But here we have the number 35 of Andrew Mackay, still Andrew Mackey still trying to catch up to Lauren Murray, but Lauren Murray in that silver ST just putting it in perfectly to Mansfield, hitting the apex, using all the exit curb, almost onto the grass, but then luckily rejoining just in time, so she didn't lose any time and any drive. But now Ian Blackley still in 7th position right now. He's 6.3 seconds back from Kieran Preedy, who I don't actually know what happened to Ian Blackley, but he made some kind of mistake dropping all the way back there. He was in about 5th position. But right now, Liam McGill still leading the way. It's now 11.4 seconds as we see him come across the line to then set another lap and another lap that was in the 47s. So Liam McGill is just putting in laps and putting in consistent laps, which is what we love to see, is just, even in these conditions, he set the fast laps early on, as we've seen in the first race, and now he's just easing it off a little, bringing it home. But you can see, though, he's right out to the curb, almost onto the grass, and visibly it looks like he's pushing still, but the lap time's certainly slower. May speed down to the car, getting tired, him getting more tired, but here's the battle still raging on with Peter Cruikshank and Kieran Preedy as we return back to the race leader. 12.3 seconds now this time round, with 3 minutes to go in this race. So just a couple of laps left for these guys, and it's going to be an intense lap or two for Liam McGill, because Liam McGill, he just needs to bring it home. He just needs to hope he has no issues, no mechanicals, no mistakes. Take home cleanly, goes out of Mansfield. Of course, you'll see the chicane on the right-hand side covered off by cones. We do not use that here at the SMRC meetings here at Cadwell Park, but although we don't use it, it still produces some great racing, as you can make some great overtaking opportunities. And there is Stephen Gray, still outside of the track, still maybe getting a bit of a suntan. That's the only part that he can take. That's the only good thing he can take away from this race. DNFing, valuable championship points are lost. And not he the wanted, of course, retiring on lap 4, and now we're on lap 9, about to head on to lap 10 for what will be the second final lap. I believe he should get another lap at this, unless the last lap board is out for him. We're just going to have to wait and see as he comes across the line. Yeah, he's going to get another lap of this. Liam McGill gets this lap and then one, so it's really more opportunities for him just to build up his gap and just bring it home. But now, just less than 2 minutes left in this race, and it's Brody Orr still in that second position and still working behind. 13.7 seconds behind now, and Lauren Murray rounding off that podium position. Lauren Murray would be delighted to get a podium, but one person who wants to take that off them is Andrew Mackey, and Andrew Mackey would love that podium position. This is the opportunity to have it, as Stephen Gray is out of the race, so one less podium contender to deal with, and one less lap to be able to do it. But here is the race leader once again, making his way pinpoint perfectly. The car is just doing everything he says. You can see the rear end slightly coming out of the line there, but nothing too major. He has it in complete control. That's sometimes how you get these cars turned, just by using almost the rear end and stamping on the brakes and using the rear brakes a bit power, just to get the car turned, just to get the rear end out of alignment, and then get the car bit into the corner. As soon as it bites, then boom, you're in the corner, and then he flicks it round to the right, up the crest and over the mountain, as the bright ominous green McGill car comes through the mountain section, through Hall Bend, and then towards turn 15 at the hairpin. You can just see now more cars making their way through the mountain section, as McGill then comes through for the second final time, as he comes out the final corner to go into the final lap of the race, on the final race of the weekend for the Scottish ST Cup. And now it's Liam McGill who, of course, leads the way in a dominant fashion. There is third place right now, though Lauren Murray getting closely followed by Andrew Mackey. But now, last lap time, last lap flag is out, and now it is Liam McGill who leads the way. You can just see the lead that he has is insane. It's 15.1 seconds as he comes onto the back straight, as the other guys go into the first corner. But very, very difficult race because of the conditions for these drivers, and it was one, just like race 1, that has been shown that Liam McGill's true form. But the battle is still going on between Peter Cruikshank and Kieran Preedy for that 5th position. But there's your race leader. Liam Miguel just making his way through, just getting round and just trying to get it home through crest curve, turn 5, down to Gooseneck, turn 6 and 7, and then making his way through down to Mansfield, trying not to lock up the inside brakes. It's so easy to do, and once you do that, we've seen it earlier on today, when you run slightly wide at Mansfield, you lose so much drive towards the mountain section. You just get overtaken and eaten basically at the mountain. So now it's at the point where Liam Miguel's just trying to bring it home. As the battle's still going on for 5th place on this final lap between Peter Cruikshank, but your leader comes across the mountain for the final time of the weekend and comes through Hall Bend, just getting it absolute perfect through over the shadows of the trees. 2 corners left, 2 corners to manoeuvre. It's going to be Liam Miguel who bounces his way for the curve and bounces his way inside his seat to win the race. He'll be delighted with that 2nd race win in race 2 of the Scottish ST Cup. The checker flag will be waiting, it will be waving for Liam Miguel, and what a commanding victory that was. Just like race 1, it was dominance from him, and just like race 1, it has been a great race, and Brodie Orr should come home in 2nd place. There he is, and there is Lord Murray in 3rd, and just behind is Andrew Mackey, just the top, the 2nd to 4th, nothing between them. But there's that battle for 5th place still happening between Peter Cruikshank and Kieran Preedy for 5th and 6th. It looks like it's going to be Peter Cruikshank who gets the better of him, and yes it is. Coming home in 5th place with Kieran Preedy in 6th. We're waiting for Ian Blackley to come across the line to be the final car to take checker flag. Checker flag's waving, so he must be close. There he is right here, and takes the checker flag to come home in 7th place. And of course, Stephen Gray DNF'd in that race. But wow, once again, Liam Miguel just dominance like straight away, and it's great to see for him. Number 62, the bright green car, the bright green ST, bright green helmet. He loves colour green. It has Miguel on the side of the car. It's very easy to see, and it's very easy to see why he won that race, because he put in the fast lap straight away, and he just kept consistent in the 47s, which is so hard to do in normal conditions, never mind these hot conditions that we have here at Cadwell Park. It's conditions which I personally would not want to be racing. Huge respect to all the drivers, and huge respect to all the marshals that are helping out this weekend and helping out in what are very warm conditions. Plenty of sunscreen and hats that are needed there. You can see when the marshals wearing their hats, and now they're checking on Stephen Gray, checking that he's alright, checking that the car is able to get recovered completely fine. But he'll just be explaining the car just stopped on them randomly, and it's not what we would have wanted from the 24 Stephen Gray. So he's just talking about maybe what happened, recovery planned, and having a good talk to the marshals. But once again, it is Liam Miguel having a dominant performance as we wait for the next class to come out, which will of course be the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup car class, which of course is a reverse grid race.
Yeah, that's right, Lewis, and it's the top 5 that have been reversed, so that puts the winner of race 1 in 5th place, but on the pole position is Mr. Long. How are you feeling going into this one?
Oh, a bit warm.
A bit warm?
Yeah.
How did the car cope in the first race? Well, first 2 races.
Yeah, it was going okay. Just managing pace, trying to keep the tyres solid.
What's the plan for the start? You got to keep these guys behind you.
Yeah. I don't know. Just
go for it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck.
Thanks.
Yes. Okay. And Ian Monroe was 3rd in his championship coming into this round. He's got a lovely scar there. Ian, let's open the door, shall we? Let's get you a bit cooler. So you're 3rd in the championship coming into this round. You're 3rd on the grid. How are you feeling going into this last race?
Yeah, I mean, I was quite quick in the last ones. I just couldn't, I was just making mistakes and struggling to get past folks. So, yeah, I'll go for it here.
There's a few dings and dents in the cars. That's all from today?
Yeah, that was where everyone kind of bunched up together and we all kind of came together at once. Wasn't really a move or anything like that. It was just 3 cars all slowed down quite quickly, and I went in the back of them.
So the aim here is just stay out of trouble. You're in the prime spot.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully a good start, and then just go as quick as I can.
Good luck.
Cheers.
Let's move down, shall we? Mr. Hose, Hello. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Getting ready for the last race of the day. You got a 15-minute sprint. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, not looking forward to the heat, but looking forward to the race. It's pretty hot in these cars, but yeah, should be good. Should be good fun.
Do you notice it much when you're racing?
Yeah, there was one point halfway through the last race. I thought we must be getting to the end. I looked at my lap timer. It said it was only 6 laps in. I was like, oh my god! And then you can feel the sweat dripping down the inside of your helmet, but then just try and focus again. Just like, okay, get back on the straights are quite long. You get a little bit of thinking time here, so.
And Cadwell itself, you enjoying it?
Yeah, great track. Really love it. Difficult to overtake, but you know, if you can keep the pressure on the person in front, you're kind of hoping for mistakes. So we'll see how it goes this one.
Good luck.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Cheers. And we'll move down. I think we've got a bit of time. So, Michael Weddle. Now, I don't know whether the cameraman can get over here. On the back of his car, it looks like a chicken, but apparently it is a duck. Now, the reason for that is Dave Christie said he's got no straight line speed, so he's a sitting duck. But that's obviously not the case. So, Michael, Dave Christie labelled you as a sitting duck on the straights. It's not quite the case, is it?
Well, we're going to try and see. It seems to be bringing me good luck so far, so I think it's going to stay there for the rest of the season now, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, so you've got a good haul of points so far. You've got a 15-minute sprint now. No R53s in front of you. Just get your head down and go for it.
Yeah, the reverse grid, it kind of mixes up a little bit, so it'll just be a case of just trying to survive the start and then see what happens after that. 15-minute race is still pretty long for us, so you're saying it's a sprint, but it's still shorter than what we do, longer than what we do at Knock Hill, so it'll just be a case of just get the head down and see what we can do.
Yeah, especially in this heat. It's not quite a sprint, is it?
Yeah, exactly. It's more like a marathon in this.
All right, well, good luck. Hopefully we'll see you on the podium. And let's go to the winner of race 2, Chad Little. If you can see, plenty of incidents today. Chad, you've got plenty of rubber all over your car. That's not what you want in this race, is it?
No, on a clean race and try and get to the front as soon as possible, I hope.
And how do you think you're going to do that?
Good start, most important. Need a good first lap, don't let them get away, but I think it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Sure.
Have you found your favourite part of the tracks yet?
Probably Hall Bends, just over here. It's quite a hard but fast section. Seems to be going well, so.
Yeah, well, it's all good for the championship points.
Yeah, we could do with some more wins really to make a big dent in it, but we'll keep going.
Well, let's see where you can go from 5th. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
And we might as well, while we've got a bit of time, keep going. Ryan Smith. Ryan's got a bit of damage on the car. I don't know whether that's from today, but let's have a quick chat, see where it is from. Ryan, a bit of damage on the car. It's not from today, is it?
To be honest, I lost track of when I got my damage a while ago. I seem to pick up something new every weekend, but I don't think it's from today. I think it's a wee bit battle scars from previous rounds. Yeah.
And Cadwell Park is the way around. Something special this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very different. I got to do this last year in the C1. It's very different in the Mini. It's like learning a new track. So very different. I think Knock Hill suits me a wee bit better in this car, but we're making the most of it.
Good luck. Well, they've just called it to go. So the cars are about to go on track for the final race of the day here at Cadwell Park. The sun is still glorious. The track is hot. The guys are ready. Lewis, for one last time with the Minis, over to you.
Thanks, Anne. And now it's time for the Mini Cooper Cup Race 3 and the final race of the weekend for the Mini Cooper Cup class. And it's going to be time for the reverse grid race, and it should be a cracker, as it usually is. And of course, this time round we do not have the R53 Mini Cooper Cup cars in the race, so it's just the Mini Cooper Cup cars, and it should just be an outright race for the victory. So now we're just waiting for the cars to make their way onto the grid before we head out on the warm-up lap. And there is Ian Monroe taking his place on that front row with Gordon Long, and it looks like just behind them it will be Neil Hose, and the championship winner last year, Michael Weddle, with them alongside them on that second row of the grid. So the first 4 cars really could be the 4 that are going to be battling all the way to the end in this race, and it should be a great race. It's so hot for these drivers, and it's going to hot up just as the lights go out and just as we head out in this warm-up lap. The tension will will certainly be rising, but we just wait for the final checks to be done on the grid. So if you've just tuned in, hello and welcome. My name is Lewis. I'll be bringing you through today's action. There's a couple races left on the schedule. There's the race 3 of the Mini Cooper Cup, which you'll just be seeing. It's a reverse grid race before we get into the All-Comers Trophy race, the final race of the day and final race of the weekend for these drivers. And the 1 minute board is up in the air before we head out on what is going to be a cracker of a race. It should be action all the way throughout, and we wait for the final checks to be done on the grid, and then we will get underway. And just like we've seen in the first 2 races, it should be close racing all the way throughout, with every single lap and every single driver being separated by absolutely nothing. And every single lap time will be practically the same for the top 5, which is, this race is almost like the highlight of the weekend. It's similar to what the British Touring Car Championship do with reverse grid race. And it's produced some great talent, this class, as they head out on their warm-up lap. And of course, it will be Gordon Long on pole position from Ian Munro, with Neil Hose in 3rd place, Michael Weddle in 4th, with Ryan Smith in 5th, Chad Little in 6th, with Jack Irvin starting in 7th, Chris Cockburn in 8th, and Jamie Brown in 9th, David Taylor 10th, Ewan Robertson 11th, and Finn Mack will be rounding off the grid. So it should be a great race and a competitive race. I mean, Gordon Long and Ian Munro, we've seen them duke it out earlier on and in race 2, and as soon as Ian Munro managed to get in front of him, he cleared off, but now he does have Neil Hose and Michael Weddle also behind him, so we should have 5 or 6 cars battling for the race win, and it should be a cracking race. And it's really going to be looking at how the cars are going to handle towards the end of the race, of course, with these conditions, which are still just as hot as they were at earlier on in the day. 26 degrees we currently have here at Cadwell Park, and it's been a great day of race. It's been some great weather, and everyone trackside has appreciated this weather, and it's been great racing on track also for the fans to appreciate. And hopefully we'll be getting more of that. Gordon Long, though, on that pole position, Neil Hose and Michael Weddle alongside each other on the second row of the grid. Of course, last round we did see them make contact coming out of the hairpin, which was a monumental moment in the season so far. So we just see them head round, weaving side to side, warming up the tyres, getting them nice and sticky, getting their brakes hot and ready to head up to the mountain for the final time, for the final warm-up lap, for the final race of the weekend for these guys. And we wait for them. Tension will be rising. We can see the fans in the back with some food of choice, cheering with each other. Of course, everyone here at the SMRC is like one big community. There's a lot of friends in this paddock, but they still race just as hard with each other, so it should be some cracking racing. And now we see the cars coming out of the hairpin before we head to Barn and turn 15 and 16 the head-on rounds right now before they head onto the grid to line up for the final time. So what is going to happen? Comment down below who you're supporting. So what, as we head round to the first corner for the final time in the first lap, what is going to happen? Who knows? We're just going to have to wait and find out. Gordon Long from pole position with Ian Munro alongside with Neil Hose and Michael Weddle just behind them. So what's going to happen? Nobody knows right now. All the marshals waiting for the cars to line up in the correct grid slots before we get underway. And now we wait for the drivers at the back to make their way into their grid slots before we get the 5-second board up in the air, and then the lights will come on for a random amount of time and then come out, and then we'll race down to Colpus for the final time. And now we wait. 5-second board is up in the air there. Just wait for the lights to appear on the right-hand side of your screen. They're on. And they're off, and it's quite a long hold once again. It looks like Ian Munro has got the better start there from Gordon Long, but Gordon Long has the inside line, so will he stick up the inside? Yes, he will. They're side by side going into Colpus, and it looks like Neil Hose is down the inside as well of Michael Weddle. But what's going to happen coming out of turn 2? Because of course turn 2 is a right-hander, so Michael Weddle and Gordon and Ian Munro will have the inside line, and they do, and that is why they're first and second positions right now. And it's pushed Gordon Long all the way back to third, with Neil Hose down into 4th position right now. But we're just going to have to wait and see Chad Little right now in 5th, just behind Neil Hose, but now it is Eamon Rowe who leads the way. We've seen Eamon Rowe's pace, of course, through the whole weekend has been strong, especially these first couple of laps. He just hasn't been able to make the start that he wanted, and you can just see now dust getting picked up from the drivers, dipping the wheels onto the grass. This race, of course, being the reverse grid race, the final race of the weekend for these guys, and only a 15-minute race, with it being the final race for them. So now you can see Eamon Rowe on the grass going down to Mansfield, really having some great car control to be able to save it right out to the white line there. You can just see now a big train of cars making their way through to the mountain section, just trying to keep the car steady, trying not to drift it out, because drifting a car around the racetrack is not always the fastest way around. And now we can see them rising over the mountain, and we can also see Michael Weddle trying to make his appearance known down the inside at Hall's Bend. Will there be contact? Oh, he tries to avoid it. Eamon Rowe goes through the grass and cuts the corner, but has lost quite a lot of time from that. So will this let Hose catch up and Gordon Long? It looks like it. So now his good old sparring partner Gordon Long has caught up to Eamon Rowe, from Eamon Rowe having to make that grass cut in the excursion. So now it's Michael Weddle who leads the way after lap 1. What an exciting lap it's been so far. It's Michael Weddle who leads the way from Eamon Rowe in second place, and Gordon Long rounds off our podium positions right now, but Neil Hose and Chad Little are in 4th and 5th, with Jack Irvin closely behind in 6th, Ewan Robertson in 7th, Ryan Smith in 8th, Chris Cockburn in 9th, and Finn Mack rounds out our top 10 at the moment. Daniel Patterson, though, did not start this race, so a disappointing end to the weekend for him. But it is going to be Michael Weddle who leads the way through Park Straight to Park Corner, turn 4 of the circuit, just touching the grass once again and putting up the dust in his rival's face. And there is Eamon Rowe, though, looking very strong. Looks like he's just recuperated from that lunge that Michael Weddle made on him, and now he's going to be even more determined than ever and try and get him back, maybe even at Hall Bend once again. But it looks like it's Neil Hose is diving down the inside. Quite a late move there, going into Mansfield on Gordon Long. So now they're free wide, heading into the mountain section of the track. This is exciting stuff. Free wide, going into the mountain. It looks like Chad Little has got the better of them both, but Neil Hose once again staying at where he started, and Gordon Long being the real loser of that. Gordon Long dropping all the way back to 5th place right now, with Neil Hose just in front of him in the 111 Mini Cooper. So now going through the technical Hall Bend, what will we be able to make of it? And further back in the field, Finn Max made way up into 10th place, but Jamie Brown and David Taylor losing positions on that start of the race. But now number 65 on your screen right now of Jack Irvin making his way up to 6th position so far in this race, as it is Michael Weddle who is still leading the way in lap 2 right now, setting the fastest lap of the race with a 47.7, the only driver in the 47s. And as I say that, Chad Little in 3rd place in the 47s as well. So Eamon Rowe under some proper pressure right now as we head on to lap 3 of the race so far. Just 4 minutes gone, so of course this is a shorter race. This is a 15-minute race, as you see Chad Little getting onto the curb and just getting squirmy on the throttle there. The car moved him out from underneath him, but yeah, so just 15 minutes in this race, 11 minutes left. It's far, far shorter, and it's a race that is not going to be forgotten, because there is Gordon Long diving down the inside of Neil Hose and pushing Neil Hose onto the grass, which is going to let Jack Irvin get past them as well. And now they're free wide going in. They're still free wide going into Gooseneck. How will it go? It's Jack Irvin now and Gordon Long side by side. Gordon Long touching the grass and sideways he goes, and but all three of them make it through out to Gooseneck into Mansfield. I do not know how they all are still on 4 wheels right now, and none of them are in the grass, and they're all still on tarmac. But whatever the case, it is still Eamon Rowe in 2nd place right now, but Chad Little in 3rd, but Neil Hose still in that 4th position. As you see battles further down the field right now with the 333, Ewan Robertson in a fierce battle right now, trying to defend his position as best as possible as Jack Irvin makes his way through Hall Bends, just trying to get the car turned from right to left and be as aggressive on the throttle as you possibly can and on the steering, just to get that Mini Cooper turned in. But this is the final race of the weekend for these guys. It's all out. They They have multiple weeks. They have almost a month to fix it. They have almost a month to fix their cars and get ready for the next round. So it's all out. It's elbows out, and it's wheel-to-wheel racing here in the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup class, as it is one of the best single-make series in the UK, and it's been proving ground, actually, for many British touring car drivers, such as Rory Butcher, Aidan Moffat, and Chris Smiley. Very, very accomplished racers have came through this class, and we're seeing it now. Some great racecraft from Ian Munro, just trying to defend from Chad Little as best as possible for the second position, for the podium positions, because right now Michael Weddell just looks to be edging out that gap for that first place position and just able to be in control of this race as Chad Little onto the grass. So is Ian Munro, just trying to take as much liberties as possible. Of course, all drivers basically taking that line where they're driving on the white line and occasionally slipping the wheel off into the grass, losing a bit of traction, putting dirt up into the air. But there's Chad Little looking to dive down the inside of Ian Munro down at Mansfield. Will he make it stick? It looks like he will, and he will. And now Ian Munro, can he fight back? Right now he's just looking at the back of that Mini Cooper of Chad Little, but Chad Little has his eyes set on Michael Weddell, who still leads the way this race. But further back in the field, Gordon Long has been pushed down to 6th position now. So not the race that he would have wanted, starting from pole position. This was his chance, but Ryan Smith as well, starting to make his way up the field, down up into 7th place. So a great race for him, a great recovery after what has been quite a tricky weekend. As he said before the race started, this track hasn't really been suiting his needs and hasn't really been suiting his driving style. But their cars come for your picture. Neil Hose in 4th place, trying to get onto that final podium positions. But is Ian Munro, who he's going to have to catch up to and going to have to pass. So Ian Munro still a little bit of a distance ahead of Neil Hose. Right now it's Michael Weddell, who has a 1.8 seconds lead from Chad Little, and Chad Little then being a further 1.1 seconds ahead of Ian Munro. So the top three, not too much in it. All it takes is one mistake and then everything's fair play. Right now though, 7 minutes in the race, 15-minute race of course, so halfway through now, and it's time for the drivers really just to get the hammer down. Final race of the weekend, they want this Jack Irvine powering his way down the park straight. It going up the rise to Park Corner, and then through Park Corner he will go. The birds on the inside still of Park Corner and Chris Curve. So there will any dirt be picked up by the cars. It looks like a car in front of Neil Hose just touching the grass a little bit, flicking up some dirt, but there is the 3-car quartet of Neil Hose, Jack Irvine and Gordon Long, and battling for that 4th position before they get onto the all-important podium, which right now it's Chad Little who is in that 2nd place position, who of course made his way past Ian Munro. Ian Munro actually looks to have no response for him right now. So will Ian Munro, as we're over halfway through this race, just start dropping back into the hands of Neil Hose and giving Neil Hose on that 111 car a chance for that 3rd position, a chance to get on that podium for the final race of the day, as Jack Irvine in 5th position right now in that 65 car is just trying to keep calm, just trying to keep collected, and number 23 of Ian Munro still in that 3rd position, but it looks like the gap has closed on Neil Hose as we wait for them to power it out the final corner here at Cadwell Park, which is of course Barn Corner, and we wait to see what the gap is now. Previously round it was 2.4 seconds, and now this time round it looks to be 2.8 seconds, so it's actually increased between Neil Hose and Jack Irvine. So, but one thing is the podium position between Ian Munro and Neil Hose has closed in. It's now 1.4 seconds. What will he do? But now 9.5 minutes left, 9.5 minutes in the race, just 6.5 minutes left, and now it is time where the hammer is going down, and now Michael Weddell with a 2.1 second lead cannot let it up, because if he does, he'll have Chad Little in his rear mirrors and piling on the pressure and wanting to get that final race victory of the weekend, and what is the reverse grid race for these Mini Cooper Cup cars. And once again, picking up the dirt, if you could also be mistaken to think someone has came off of that corner, but no, it's just how tight they are, just how tight of a line they pick going into that corner. And you can just see now the cars sliding out of Gooseneck, going down to Mansfield, just keeping it pinned and keeping it sliding all the way down and keeping it somewhat unstable as their car actually parked in the chicane. I believe that's Chris Cockburn just retiring from that race, and what a disappointing way to end your weekend. He retired the last lap and just found a sensible place to park up, so no yellow flags are at, and we can continue racing and continue racing Neil Ho as well, as Neil Hose is 2.8 seconds back and trying to bridge that gap for that third place position, but it is Jack Irvin to think about just behind him as Michael Weddle now comes across the line as we head around the final couple of corners, and there's Jack Irvin on the grass getting the car square lane. There is side by side going into Hall's Bends. That will not work, and apparently it will. They're side by side all the way through. Ewan Robertson showing his bravery there, willing to go by side, but there is one of the cars out wide, the number 6. The number 6, and it is not he would have wanted there, and one of the rookies that we have here, but there they are coming round the start-finish straight, and leading your picture is the number 22 of Finn Mack with Ewan Robertson just behind, and Jamie Brown sitting there side by side trying to get past Robertson, and he has before he's even got to Coppice. So now Jamie Brown is just trying to make up all lost ground that he lost by running wide at the hairpin. But now it is time. It's race 9 of the day and race 9 of the weekend for these guys. It's race 3 for the Mini Cooper Cup. It's a reverse grid race. 12 minutes in this race, just 3 minutes left before the checker flag will appear out, and these guys will be finished, the last race of the weekend. And what a race it's been so far. Number 94, Ryan Smith, just picking up a bit of damage there is Jack Irvin actually on the side of his car. You can just see it as he heads into the grass. This will be a prime opportunity actually for the car just to get past them, and you can just see cleanly getting past the number 30 there, just getting past with Gordon Long in that grey Mini Cooper, just trying to get past, and you can see the fans still watching on, still loving what they're seeing right now here at the SMRC, which is of course sponsored by Reese Motorsports Insurance. And now the Mini Cooper Cup in the race 3 heads round the hairpin, and there's Neil Hose heading round, closely followed by Gordon Long though, and right now his sparring partner Jack Irvin. So now Jack Irvin trying to find anyway. Patch, you can see damage as Michael Weddle has already done the damage on the others, as it's 2.2 seconds, and now he's just maintaining that gap. He's the fastest lap of the race, and he has a 2.2 second lead from Chad Little, so still nothing that he can relax with, but it's a pretty nice gap and a pretty nice safety net just in case he does lock up. With just 2 minutes to go in this race, Chad Little is going to still be pushing on. He's still going to be just trying to pile on the pressure, so maybe Michael Weddle can see on his pit board some issue, some sort of leeway with his time. So now it's Michael Weddle who leads his way, tips onto the grass actually there. Quite a lot of dust flicked up. He was on the grass for quite a while as he heads round Chris Curve towards the gooseneck, and the gooseneck, such a technical part of the track. You'll see them now just heading through the left and bouncing off the curb on the right hand side, and just having full confidence in that car that it's going to stick as they head down. They head down to Mansfield, turn 8 as they power out towards the mountain, towards the final sector of the track, which right now they're going to come round, and next time they come here it's going to be the final time, as this is the second last lap before they head on to the final lap of the weekend for them. And final lap of the weekend, Michael Weddle should lead on to the number 1 plate, and the number 1 on the side of his car, just showing off in gold that he's won the championship last year and he's here to do it again. He's pushing on as hard as he did last year. Just because he won the championship last year does not mean he's letting off. Of course, Chris Cockburn, who is sadly retired from this race, did win the Newcomer Cup last year, and now though it's time. The last lap board will be out. There it is there, the marshal holding it out, signifying to Michael Weddle that this is the last time he has to come across the line before he sees the checkered flag coming around the first corner, which is of course Coppice. He has quite a nice lead right now, 2.3 seconds going on to this final lap of the race. Chad Little still there though, with Ian Monroe in that third position, quite a lonely third position right now. Nothing for Ian Monroe has really happened lately, but he'll be happy with that third place. It's a very, very respectable position, and Michael Weddle just showing his confidence, showing his true class in the Mini Cooper Cup race 3. Of course, he didn't start in pole position. He started in 4th place, and he's had to make his way through some very, very quick drivers. And now you can see him just coming around Chris Curve, of course, named after one of the Mansfield farmers family, which built this circuit back in the day. The original farmer of this circuit. It was originally built out of chalk, and it was a very, very short track, and now we're here. Ever since MSV's took over it, it's been a brilliant circuit, and it's shown brilliant racing today. Not only in this Mini Cooper Cup class, but of course all classes. Of course, this is race free as he comes round the mountain section for the final time. It will be Michael Weddle who leads. But coming over the crest now, Michael Weddle leads the way with best lap of the race, fastest lap of the race, as he heads round Hall Bends for the final time. And he has 2 corners just to get round now, just to get it home safely, just to get round Barn Corner, turn 16. He just needs to keep it on 4 wheels, and he has. And now he powers it out to the checker flag. He waits for it to fly for another race victory. Michael Weddle wins race 3 of the Mini Cooper Cup, and Chad Little closely behind, with Ian Monroe not letting up in 3rd, and Neil Hose coming home in that safe 4th position. And Gordon Long, not what he would have wanted from pole position, coming home in 5th. Jack Irvin, of course, with a bit of damage on the side of his car, in 6th. Ryan Smith in 7th. Finn Mack should be coming across the line anytime soon in that 8th position, ahead of Jamie Brown. We just wait, there he is, Finn Mack coming across the line to take the checker flag for the final time, and 9th place will go to Jamie Brown, and David Taylor will be coming home to round out the top 10, and Ewan Robertson will be getting 11th place to round off the whole grid. So it's been a great result for him, and a great result and great drive once again from Michael Weddle. A 1.3 second gap to the line there, and it was a gap that certainly he just controlled. And you can see him waving to the cameras there, waving to the people watching around the circuit. It's a fantastic race, and fantastic free races for him, and a fantastic weekend that we've had here at Cadwell Park so far. But don't leave just yet, we still have 1 race coming up, and Michael Weddle, of course, will be celebrating while that race is on, but I'm sure he'll be enjoying it while watching trackside at Cadwell Park with the great facilities that we have here. As Michael Weddle, I believe, just took it easy on that last lap, lost about a second on that last lap, with setting in the 49 seconds on that last lap. So yeah, just taking it slightly slower, and Michael Weddle just getting the round of applause from all the fans there watching on trackside by the mountain. And it's been a great race for him, and a great result for him once again. But once again, it's Michael Weddle who's dominated so far this weekend, and with that #1 plate, last year's champion, with Ian Monroe obviously in that 3rd position. He just got into that 3rd position, just sat there comfortably, didn't push too hard. But of course, that is not all. If you've enjoyed what you've seen, stay with us, because we have 1 more race of the day, and that will be the All-Comers Trophy. We've not had it. We've not had a race so far, so it's an unknown element. So it's something that we look forward to for this weekend, and we wait for the cars to head into Park Fermi and back into the paddock, where they will be finished for the day, and they will be able to have a nice, maybe ice bath to cool down, have some water to get rehydrated after that 50-minute race. And what a 50-minute race that was. It was action-packed all the way through, and it was a race that was pretty hard racing, especially midfield between Jack Irvin and Gordon Long, and also from Ewan Robertson, which just seemed to get the worst off there. I mean, you just seen how good he looked though. But now we're just waiting for the final couple of cars to make their way into the paddock, and we wait for the final official's car to go back into the pit lane, which of course is a Mini for the Mini Cooper Cup. So what a race that was. That was race 3 of the Mini Cooper Cup Championship. But don't leave us just yet. We have 1 more race, the All-Comers Trophy, coming up next. And in the paddock, we will have Ant speaking to some of the drivers.
Thank you very much, Lewis. Yes, it's the All-Comers Trophy. Now, the last race of the day, David Taylor Piggott has just come off the track and straight into the holding area, so he's going to be racing. He's giving us a wave there, so let's go and have a quick chat with him, actually, see how he's feeling after the race. We've got Andrew Lamont as well, who's racing. They're in the Cooper Asters, as well as Craig Blake and Jamie Blake. Russell Patterson obviously was on pole position originally. Now he's not racing because he retired in the last race of the Classics. David, fresh off the track, getting some well-needed fluids. Wow, there's a bit of sweat on you for it there.
What a race! Oh, I was on power there. We had a little electrical issues in race 2, where my isolator switch was killing the voltage, so I was having sparking issues to the engine. So I decided just to play it safe and just finish. Race 3, we got the gremlin sorted, and I was up the park battling. Not happy with a couple of changes some person made in front of me, but he ended up sticking himself off into the grass, but we'll deal with that after. But yeah, overall the car was quick there. A few more laps and I would have caught back up with the back, I think.
Good stuff. So you're the only one in your class, so class win on the cards?
Well, I'm hoping so. I don't know how it works. I honestly don't know how it works. I've tried asking, they said it's relative to your Cooper qualifying or something like that. But yeah, I just done this event to get more track time for being down here. But again, thank you to Central Scotland Mini Spares, Scotia Mini Club, and Jelly Customs, and the other guy on the side there, Motorsport, the garage. Can't remember its name, but I'll remember it for next time.
Project Detailing?
No, it's not Project Detailing. It's on the window at the back, I think. But yeah, thank you to Martin, Andy, and Laura and Dion for all standing by me. And thank you to Kim and Anthony for being good sports and giving me this interview. And my mum, Margaret Piggott.
Great stuff. Well, put on a good show.
Take it easy, guys. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
Cheers. I think we've got a bit of time now. We're still waiting for a few cars to enter the paddocks, so let's have a quick chat with some other drivers. We've got Craig Blake, who's been promoted to pole position as Russell Patterson has retired. So, Craig, promoted to pole position. You feeling good for this one?
Yeah, it's not been a great day, to be honest, in the main championship with the power steering and the steering rack failure, and on the warm-up lap. Of all laps it could go on the warm-up lap of race 2, so that was a DNF. It's going to be I think a case of just trying to help Jamie win the championship now for the rest of the year, so I think I'll be out of it, but we'll see. But let's just go and try and have some fun. Why not, eh?
And why not? You're on your way around. You're in a beautiful sunny CADWELL Park. It's an amazing place to race. You've had a good weekend so far. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Let's have a quick chat with his brother as well. See how he's feeling. A few scrapes and dents as we've come accustomed to in the Mini Cooper Cup. Jamie, been promoted to second on the grid.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about your brother in front of you?
Well, see what we can do. There's the 3 of us in the Cooper S's, so it's just like another little Cooper S race for us, I think. So we'll see how it goes. Should be fun.
Yeah, do you think the 3 of you are going to make a break for it?
Yeah, we'll probably get away, and then I'd imagine I'd done this late race last year, so I'd imagine we'll probably catch up to some of the back markers. So that always adds a bit into it as well.
Makes it a bit fun, doesn't it?
Try and get through them all in not the easy position.
Yeah, do you mind the back markers, or is it just something else in the race?
It's something to navigate in it. It's something to try and work through, so a bit more fun.
Good luck.
Cheers, thanks.
We might as well carry on as we're still waiting. Let's speak to Kim Kimmond in his Rover. A beautiful Rover Vitesse V8. Again, absolutely stunning thing. I love how nothing fits. How are we doing? You had a good day so far?
Yeah, class win in the last race. I'm pretty happy with that. So just try and make it to the end of this race, and that'll be a good weekend for me.
You don't seem to go as sideways as John.
No, slightly less power, slightly a bit harder to get it sideways. You know, more gripped up, better traction.
Yeah,
That's what I'm thinking anyway.
What are your thoughts on CADWELL?
Oh, it's a great track. I love it. I would happily come back here.
Yeah, I think everybody does. Nobody goes away from here without a smile.
Yeah, love it.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. So that's the Rover. There's a podium going on here, so we've got to wait for Rory to call them up, and there is the winner of the minis. So Ian Monroe in 3rd place. He was 3rd in the championship coming into this round. His car's battered and bruised. Chad Little in second place. He's had 2 wins and a second place, so really good championship points. And Michael Whittle, who came into the round leading the championship. He won the last race. It's a great battle between those two. So we'll let him take a photo and then we'll get him down and have a quick chat. Go on, guys. There we go. We're good. Well, Michael, sitting duck. You kicked that one to the curb, can't you?
Yeah, no, that was. I managed to get a decent start this time. In the second race, I didn't get a good start, so I managed to fix that from the race for race 3. Got a good start, got right up into second, and kind of knew that if I worked with Ian a little bit to try and get away, then we could build a gap. I think he made a mistake coming up the mountain. Is that right? Yeah, coming up there. Yeah, Dean Hill. And I managed to make the move going into Hall Bends, which was a bit.
Yeah. I'll put him onto the grass going into
yeah,
the
well,
Hall Bends.
I mean, I was 2 wheels on the grass trying to give him the room. I felt I'm fully alongside. I couldn't go anywhere because I had someone right behind me, but no, delighted.
Ballsy move, that.
Yeah, sometimes you have to make them stick, and I went for it. So, no, delighted with today. 2 wins, 1 second place, 3 fastest laps in a pole position, so all the bonus points, so delighted.
Yeah, it puts you, well, leaves you still top of the championship, doesn't it? So, onwards and upwards from here?
Yeah, hopefully we can carry the momentum now. 2 rounds to go, 6 races to go, both at Knockhill, obviously. Hopefully it's a bit cooler. Because this
it's in Scotland, so of course it will.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to going back because it has been hot and humid, but yeah, glad to see the back of this place after today with the hot weather.
All right, Michael, well, congratulations. It's been a great weekend.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers. Let's see if we can find Chad. Chad, we've been speaking to you quite a lot this weekend. Second place that time. It's not bad to haul the points, is it?
Well, no. Could have been better, obviously.
You're talking through your teeth there, right?
No, I just held back at the first few laps, a bit of defending, and it just Michael get a gap, and that was it. Couldn't catch him after that.
What was the difference in that race?
I don't know, really. We were very similar, I think. He just got that gap, and then just couldn't close it.
Because it's so evenly matched, it's just a start, isn't it?
Yeah. If you're there at the start, you'll tussle all the way, but if you're not, it's too late, isn't it? Unfortunately.
Hey, it's decent to haul the points anyway, so go and enjoy it.
Yeah. Try and get some wins next time.
Good luck. And Ian, not been the best of weekends for you, but last time on a podium?
Yeah, it was alright. To be honest, I quite enjoyed it. Quite enjoyed the weekend. I was no far away pace-wise. Sort of like the 4 of us were roughly the same, but I just wasn't quite quick enough there. Tyres were struggling, I was struggling. It's getting a bit hot. I was just waiting for the end there. I knew when Chad came up behind me, I was like, I'm not going to keep him behind, so I'll try and put myself back into the pack. I was like, I'll just try and... Third was as good as I was going to get, so no, it was alright. Good fun.
You came in third in the championship. Does that leave you still third?
I don't know, to be honest. I didn't think I was third, so I thought I was further back in the championship. I've not looked.
I might have just made that up, so.
So yeah, if I'm third, I'm happy enough with that.
Good stuff. All right, well, the guys are going out now for the All-Comers Trophy. Cheers, Ian. I'll hand you back over to our commentary team. Lewis, over to you for the last time.
Yes, so now it is time for the final race of the weekend. It is the All-Comers Trophy. And it is a race which has many, many classes inside of it, and it is a race that confuses not only us here in the commentary box, but even the drivers competing in it. You heard from some of the drivers there, including David Taylor, which even he said that he does not understand how this race necessarily works, but we'll run through the order that this race should be starting with. I believe it should be Russell Patterson in pole position on the Morgan if he starts the race, but I do not think he will due to his mechanical issue that he had earlier on, with Craig Blake and Jamie Blake starting in second and third, and Elliot Patterson starting in fourth position, with Andrew Lamont in fifth, Andrew Mackey in sixth place, who we've just seen a couple of races ago, with Kieran Preedy also in the Ford Fiesta ST starting seventh. Craig Houston will be starting eighth, and Adam Kinmond will be starting 9th, Duncan O'Neill 10th, Thomas Comber 11th, Paul Winfield 12th, David Taylor 13th, Rich Flett will be starting in 14th position, with Katrina Gray in 15th, and finally David Riley will be rounding off the grid in 16th position. So this race, it's a pretty big field, and as you can see, there's practically every single class here that we have to offer here at the SMRC Car Racing Championship. We have Mini Cooper R53s, we have the normal Mini Cooper class, and then we also have STs, Classics, C1s. There's literally every single class you could ever imagine racing here in the All-Comers Trophy, and it's the last race of the weekend. It will be a 15-lap race, so the only race of the weekend, actually, that is done in laps and not by time. So it's quarter past, we're running practically on schedule, so it's been lovely conditions all day. We've been lucky enough not to have any red flags or anything like that to delay us with today's action. So we've been able to get all races in, all laps in, and now we're waiting for the final race and final checks to be done on the grid with a final couple of cars there. I believe, actually, that's the 28 of David Taylor in the Mini Cooper, just slotting into grid position, maybe just trying to get further back behind the white line in his grid slot. So now, just behind him, he will see the C1 of Katrina Gray just lurking there behind. So we wait for the green flag to come out, and then we will have a 1-minute board before a 30-second board, and then we'll head off for the warm-up lap for the final race of the weekend. And what a weekend it has been. Obviously, testing was yesterday. Today is the racing. Today's the only race day that we have here at the SMRC, but for the away round, we've had excellent conditions, and it's nice to escape some of the rain and terrible conditions that we've had in the first couple of rounds of the SMRC. So it's been great for everyone joining us here at the SMRC Championship, sponsored by Reese Motorsport Insurance, as the green flag waves for the final time, for the final warm-up lap of the weekend, and we see straight away the Blake brothers getting ready to pounce for that first corner and getting their tyres nice and toasty as they head into Coppets for the first time. And it's great to see such diverse class, really, in this open race. I mean, this All-Comers Trophy, it's practically just for a bit of fun. It's the race of the weekend, which anyone can really enter in any class, and then come around 15 laps and just enjoy yourself. It's the final race of the weekend, so what better way to enjoy yourself? But it also means if you do have a damaged car and you have to go back out, you're going to struggle in this one. And all the drivers will be struggling anyway, because it's a 15-lap race, which should be around about 25 minutes. This race should last in time-wise. So once again, the conditions will be very, very hot for these drivers, but it looks like there is a bit of breeze outside right now, so maybe a bit more cool air compared to what was available to them earlier. But there on your screen right now is Craig Blake just making his way ahead of his brother Jamie before they head out and try and just stay focused, because of course Russell Patterson should be lining up on pole position, as he was actually faster than the R53 Mini Cooper, but he has some kind of mechanical issue. As if you were watching earlier on the classic Sports and Saloon class, you would have seen the issue that he had. We still don't know what exactly the problem is, but whatever the problem, he is not lining up for this race. And what a race this should be. I mean, it's close in qualifying between the Blake brothers, and then just behind Elliot Patterson, if he is lining up, which I do not believe he is. I believe, I don't know, we'll just have to wait and see for this race to get underway, because of course Elliot Patterson also running into issues earlier on in the weekend. So both the Patterson families and the Morgans running into some kind of mechanical issue, but that is sometimes what happens with these classic cars, and classic cars you will be seeing in this All-Comers Trophy, and you'll also be seeing some modern day C1s, Fiestas, and Mini Coopers. So it's a bit of everything, and these fans in the background will be enjoying this race and have a lot to enjoy, as we are going to have to wait for the final race of the weekend, race 10, the All-Comers Trophy, and we just wait for the cars to make their way through these final two corners. Final C1 there, come for your picture, and just making his way to the grid for what should be a great race. That was, of course, Thomas Colmer. So here we go, final warm-up of the tyres, final slot into grid positions for the final race of the weekend for all these drivers. Strap yourself in for what is going to be an excellent race, I am sure. There's cars from every single class here at SMRC. So yeah, the final checks are being done by the marshals at the front. They clear off the front of the grid, and we wait for the final 4 or 5 cars to go into their grid slots before the start marshal then puts the 5-second board up into the air But before all that, we need that green flag to wave at the back, and we'll see that that has been done as soon as that 5-second board comes out, and there it is up in the air. 5 seconds, and the lights will go on, and then they'll go out. Lights are on. And the lights are out, and we are racing for the final time. And it actually looks like the 95-odd Craig Blake was seen sleeping there at the start. I mean, it was an awful start, but it was also a pretty long hold there, so some of the drivers maybe just getting caught out there. But it's going to be Jamie Blake who leads the way going into turn 1. And what a start it has been from a flyer compared to his brother. But his brother is still there. Craig Blake just behind us. Andrew Lamont in that other Mini, just lurking behind it. They did say it was going to be like another Mini Cooper Cup-ish race that we had earlier on. It's going to be basically like that for the first 3 with Andrew Mackay in 4th place, but there's an overtake on with the Blake brothers right now, so it is Craig Blake who now leads the way, who of course was meant to be in pole position, who was faster in qualifying, but now Craig Blake leads the way as we head into Gooseneck for turn 6 and turn 7, and there we have one of the STs actually, I believe that is Andrew Mackay, so there we have one of the Blake brothers getting onto the grass, and Jamie Blake getting onto the grass and using all of the curve, all of the exit that he possibly could have get, as he almost goes into the cuffs of Andrew Lamont there. The number 5, the blue, the silver, the Mini, working behind, just trying to pick up the pieces if there is any to pick up between the Blake brothers. Obviously they are brothers off track, but on track they are ruthless. And Andrew Mackay in 4th position, with Adam Kinmond in 5th, the number 64 in the classic car, as we head round the hairpin. Before then we head round to Barnes Corner. This is turn 15 you're looking at before we follow David Taylor around there, the number 28, almost in. And there's another classic car actually, number 66, which is great to see such close and such diverse grids that we have here. The number 66, Duncan O'Neill, in 6th position right now. Well, he's dropped back down to 8th place, so it's not been the start he was wanting, but it is Craig Blake still in the lead and with the fastest lap of the race that time around, with a 47.5, almost a second faster, 8/10 faster than his brother Jamie Blake. So now Jamie Blake trying to find any way past, a superb shot. You can see here just the closing distance and how much better Jamie Blake is on the brakes as they head round. It looks like Andrew Lamont is caught back up. It's a real race here at the front and for the podium positions. And now Andrew Lamont just trying to get onto the back of him, get onto the back of both the Blake brothers as they head through Gooseneck, as they head down towards Mansfield. You can see a little change in the track there as they come through. They hit them by the tire wall, they appear back out, and they peer through the trees and through the bridge. Under the bridge they go, and it will still be Craig Blake leading the way, and Craig Blake leading the way in a pretty dominant fashion right now. He's not looking phased by his brother behind him as they come over the crest for what is 14 laps to go in this race, and heading through Hall Bends right now, just getting the car flicked right then, getting flicked straight away to the left, and now coming through what is the hairpin, and then through straight away to Barnes Corner, and now it looks like Lamont is somewhat catching up to the Blake brothers right now, so it's Craig Blake who still leads the way from his brother Jamie Blake. So now 0.6 of a second that is covered by the top 2 right now, and it is Andrew Lamont set the fastest lap of the race actually, a 1:43.4 that time round, 0.4 faster than the Blake brothers that time, so he's showing some great pace on the number 5 Mini Cooper R53. But right now change for 4th position, Andrew Mackay's actually made it past Adam Kinmond. They're having a great battle, which is great to see, because one is a Ford Focus ST, Ford Fiesta ST, and the other one is a classic car, so it's great to see the other one, of course, in that battle being a great battle right now, as we see actually it looks like Craig Blake has ran wide, and now they're side by side. It looks like he just lost the rear slightly there as well, and now it's his brother Jamie Blake in the lead of the race, and now Lamont is going to want to try and find any way past. He's going to look this way and that way before he heads down through Gooseneck, down into the braking zone, down into Mansfield, turn 8. We power out of it now straight away. Craig Blake is on the rear bumper of his brother, just trying to find any way past. you can see the headlights actually on of Jamie Blake, and Jamie Blake leading away through the mountain section, showing his brother how it's done, but it looks like he ran slightly wide there, so it might affect his drive coming out. You can see actually quite unstable, but it looks like an issue actually from Craig Blake. Craig Blake been going very, very slow. It looks like he's retiring from this race. One awful end to the weekend. Maybe the same issue that he had on the warm-up lap for last race in the Mini Cooper Cup cars for race 2. The same issue maybe reappearing, and now he's had to park it in the middle of Hall's Bend. So not what he's wanting. He's getting out of the car straight away, and straight away fine. So now we're waiting to see what's going to happen. 12 laps to go in this race, and now we wait and see Jamie Blake leading the way, and quite a lot of DNSs actually this race so far. 15 starters meant to be, only 11 that did start the race. David Riley currently at the back of the field, but still running highly respectful lap times for his class. But now Jamie Blake is on the grass, and as Andrew Lamont is actually in second place and really trying to pile on the pressure now, because as Craig Blake is not there to pile on pressure to his brother, it's now Lamont's turn to do that, and it's his turn to pile on this pressure as they head round turn 4, park, and then they open up the throttle, tap on the brakes slightly, going for a crest curve. You see the brakes just slightly come in here. There's the rear brakes on. They go off the brakes. They're back on the power, and then they're back on the brakes once again for Gooseneck. And then through Gooseneck they come through down to Mansfield and disappearing, and then appearing once again. Yellow flag out there as the two leaders make their way through towards the mountain section. Yellow flag out, and it looks like a red flag out on track. So yeah, you can see the board, you can see yellow safety car out, sorry, the safety car out. You can see the flashing board there and the safety car sign. So the LED board is flashing though, and we wait to see what's going to happen here. Yellow flag, yeah, safety car is out. Marshall's doing a great job. Final race of the day. Maybe just trying to get rid of Craig Blake's car, and this is going to bunch them all back up for the final 12 laps, or well, less than that whenever we get underway once again. So we just wait and see what's going to happen. We wait for these cars to finally catch up to the safety car allowing the lap cars to get past. But right now it is Jamie Blake who leads the way from Andrew Lamont, both in the Mini Cooper R53 car, with Andrew Mackey in the Fiesta ST in third, Adam Kinmond in fourth, David Taylor fifth, Duncan O'Neill sixth, Paul Winfield is in seventh, with Rich Flett in eighth, with Katrina Gray ninth, and David Riley rounding out our top 10 right now as we see the BMW safety car out there on track. Brand new 2022 BMW, and it looks superb, and it was great in the safety car MSV colours. So we wait for the cars to catch up to the safety car before we get the car of Craig Blake, I believe, removed from the inside of Hall Bends, and then we should be able to get underway, because obviously Hall Bends is such a fast corner, and it's a corner that sometimes they do have to cut if side by side through there. So yeah, just for safety reasons, we're going to have the safety car out, and then they can get that car moved, and you can just see disappointment just showing and shining through from Craig Blake, and Craig Blake not liking the sight of seeing his 95 Mini Cooper Cup R53 car outside the track. But there he is, he's waving to his fellow compatriots, still out on track with 11 laps to go in this race, and we are waiting for them just to get underway with the restart whenever we get it. The recovery vehicle is actually out on track. You can see out my window, and you'll see it on screen any second now as he comes around to help recover the vehicle of Craig Blake, and then we can get underway. So hopefully not too long of a stoppage that we're going to have, but there's a recovery vehicle. If you're just joining us, welcome, and you've missed a great day of racing, be sure to watch it on our YouTube channel after the weekend's finished. Then you can come back, rewind and watch through all our racing, all our interviews, and our superb coverage that we have here at the SMRC Car Racing Championship. But there is Craig Blake, so disappointed after retiring from that race. It's not what he would have wanted, and not what he would have wanted at the back of his mind heading into the next round of the championship, where of course we are back at Knockhill. So it's going to be a sprint finish, currently 11 laps to go, but we're just going to have to wait and see. Safety car going very slow right now, maybe just trying to kind of hope and have that car recovered in time by the time he heads round to the top pit lane. But we're just going to have to wait and see what the outcome of this is going to be. And we're just going to have to wait and see what the outcome of this is going to be in the race, because Jamie Blake was under extreme pressure from Andrew Lamont. But of course, this may bring Andrew Mackey, who of course is in a slower car, but at its restart, all he needs is just a better launch, and we can see what's going to happen. We can see actually the 95 of Craig Blake finally getting recovered as all the cars slowly head over the mountain in this safety car period. We'll wait for the safety car to finish. We'll know once it's going to come in when the lights go out on the top of the safety car. But safety car board's still out, and we are waiting for these drivers just to get on the race. Safety car light's still on, and 11 laps to go. But once across the line, it's going to be 10 laps to go in this race. So it's been a great race so far. A 15-lap race in this race. Obviously, the first race of the weekend, the only race of the weekend, that is decided by laps and not time. So right now, they still have plenty of laps to try and make it. They have about 15 minutes left of running if they can get underway at the end of this next lap. So it should be a great race and a great end to the weekend. This race is mainly for fun, to be honest, and it's a great way to finish the weekend, unless if you're Craig Blake, because you're just retired. But what fun we're having, and what fun we have been having over the course of the weekend. Although this is the safety car period at the moment, it should be finished anytime soon. And of course, right now, actually, Angelo Lamont does have the best lap of the race. So right now, the top two really separated by nothing. 4/10 of a second was their best lap that was separated by. So place your bets, comment down below who you're supporting, who you want to win this race, and if you've been tuned in all day. So now we are waiting for the safety car period to be finished. 10 laps to go in this race. The lights are still on the top of that safety car while we wait for the car of Craig Blake to be finished. But now this is almost similar to a safety car restart in F1. I mean, these guys really just straight away got to get off the line. I think we're going to see something very similar to what we see in touring cars, where it's wheel-to-wheel racing straight after a safety car restart. You have to get your elbows out, otherwise you will get eaten by the pack. Of course, this being a mixed class race, technically with many classes, it's going to throw up a massive curveball, as Jamie Blake, of course, will get to control the restart when we eventually get underway. But 10 laps to go in this race so far, and right now it's just Andrew Lamont who's going to have to stay very, very wary and just try and not get a bad restart, and try and not get Jamie Blake to get the better restart of him and get left sleeping, basically, because Jamie Blake, as we know, at the start of the race did not make the best to start, so he will be wanting to try and improve that in the second restart of the race. But 36 of David Riley, just going for your picture there in the classic car. He rounds out the top 10 at the moment. So the driver's just heading down Mansfield. Are we going to get lights out on the safety car? They're definitely going slow, so we're just going to have to wait and see. Yellow flag still flowing, but the safety car is in. The safety car lights is out, so what is going to happen? We just have to wait and see. When will Jamie Blake go in this restart? When will he choose to go? Obviously, he still has about half a lap to try and decide when he wants to go. You can still see him just taking it quite tentative right now. Maybe just try and bunch them up, and then at the right moment where he feels most confident, we're going to see him just power away from Andrew Lamont with just 10 laps to go. We're going to cross the line this time. For the restart, it's just going to be 9 laps. It's a 9-lap sprint for the final race of the weekend in the SMRC Scottish Car Racing Championship. We're here for the way round at Cadwell Park. We await for the cars to come through at Cadwell Park, at the famous Cadwell Park, at the hairpin. And there they are, roaring in all their glory. And they come around the final corner for the restart, and Jamie Blake has went straight away coming out the final corner, and now he's got a pretty good restart from Andrew Lamont. Andrew Lamont, though, he's going to try absolutely everything on this first lap to get caught up, and there we see David Taylor actually in 5th place at the moment. David Taylor making up some positions and starting the race 10th, I believe, so good drive for him so far, and good restart for Jamie Blake. Jamie Blake coming across the line, already had a 1.1 second lead from Angelo Lamont. So Angelo Lamont is not the restart he wanted, but we have seen in this race so far, Angelo Lamont has the pace with the best lap time. So Angelo Lamont, maybe just as this race progresses, he can hopefully get a better lap time. As right now, his best lap time is about 4 tenths faster than Jamie Blake. So what a superb race we have in store for us right now. Jamie Blake leads the way from Angelo Lamont. Andrew Mackey rounds out the podium positions. But further down the field, we have an intense battle between Adam Kinmond and David Taylor. And there is that battle there. 2 completely different cars, 2 completely different classes, and yet we still get to see this battle happen. Of course, the 64 of Adam Kinmond and David Taylor, the number 28, in that Fiesta ST, in that bright red Fiesta ST. He will see him coming, and he will see him appearing over the mountain just behind him. As we see spectators loving this action that's going on here at CADWELL Park as we come around the final set of the track right now. Hall Bends, 2 corners left after Hall Bends, and that is turn 15 and 16. That is the hairpin and Barnes, and after that we will be on 8 laps to go in this race. It's a proper shootout that we have here at CADWELL Park for the final race. And with this safety car restart, we heard the Blake Rivers mention that before we got underway, that lap traffic does come into play. But will it still come into play with just 8 laps to go after this restart of the race? So now we're just going to have to wait and find out. But it is Kinmond who has made his way into 3rd place and still trying to control that position from Andrew Mackey. So now Andrew Mackey trying absolutely everything to keep caught up, but Andrew Mackey just disappeared and not being able to keep up. And that gap has definitely widened, because right now it's a 7 tenths of a second gap, which is not a lot, but it's more than it was in the previous lap. So now maybe Adam Kinmond just getting into the rhythm, getting into the feel of things, as Jamie Blake still leads the way by 6 tenths of a second from Andrew Lamont. Both, of course, in the Mini Cooper are 53 cars. So now 8 laps to go in this race. It's a proper sprint. Katrina Gray, one of the many drivers that is in actually the C1, so lapping quite a bit slower, about 20 seconds slower, so still could potentially get caught up by these leading guys. So look out for that and expect some drama. There's still 8 laps left, still 8 laps left for the weekend. There is the number 28 of David Taylor. He never made up any positions during the restart, but he's in the respectable 5th position right now. I think he'll be very, very happy to finish 5th on the road, because of course this is the All-Comers Trophy. This is the final race of the weekend. This is the 15-lap race to decide the weekend, and there is the 35 of Andrew Mackey pulling into the pits, and not what he would have wanted to finish his weekend at all. So Andrew Mackey finishing his weekend in such a disappointing fashion, which is not what you want heading into the knockout round, but it is still Jamie Blake who leads the way now by just 8 tenths of a second from Angelo Lamont. So nothing separating the top 2 actually right now. So a battle for the lead potentially on, and there is the battle for the lead. You can just see how strong Angelo Lamont is looking right now. He was 2 tenths slower last time round, but now you can see it. He's in the slipstream. You're going to see a side-on shot. They're going to be braking zone now. You can just see Angelo Lamont looks so confident into the braking area, and it looks like he just knows where to hit the braking marker, and he almost like he's trying just to brake a bit. He's a bit after Jamie Blake, who Jamie Blake now is under immense pressure from Andrew Lamont, as Andrew Lamont is now trying to go this way, that way, anyway past Jamie Blake, but Jamie Blake has not given in. Jamie Blake's been so defensive as now they head down into Mansfield for the final couple of times in the weekend. Just 7 laps to go in this race. They only have 6 more chances of this, and now if Andrew Lamont needs to make a pass pretty soon, he needs to work out where he can make this pass, because CADWELL Park, it's such a great venue to go for the away round of the SMRC, the Scottish Championship, but it is such a tight and twisted circuit, and it's one that has made life so difficult for all these drivers wanting to be able to overtake. But Jamie Blake still leads the way from Angelo Lamont, but you can see in your picture right now, heading through the final corner, heading towards Barn. There's nothing in it, and now Angelo Lamont is going to get that slipstream. He's going to push on, he's going to get a move on and try and get Jamie Blake to have a move on and force him into a mistake, because right now 3 tenths of a second separating the top 2 going across the line. So right now Jamie Blake leads on the road with with Andrew Lamont just behind him. So now Jamie Blake trying to push on. And Jamie Blake now actually runs slightly wide. So will this let Andrew Lamont down the inside? It looks like it will, but now Jamie Blake shutting the door on them as we head down Park Straight over the rise. And now it comes to the part where Andrew Lamont is so strong on the brakes. You're going to see him just try and make a lunge maybe, but maybe not. He's just closing the gap though on the brakes and trying to line up a move, maybe into Mansfield, because time is running out. 6 laps to go in this race. We're 20 minutes in this race. There's 6 laps to go, and now it is going to be the time where Angelo Lamont is trying to find and trying to go this way and that way to try and go past his Jamie Blake. Once again, cuts the grass. The inside of these curbs are practically just mud at this point. All these cars, especially Mini Coopers, have just been using all the track anthem all day now. But it's just the way the line works. It's so close and you have to go so tight because racing is so tight here at the SMRC Championship. But there is the C1 battle that is going on right now for Paul Winfield. So now it is looking like it is heating up for that position, for that 6th place. So there is the 28 once again in 5th place, in 4th place now. David Taylor up into 4th place. A very, very commendable result so far, as obviously Andrew Mackey went into the pit lane, so he's made up a position from that, and now David Taylor not far off the podium. So now if anything happens with these leading 2 guys as they come across the line, so we got 5 laps to go in this race, then maybe David Taylor could pick up the scraps and potentially even get a podium on the roads. But now 5 laps go in this race, and it is it's the only Blake remaining, Jamie Blake in the red and black Mini, who leads the way. It's now 0.8 of a second from Andrew Lamont, who Andrew Lamont is in that number 5 car, that blue and grey car that is the head into back markers now. Actually, that's David Riley that are just trying to get past. They hit him at the perfect point now, because obviously it's at that point in the race where we start hitting back markers, and we really need to just have luck on our side. If you're leading the race, you need luck on your side to try and get past them. But David Riley now in 9th position, getting lapped by the front 2 boys, as now they set their sights on the C1s of Paul Winfield, Rich Flett and Katrina Gray. So now it's really, when are they going to come to them, or when are they going to get them? Will it be in the tight and twisty sections of the mountain, or will it be in the nice, fast-flowing, open sections, such as the Park Straight like they just got there? But they head through for the final couple of times. 5 laps left in this race. They head over the rise at the mountain. You can just do that 4 more times for the final time of the weekend now, for the final race of the weekend, and the All-Comers Trophy. So right now it's Jamie Blake who leads the way on the roads, and there is the C1s heading the way through, and there is the race leaders. They are going to catch them. Will they be able to get past them on the straight? If they can do that, it's not going to hold them up, and it's exactly what Jamie Blake will be wanting. But of course, Andrew Lamont, he will be wanting them just to hold them up at every opportunity that is possible. But there we see Jamie Blake just finding a way past, and so is Andrew Lamont. So now heading into Coppice, where will the other C1s lie? Where will they be? Because of course, we just got past Katrina Gray, and we still have Paul Winfield and Rich Flett left to get past. And now we have the Mini Coopers coming round, going down Park Straight, heading down the rise, and then going back up the rise to the blind corner that is Park. They will just be able to see the corner now as they head into the braking zone. Once again, you can see that Andrew Lamont is so confident, and he makes no mistakes through there, although he is so much faster compared to everyone else. And you just see how much time he makes up even on the exit there. He's practically on his rear bumper, and there is the C1s that they're catching, and there's the C1s having their own battle. So this is the tricky thing. Although blue flags will be out, they're still having their own battle. They will not want to give up positions to Paul Winfield, will not want to give up positions to Rich Flett just behind. So now we head round to the mountain section of the track for the final couple of times of the weekend. As we head across the line for the next time, it would just be 3 laps left in this race. So it's still hot here at CADWELL Park, and it's still challenging conditions for these drivers as we head over the rise of the mountain. Mountain, of course, being such a famous corner. It's so great to see as we see the back markers now. They're catching them, and I believe they're going to catch them at the hairpin. So will they be able to find any way past Jamie Blake now, getting held up now through Barn. So he's going to have to wait all the way to the straight, and actually found a way past one of the back markers, and it looks like this may just play slightly into Andrew Lamont's advantage. as he'll get the slipstream. He's not got held up at all from that, I don't believe. He manages to dive up the inside at Barn, past Rich Flett. So now we come across the line to make it 3 laps to go in this race. Angelo Lamont currently has the fastest lap of the race with a 1:42.057, with Jamie Blake just being 1/10 behind fastest lap, but just 3 laps to go in this race, not long at all. So now if Andrew Lamont wants to make a move, he needs to make it soon. Of course, in the number 5 car, but he is not sitting in 5th. He's sitting in 2nd place right now with Jamie Blake, brother of Craig Blake, who we've seen cause the safety car from his car, cutting out of them on the Hall Bend section of the course. So now we're just waiting, we're just heading down, we're just going towards Gooseneck for only 3 more times in the weekend. I'll be able to say this. The race leaders head through Gooseneck towards Coppice, and it's Jamie Blake who still leads the way on the number 97 Mini Cooper R53 car, with also a Mini Cooper R53 just behind him with Angelo Lamont. Of course, this being the All-Comers Trophy. Anyone can enter this class, of course. We have C1s, we have Mini Coopers, we have classic cars, we have STs, we have everything in this race, and everything from all championships as the head round Hall Bend corner that is made up of 4 turns, and then we come into the hairpin for the final couple of times. It looks like it's Jamie Blake who's looking confident. He is not showing any signs of cracking from Angelo Lamont, and Andrew Lamont is just piling on the pressure. But it looks like the gap has widened slightly. Last time around it was 0.4 of a second. This time around it is 1.2 seconds. So now maybe he's just getting the better of him. Angelo Lamont, maybe the conditions just getting to him, or maybe he's on the same set of tyres, because they have done a lot of running this weekend. They've done testing yesterday, they've done qualifying this morning, then 2 20-minute races today in the R53 class, and then they're here to do what is the 15-lap race. So then we see the C1 bouncing the way through and getting lapped by the number 64 of Adam Kinman, who of course is in that 3rd position, and that is Jamie Blake, who is still leading the race, but using the grass once again. And it's such a technical part of the track, this. I mean, you have to brake on the curb, you have to get car turn, and you can see once again using the curb, but once again it's Jamie Blake leading the way from Angelo Lamont and Adam Kinman still in that podium position, and there is Greg Taylor in 4th position, number 28 in that pinky purple magenta green Mini Cooper, with Paul Winfield closely behind him, and Rich Flett in 7th place with Katrina Gray in 8th, and David Riley rounding out the grid right now. Only 9 runners left in this race. It's been a big race. It's been a lot of drama, because there's been quite a few DNSs and quite a few DNFs just because of the way the conditions are, and the cars are starting to get a bit tired and have been run quite a lot. But now we see the race leader coming towards the line, and the last lap board will be out for the final time of the weekend in the SMRC Championship. That is sponsored by Reese Motorsport Insurance, and now it is the Mini Cooper S Cup car who leads the way of Jamie Blake, the number 97, with Andrew Lamont just behind. It's now 1.8 second gap as we head round towards the Park Straight. Making his way down now, it will be Jamie Blake going up the rise and then towards Park Corner for the final time. And it is the final time he'll properly get to rag his car around, maybe even until next year. He's going to have to wait a while to be able to do this again. I appreciate this great Cadwell Park circuit, which has shown us some great weather, which has produced some great racing, and it's been a great drive from Jamie Blake right now. 1.8 seconds he has, but he does not care. He is pushing on. You can see now the final lap, he's trying to put in a great lap, though maybe even trying to take the lead from Angelo Lamont, but you can hear the cars pushing on. Hear it coming towards us, towards the mountain section now. Get turned in left, then straight away riding on the curb, get turned into the right. Up the rise, you'll see it just appear from absolutely nowhere. Such a steep rise that we have here at Cadwell Park. It's such a pleasure to be here at Cadwell Park commentating on the SMRC Car Racing Championship, and we see them now making their way for the final couple of corners now for the final race, for the final time of the weekend. It's going to be Jamie Blake who makes his way through the final corner to the straight for the final time, makes his way through a path marker, and I believe that's David Riley as he takes the checkered flag to win the race, win the final race of the weekend, the All-Comers Trophy, and Angelo Mont with the fastest lap comes home in second position. Adam Kinmont in the number 64 Classic should be coming home in third place, and Adam Kinmont of course being in that Rover, and David Taylor will be coming home in that fourth place. Duncan O'Neill in fifth with Paul Winfield in sixth. Rich Flett will be coming home in seventh place with Katrina Gray. Also in the C1 will be rounding out in eighth, and David Riley will be finishing ninth, and that's all our finishers should be, because we've had quite a lot of DNFs. Of course, Craig Blake having an issue and having to pull off, causing a safety car, with Andrew Mackey also in the ST having an issue and having to retire the car. We don't know what happened with him, but there you see on your screen David Riley making your way through on that 36 car, and there is Jamie Blake going round on that cool down lap with waving to the cameras, to the crowd, and to everyone around the circuit. It's been a great weekend of racing, and it's been great conditions for it at this magnificent circuit here at Cadwell Park in England. Of course, this is the away round for the SMRC Car Racing Championship as we await for Jamie Blake to head back into the paddock for the final time of the weekend, as that is our last race for the weekend. And what a race it was straight from the get-go. It was Jamie Blake who's shown his talent, but what a great showpiece it has been for the SMRC here in England. Hopefully we've attracted some new fans being at the away round here at Cadwell Park as we see the final cars coming in to the pit lane for the final time. And what a great race meeting it has been. It has been lovely conditions at a magnificent track with some excellent racing, thanks to all these drivers and cars. But thanks, of course, to all the marshals and medics, that without them we couldn't go racing today. So thanks to everyone involved, and all the marshal and medics for keeping everyone safe today, and MSV for running such a great event at such a great track. It's one of the best tracks in the UK in my opinion, and as we've seen today, it produced some excellent racing. So great having you along this weekend for the SMRC Car Racing Championship, and yeah, it's been great having you along with us for all 10 races in excellent scorching conditions, and we'll see you next round at Knockhill. For me, Lewis Ray, it's goodbye.